Lily Orchard has made a 6.5-hour retrospect on the Pokemon franchise, and I watched it. Lily Orchard is a video essayist famous in the Steven Universe and My Little Pony fandoms back in the day. Eager to place her flag in yet another fandom aimed at a general audience, she made a retrospective on the Pokemon franchise. You don't need me to tell you this. It's pretty rough. Over the course of 3 live streams, I got through Lily Orchard's sprawling retrospective on the series. In her video, she goes through each of the individual Pokemon games, hoping to determine its quality. So let me show you me at the start of the journey. I think we've done enough beating around the bush. This is a 6-hour video. It's not going to get done if we talk all day. Want me to get started? Let's get started.
Longer than some of you have been alive. It's a more common household name than Mickey Mouse. I've grown up with Pokemon just as much as I've grown up with other game franchises. But the question is, how do they actually hold up? Pokemon as a franchise is steeped in nostalgia. It's a common sentiment that your favorite generation is the first one you played. But my question is, can you still play these games without the nostalgia today when all you have is the main game, the competitive scene is dead, and half the features don't work anymore? Can you still play Gen 3 without friends to record mix with? Can you play Gen 4 without friends to crawl around the underground with? These games still have a main storyline and a progression path. Does that part hold up on its own?
Yes.
And most important, did it ever hold up at all?
Yes.
Do these games hold up as RPGs? That's the premise I'm working through. How does Pokemon hold up as a game rather than a loose collection of memories? Well, in this monstrous nightmare project I've tentatively called a video, we're about to find out. This is a complete retrospective on Pokemon.
So she's going to be a video game reviewer right now, it sounds like. She's going to go, is she going to go, now here's the thing. I'm hoping that what she does is, and she won't because I know Lily Orchard works at this point. I've done enough of these to figure it out. What she should be doing is going through game mechanics, seeing how difficult the game is, how interesting, how many secrets they are, if it's clear, if it's compelling, you know, what have you. But I can guarantee you right now what's going to end up happening is she's going to come up with 25 different complaints that don't actually add up, and nothing's going to get done. Let's see how it goes. Oh, look at me. So brave, so eager, so naive. This is me at the end of my final stream. Oh my God. At no point in your rambling, incoherent statements did you ever get close to explaining what is and isn't great about Pokemon. You spent hours and hours of my life. Yeah, I saw some stuff. And now you will too. For the sake of your sanity, I have cut down the 3 live streams into this very abridged video. If for some reason you are a glutton for punishment and want to watch all of it, all of my live streams are available on my channel, totaling nearly 12 hours of content. Yeah, I look, if you really want to watch that much, I can't stop you. I urge you to reconsider, but it's your choice. But I'm going to try keeping this short. My goal is for this video to be even shorter than Lily's original video, highlighting the key details and points, and allowing you to watch my brain melt over the course of my 12-hour mission. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, look, that was a funny joke. I'll give you that. That was funny. I'll give you that. All right, here we go.
Ah, Gen 1, the OG, the retro, the... God, what are some other flowery words for old? The vintage, there we go. It's in vogue these days to kind of trash on Gen 1 for its glitches and lack of content and oversaturation of modern Pokemon and
I'm sorry. The glitches are not something you trash on. Those are a selling point. The glitches of Gen 1 are great. You know how much... Okay, this is something a lot of younger audience members probably don't realize, even if they're like even 5 years younger. When Gen 1 first came out, there were very few guides, there were a lot of rumors, and all these glitches that exist in the game. So, you know, saying nowadays, oh, if you don't talk to the guy who teaches you how to catch Pokemon, then fly to Cinnabar Island, just surf up and down the coast until you find a mysterious new Pokemon, people would think you're nuts. They wouldn't. No one would say, "Oh, that's not. You can't catch a new Pokemon by doing that whole process." Because of a system of glitches in the game, you can encounter Missing No that way due to like a couple different weird circumstances in game. And there are other glitches like that, like Glitch City, Missing No, and so a lot of people, because these glitches did exist, or the rare candy glitch, because these real glitches did exist, kids were easily convinced there were other secrets in the game, like the truck outside the SS and Bill's garden with the Pokegods out behind his cottage, right down to the point where early sprites of Meryl, before Pokemon the first movie came out in America, people were calling that Peekaboo. You know, there were a lot of rumors back then. There's a real mysterious element to Pokemon the first generation that these glitches provided. And because these glitches existed, it really forced kids to believe anything was possible with these games, which I think was so interesting. It's something that's kind of lost today when you have all these like day one guides that tell you how to get everything. They data mine the game to find all the information. Back then, there wasn't really any data mining. So it was a very interesting time, I think, for Pokemon playing, I believe. Missing No tattoo. Oh, you should get Missing No tattoo. I would love that. I'd love to get Missing No tattoo. Are you kidding? Anyway, these janky Pokemon sprites. I love them.
But I found that the trashing is done without merit, or at least from a very wrong-headed place. Most arguments against Gen 1 cite the lack of tertiary features, the lack of a story, and the bugs. But personally, most of those are a positive, not a negative. It might not have a story, but having played the games that have one, honestly, I'm glad it doesn't. I'm glad there's still a Pokemon game out there, as flawed as it is, that just lets you go on your own adventure. It's something I feel Pokemon has gotten too far away from as the years go on. It's hard to introduce Gen 1 because its main selling point is that it was the first. Nothing in the games has remained only in those games. All of its mechanics are just the baseline mechanics of every Pokemon game. So let's just jump right into it and get this ball rolling. He takes me to his lab where Sketchy's waiting for the both of us and lets me choose a Pokemon. I chose Bulbasaur because it's correct. Sketchy chose a fire type because of course he did.
You know, I can't argue with you on that one, Lily. Bulbasaur is the correct option. God, why am I agreeing with her so much here? This isn't good. This is very bad, actually. I'm a little worried how this review's going to go if I'm agreeing with her on Bulbasaur. Anyway.
And then he wants to fight. Wouldn't be Sketchy if he didn't want to compete in something I just picked up that day, so of course he beats me. Should have gotten the suspicious potion first. Whatever, I got that and a free one from the salesman. Dude, you're the worst salesman ever. Went to the mart and got deputized into a special delivery service. This place is very trusting. How do you know I'm not going to steal it? I took it back to Professor Oak, so I guess he really did know. He gives me a Pokedex and tells me to fill it. By myself, I am 10. And now I'm completely off the leash. Record time, actually. If there's one thing about Gen 1 that still holds up, it's the fact that it quickly lets you off the choke chain to let you play the game. Even the catching tutorial is optional. If you don't know how to catch Pokemon, you can ask this guy, and he actually tells you can ask him the first time you pass him, but you can say no and carry on with your day. It's really that simple, and I was actually surprised coming back to Gen 1 just how simple it was. I mean, we all talk about how Pokemon should let people skip the catching tutorial, and this becomes a weird debate among some people, but it exists in the first Pokemon game, and I find people forget that this was something we figured out a long time ago. Forest, I was looking intently for a Caterpie, for far longer than seemed usual, actually. I kept running into Weedle instead, so I looked it up, and it turned out that the encounter rate for some Pokemon is different based on the version, not just the exclusives. No, I don't care for that. Should have played yellow version, Lil. I did eventually find a Metapod, though. I really want a Butterfree because I have a bone to pick with literally every single Poketuber on the planet. See, because my generation is kind of dumb, there's this idea that because Butterfree doesn't get stab moves, that makes it useless, that it's an early game Pokemon and you should soon replace. I disagree with that attitude, and I think that attitude is why Whitney and Cynthia made you all into whimpering piles of mulch and made you think you need to trick out a Weavile to even stand a chance. Also, Butterfree is literally perfect. Look at her. She is baby.
Okay. Butterfree's alright. I like Butterfree. I always train a Butterfree in the early game, but then replace her with, like, an Alakazam later in the late game.
A lot of people have pointed out that Bide is pretty useless because it gives the enemy an opening to set up status moves. But that's the beauty of it. That's what the game is trying to convince you to do. As early as the first gym, the game is teaching you that status moves are the way to go. And for a Pokemon that is as defensive as Onix and has as low attack as Onix, Bide is a really good move to have. Well, it's not good in competitive, Lily. Yeah, but competitive has always been an afterthought. And I'm not talking about post-game, I'm talking about game. That's why I'm doing it this way. Anyway, that aside was...
So, I don't agree with Lily's argument here. there are multiple ways to tackle Brock as a trainer. Saying there's only one strategy that the game teaches you, I think, is incorrect. There's multiple strategies to tackle in this game, and I think by just saying, "Oh, this is the one way of doing it," that's not the best way of doing it. Because if you have a Pidgey and you teach him some flying moves, this gym's really easy. Squirtle's a good one, but again, like their status moves, that's one approach you can take, but to say that's the only strategy you're going to employ, I don't like that. I don't think that's correct. Again, I'm not really in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I'm more in the game version itself. But, like, status moves are not the only way to beat Brock. I usually would beat Brock in a couple of moves because I use the right moveset. You know? You talk about stat weaknesses. You talk about vulnerabilities. That's what you kind of have to exploit to play this. But, again... Now, something I think I want to point out right around here, we see at this point the way Lily seems to hate the way other YouTubers have recommended you play the game. And look, there's nothing wrong with having your favorite Pokemon to play with. I always try to include Gengar on my team because I love Gengar. I mean, what are you going to do? But it's one thing to have a team of all your favorite Pokemon. It's another to think it's going to be good at battling. Just because you like the Pokemon doesn't mean they have to be the best Pokemon in terms of gameplay.
Coming into Cerulean is where you find your first mandatory rival battle. You know, there's an awful lot of debate about the whole mean rival v friendly rival dichotomy, but if I could take a moment to have a hot take, I don't think Blue is a mean rival. I know much of Pokemon fandom is on the internet, and people on the internet think making friends is hard, but Blue and Red always seem to me like really close friends. Blue can come off like a smarmy asshole, but I mean, is 10. His dialogue always comes off more like good-natured slagging, like the two are always competing with each other, but in a fun way. I mean, his establishing character moment is effectively him saying, "Last one to complete the Pokedex is a rotten egg," and his catchphrase, "smell ya later," is just see ya later with a different sense. And when you're 10, you think that's the height of comedy. And he's right, that is the height of comedy. Look at his act.
I don't know if I agree with you, Lily, on this one. I don't know if I agree with this one, because your rival in Red and Blue is arrogant. He is cocky. That's his whole thing. In fact, his arc in Gold and Silver is reflecting on the fact that, wow, I was a cringy little kid. That wasn't cool of me. I was inconsiderate. I didn't think of my Pokemon's needs. And, like, when he's the one who loses. I mean, if you believe the Levaticate theory, you know, he's seen he's seen making like comments and snarky comments in a literal cemetery in Pokemon Tower. I mean, listen. I see the idea that he's like, you know, you're like a goofy friend type, but I would never consider Blue friendly. He's a smarmy little like kid. He's a brat. He's a very talented brat, but he's a brat. He's not a. I don't know what friends you've had, Lily, but this is not friendship level stuff. You don't. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that take. I'm gonna pour one of those for me on this one. This is gonna be a long video, I think. I have water on standby, so I'm not gonna rely on this for too much longer. Anyway, I don't like this take.
Actual dialogue in the game itself. He slags you off quite a bit, but never too much that it becomes unreasonable. He's a sore loser, but he talks to the player and gives them information like a kid going, "Hey, guess what I found? You should go check it out." I have no problem believing these two are friends. In fact, this is the most believable rival friendship in the entire series because the two of you are in competition, but it's clearly a friendly one. I honestly don't even know why the term rival even exists. Most people in real life don't have rivals, much like how most people don't have enemies. I know the cartoon wrote Gary as an actual bully and full of himself a rich kid, and I think people let that color their perception of Blue as a character. Then again, I have also noticed that people on the internet today are extremely touchy in regards to someone else simply seeming pompous. Internet dwellers treat arrogance like it's the single worst sin imaginable, and so I'm not surprised a lot of people took it weirdly personally when Blue slags the player off. We often blame children for—
What are you talking about, Lily? What are you talking about? Like, yes, most people don't have rivals in real life. Rivals are goofy and silly and like over-the-top concepts. But it's a video game. You're gonna have a rival to compete with to kind of be as like a marker to see your improvement. And the fact that he's always ahead of you at every single gym. Like, I get what Lily is saying, but like, I also just fundamentally disagree with it. He's bullying you as a kid. He is mocking you. He is rude to you. He is disrespectful to his grandfather. He tells his sister, he tries to make sure you don't get a map so you have no idea where you're going in the world. His sister gives you a map because she's like, oh my God, my brother's a jerk. Here's the map. You know, like, he chooses a Pokemon with a type advantage against you because he knows specifically it will be better than yours. Like, that's not friendship. And he's arrogant. He's like impatient. Gary is actually less of a jerk than the rival is. And it's clear, as it's mentioned in the game, that he does not care about his Pokemon. He just sees it as a path to victory, a path to win. And like, keep in mind, when you encounter him, I think it was Slivko. I think it's Slivko. He doesn't seem to have any care about Team Rocket. He's very self-centered. He does not care about anything outside of his specific periphery. And in regards to arrogance, Lily, are you talking about yourself? Because, like, arrogance is frustrating to deal with. An arrogant person is a pain to deal with. Are you referring... I don't know... A lot of people call Lily arrogant. I don't know if I agree with that. I think... No, there's an arrogance there. What am I talking about? But, no, yeah, anyway, let's keep going.
For the decisions of Game Freak, like the rival's characterization or the hand-holding the games are played with. But the truth of the matter is that people my age have been complaining about these games being too hard for a long time. Like, it wasn't Gen Z that made Whitney and Cynthia into a meme, or complained about a non-issue like the HMs. I honestly think one of the reasons characters like Charon and Bianca are so popular isn't because they have compelling character arcs, but because they kiss the player's feet. And I think it's largely people my age who like that about them. They often say they don't, but I think that's just social desirability bias. Every gamer has a praise kink, no matter how hard they try to convince you otherwise. Lily, stop bringing BDSM into Pokemon. It works as a metaphor, alright? I like blue, and I like...
First off, regards to praise kinks, I'm not going to comment on that one because that's a whole other world of discussion, and I don't want to open myself up to that can of worms. But that being said, though, Bianca's a great character because she's a lovely character. She fits that moe kind of aesthetic. It's not that she kisses the player's butt. It's that you see her start off as this kind of vulnerable character who grows and becomes a stronger person over the course of the game. She has an arc. The rival Blue has an arc as well, but like, you know, save Bianca for later. Bianca's a really decently written character, and so is Blue. I think Blue's a really interesting character too, and I especially like how he's played in Johto, how he is that kind of more self-reflective, kind of like, wow, I really, you know, was on top of the world for a few moments, and I was brought crashing down at that moment, and that really forced me to self-reflect and look at my actions. I think Blue's arc from Red and Blue to Johto is really interesting. To Gold and Silver, I should say. I don't like Billy's read on the rival so far. I think it's very weirdly sympathetic in a way that doesn't make sense.
Vermilion City has only two things of note, the gym and the SSN. Oh yeah, also Diglett's Cave. The SSN is...
What about the bike voucher and the Pokemon Club? And in Yellow, you can get Squirtle at Vermilion City Gym. I almost said Viridian Gym there for a second. There's a lot of stuff in Vermilion City. I like Vermilion City.
I'd almost forgotten just how dreary the mid-game is. After you leave Rock Tunnel, your next task is to go through 2 back-to-back rocket areas, 3 if you decide to hammer out Silphco right away. You can skip the rocket hideout by using a Pokédoll on Marowak, but for sake of this video, I, didn't. And going through the track of Team Rocket's hideout, then Celadon Gym, and then Pokemon Tower is not great. It's too many dungeons and cities with very little overworld to break it up. And this is only compounded by the fact that the next area after this is the very...
What? You think that's the low point? You go to a casino. You get there's like a whole investigation. Like, why is this guy looking at the poster? Why are all these sketchy people in the casino? That's a cool part of the game. You can get an Eevee if you go up to the top of the building and talk to the guy in top of the department store. But you can like, you're missing the. You're really glossing over Pokemon Tower, which is like one of this really great, iconic part of the game. And the music you're glossing over. You're just gonna gloss? I mean, why would you, like, and why would you do Slivco 3? Okay, you gotta go... I don't like any of this. This is frustrating. Yeah, bring back the game corner. I don't get why she doesn't like the quote-unquote dungeon areas of these games. That's one of the cool elements. Like, the overworld's nice, but the rocket areas are fun. That is the plot. Before in this video, Lily said that these games didn't have a lot of plot, that they were very plot light. Well, Team Rocket's the plot. It's a crime organization, and you as a child have to uncover what they're stealing. You have to figure out what's going on. There are all these hideouts, these conspiracies. And you're really glossing over your continued rivalry with Giovanni, a character who, kind of just you fight and counter, and he's like this grander-than-life figure who you fight a few times and you beat. And the argument can be made, oh, well, if he's so tough, why is he like... But no, as we see in Viridian City, he's always taking it a little easy on you. He's never bringing his A game to fight you, the child, until you're ready to face him. And when you face him at his gym, at the end of the game, and there's all these encounters with Team Rocket as this crime organization, and you have no idea that this whole system of gyms is building up to you finally dismantling a criminal empire that takes over the most important facilities, an underground casino, a major corporation, the boundaries between life and death itself. And you're kind of glossing over the Marowak Mother arc, which is a really dark element of the first Pokemon game. Marowak's mother is really heartbreaking, because it's a Pokemon who we know is killed. Death is an important theme in the first generation of Pokemon. And you're kind of just glossing over that as like a dungeon you can skip or look over it. I don't like that.
Very long and very interesting area between Lavender Town and Fuchsia City. Gen 1's biggest problem is that it's often unevenly spaced, and a lot of the major areas are clustered in Celadon and Saffron. It's a similar issue I have with Goldenrod in Generation 2. Too much is crammed in here, and you end up spending way more time in this area than you'd ever want to at any other point. I actually slammed out Celadon Gym first since Pidgeotto and Butterfree needed the easy XP, and since...
It's because they're cities, Lily. It's like a map. Some cities are bigger than others. They're cities, Lily. As opposed to, like, smaller cities, or towns even. Or islands. Anyway.
I move through one floor,
Yeah,
get
okay,
the lift key,
Those
move
are
through the
slow.
second, get to the elevator, we meet Giovanni for the first time. Giovanni's thing is ground-type Pokemon, unlike the rest of his team who uses Pokemon that are the easiest in the game to actually get. That actually says something about Giovanni. Like, he went out of his way to import a Kangaskhan for himself, but just drags up whatever can be found on the cheap for all of his grunts. Makes no difference because this capitalist rat's going down. After that, we're headed to Lavender Town, the only real point of interest in this part of the game, which stands
What?
out by how bleak and sad the whole place is, and how migraine-inducing the music is because some dick decided, hey, let's make this track really loud and harsh and see how much we can torture the Game Boy speaker. They tortured that poor little speaker until it was begging for more. I mean, mercy. And frankly, I don't think we needed to know what the effects of VR headsets would be if they were focused entirely on your ears, but
You don't like Lavender Town, Lily, huh? Okay.
But somebody at Game Freak would apparently disagree. Whoever wrote these tracks owes me some Tylenol. Lavender Town is practically infamous for how sharp of a tonal shift it is, inspiring about 20,000 crappy ghost stories written by kids. But honestly, I think that's about the only real value Lavender Town has. Personally, I always found the Viridian Forest theme to be much creepier, but there's nothing as charming as reading some bad campfire story about the cartridge ejecting itself from the Game Boy at Mach 5 and lodging itself in your throat to punish you for looking at ghosts. Yeah, there's my hot take of the day. Lavender Town is actually kinda shit, and its only entertainment value is kids scaring each other with rumors and creepypasta. Otherwise, it's just another too long dungeon that demonstrates how weak ghosts are to psychic in this game. This part of the...
Okay. Let's talk. Let's talk for a second. Hey chat, how's it going? Strap in for a second. We're gonna have a moment right now. First of all, you're wrong. You are wrong, Lily, first and foremost, if I may be so bold. It is a place of mourning. It is a place of sadness. If you talk to the NPCs, Lily, do you communicate with them? Do you stop to look at everyone and say them mourning their lost Pokemon? It's not about It's not about, oh, the creepy postures, whatever, oh, Lavender Town Syndrome, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about that? I don't give a fuck about that. Let's talk about Lavender Town for a second, though, if I may. First off, one of the longer dungeons, Lily, it's 4 floors. It's not particularly long, and one of those floors is a straight hallway that you walk from point A to point B at. Oh, hang on. Super chat going in right now. Because I'm bored, thank you so much. I'm a huge fan of Black and White, and watching her absolute garbage takes made my blood pressure skyrocket. Now I know how Steven Universe fans feel. Oh, don't worry. If this makes me as angry as I think it's going to, we'll get to those in a moment. Because quite frankly, her takes so far on Gen 1 have been bad. On Black and White, she seems to allude to the fact that it's a bad story, which is garbage already, I might say. It's a great game, Black and White. At least the plot is great. So some mechanical elements I don't particularly care for, but, you know, some of the Pokemon I don't love. But as a game, as a story, I think it's pretty solid. I like Black and White quite a lot. Now, Lavender Town is a huge chunk of Pokemon world building, right? A lot of people argue that Pokemon has become too lighthearted, too cosmic even. Lavender Town deals with life and death. Your Pokemon can die. It teaches you the mortality of Pokemon. And the reason why so many kids were drawn to Lavender Town wasn't just the creepy music. Oh, another super chat. Thank you, Will. What happened in the last 20 minutes? I just got here 5 minutes ago. Well, to quickly summarize, Will, thank you for the super chat. Lily does not like Black and White. She doesn't like stories. She doesn't like Bianca. She thinks that Blue is a friendly rival. She kind of doesn't care about Pokemon's world building in terms of its games, but is upset that you can't. She seems to value the exploration of environments over the exploration of dungeons. She has not at any point mentioned an NPC outside of your rival, and she does not like Lavender Town. Lily, here's the problem, right? Here's your problem with your take. Here's why I'm upset. Because Lavender Town isn't supposed to be scary, it's supposed to be sad. You're right, it is a melancholy area, because Pokemon isn't all fun and games. We see the adventure, we see the joy, we see the amazing types, but we're supposed to learn here that ghost types are, you know, that Pokemon can pass on. And that tragedy, that heartbreak is one of the components of Pokemon that I feel often gets overlooked. There's always that creepy element in game, but it's usually creepy. It's not sad. The Marowak mother shows a Team Rocket is awful, that they will poach and hurt Pokemon, not just steal them, not just harmless. They're actually having a tangible negative impact on the environment itself. So that's your motivation for stopping Team Rocket. They're hurt. They killed a mother. It's heartbreaking. It's sad. And that's a component to motivate you to stop Team Rocket, that element of emotional duress that you feel. Or at least you should feel anyway, because it's a mother getting killed by the bad guys that you keep encountering and keep glossing over as like a diversion. Anyway.
Safari Zone without much care, because I actually don't like the Safari Zone all that much. It was interesting for the rare Pokemon you could find there, but I've already got my team in mind and have no need for anything in there, and not being able to battle them just makes the whole ordeal annoying. This was the area I was least looking forward to, so we're moving on to...
You don't like the Safari Zone? That's one of the most fun parts of the game. You get to go in, it's different, it changes up the gameplay mechanics. It's cool. I love the Safari Zone. And you get Dratini, which leads to one of my other favorites, Dragonite. I do love Gengar, he's my boy, but, you know, Dragonite, he's a cool dragon. Love Dragonite.
Damn it, that's even worse. There's a problem in Saffron City in that most of the city is on lockdown until you clear out Team Rocket from Silphco. And I'll be honest, I think Silphco is the worst area in the entire series. It is a labyrinthine dungeon that you have to use these extremely awkward teleporters to zip from room to room until you find the card key, and it's an intense maze of locked doors, teleporters, and just the worst kind of rocket fights in the entire damn series. And I am including Gen 2's radio tower in that. Oh my fucking god. If you know exactly where to go, or cheat it and look at the map like I did, because fuck this dungeon, it's not long, but if you don't, like most people don't, oh my god, this is arduous. You're lost in this maze, having your resources chipped away on more and more fights, and there's a fight with Sketchy right before Giovanni. This dungeon and Pokemon Tower both have places to heal mid-dungeon. No other area in the game has that. I think that's the point you can say the dungeon is too big. And I'd be fine with how big it was if it wasn't so dull, if there was a clear forward progression, but this can be the shortest place in the game if you know which teleporter actually gets you to where you want to go. It's this one. See, I actually quite liked Rock Tunnel. No one trainer battle is going to really challenge you outside of the boss.
You like Rock Tunnel more than Pokemon Tower and Slivko. You like the empty tunnel of rocks that you have to use Flash to go through. I think it's Flash, right? Rock Tunnel? Yeah. You like that more than you like an actual progress to stop a bad guy with a goal. They've held the city hostage. You get to see significant change in the world around you when you complete it. You like that less than the Rock Tunnel. You like Rock Tunnel more than Pokemon Tower, a game that forces you to confront the existential dilemmas of life itself in the Pokemon world. Is it because there's no plot? There's no progression? You don't feel a sense of progress when you finish Rock Tunnel. You get from point A to point B. There's no sense of completion, no sense of fulfillment. You don't get a sense of, wow, I made a difference in the world. Oh my goodness. Ugh. I'm gonna have to make sure I space it out with water. It's gonna be dangerous. I just drink whiskey every time I get upset by this.
Now this is the part where I'm supposed to talk about how powerful the psychic type is and how broken and overwhelming it is. Everyone talks about it and how obscenely powerful the psychic types are. Here's the thing though, that's only true in theory. Psychic's power comes from a large variety of stab moves and its two weaknesses either not being coded properly or possessing no moves of decent power. Sure. But one thing we're going to run into later is that the Pokemon community operates as if stab super effective moves are the only things that exist. You remember how I mentioned I had a bone to pick with Poketubers? Well, here it is. This is why Butterfree is often derided as a low tier Pokemon, because she doesn't learn stab moves. But the thing is, other strategies exist. Butterfree might not have stab moves, but she has an array of status moves. Sleep is godlike in this game, and she's one of the earliest sleepers. And you don't need stab to do some pretty meaty damage either way. Neutral attacks are still a thing. Status moves are still a thing. Alakazam might have high special, but his physical defense is in the toilet. Is going to body the fucker. These Pokemon are overpowered if you're someone who thinks having no weaknesses means you can't be killed, but that's never been the case. We all beat Sabrina as kids after all, and chances are you beat the kid who had Mewtwo. In fact, despite how supposedly powerful psychic types are, Sabrina has never been memed on as heavily as Whitney or Cynthia have been in the past. And shit, Cynthia's Garchomp has a 4x weakness and is still considered brutally difficult even though she has a Pokemon with no weaknesses. The truth of the matter is that Alakazam just doesn't have the moves available to him to really take out his real weaknesses, physical attackers. To be as broken as people claim Alakazam is, he would need a much wider variety of moves and he's just never really had that. But Gen 1 Psychic types just weren't that broken to begin with. Just use Slash. Like ever. Technically the next area is Seafoam Islands, but let's be honest.
Okay, but Lily, you're forgetting a lot of Pokemon that can use Slash are weak to Psychic type. Like, again, Lily, it wasn't memed on as much because the internet wasn't a thing, Lily. The internet wasn't big at the time when Gen 1 came out. Cynthia was around when the internet was big. Whitney was around when the internet was starting to become big. There were GameSpot forums back then, Lily. Whereas Sabrina was when we were children and didn't have access to the internet. What, are you going to use AOL chat rooms to talk about Sabrina and complain about it? No. But, like, again, yes, you could use Slash to beat Alakazam. If you're lucky. Right? Like, that's the big thing. Yeah, Psychic types are stronger. They're not invincible. They're not unstoppable. They're just stronger. Excuse me. And the level gap is very powerful, especially if you went out of order in sequence with the gems. And Psychics also have Hypnosis, as Comet's pointing out, and Supersonic, which are status effects as well. They can play the status game too. You need to consider a strategy that's effective. Sabrina is one of the first gym leaders in the game that forces you to go, okay, I need to really think about my strategy here. You know, I need to really think about my thought process. And stab moves and all that. That's a good technique you can employ to making sure you hit hard enough to put them down. And again, okay, let's keep going.
When was the last time you actually went through Seafoam Islands? Yeah, I thought so. I certainly didn't. I surfed south from Palatown, you fucking scrub. Out of all the gyms, I think Blaine is my favorite.
So you missed Articuno. You missed one of the coolest optional dungeons in the game. It's not for scrubs. You get Articuno. Like, a great Pokemon. Well, maybe not great since playability-wise, but a really fun Pokemon.
Favorite Fire-type Pokemon are rare in damn near every Pokemon game, so...
She's not going to talk about the power plant, is she? Anyway.
Fire-type gym is always a welcome challenge, but his trivia questions were something I always thought was very cute. It's better than maneuvering around gym trainers like someone who's just dropped a really eggy fart and is trying not to be noticed about it. Oh right, but first you have to go through the Pokemon Mansion. You know, I forget about this dungeon every single time I play this game, and then I just spam repels and try not to battle anyone. I feel Pokemon Mansion should be the coolest dungeon, but it's in a city and so suffers from similar issues that Silphco does. The access to a Pokemon Center nearby renders the things that make the dungeons interesting completely moot. 7th badge...
Why do you say that, Lily? And plus, Pokemon, that location is great because of the lore, the elements of the Mewtwo cloning. It informs you about something that's greater lurking just beyond a mysterious dungeon. All right, super chat. Pile of Bones, thank you so much for leaving a super chat. Is it just me or Lily or half of Lily's review? Is her being a contrarian? Sorry about that. The Lavender Town bit seems like she intentionally glossed over pretty important details about Marowak's mother. Yeah, she is. Lily is by default a contrarian. She wants just to get people angry. She's succeeding to get me angry. So that's so mission accomplished, Lily. You're doing your job correctly. But I digress. The point is she's saying things just to troll and get into elicit a response. And in doing so, she is creating a review that's primarily done to annoy people who like the later generations, who like these more clever mechanics. And again, there are other strategies. Lily is correct that there are other strategies to win, and you don't have to rely on the tried and true methods of the competitive scene to win. But the competitive scene rules exist because of the competitive scene. They exist because of the speedrunners, because of the min-maxers. You don't have to follow their instructions. But if you want to be efficient, you want to do a Nuzlocke, for example, these strategies can benefit you, can help you. They are not a get-out-of-jail-free card, but they are a bit of advice that can benefit you in the long run. But if you're playing the game, you're playing the game. You can do whatever you want. And that's the beauty of Pokemon. But acting like she's breaking the system by not following certain rules, well, that's not really doing anything remarkable. Kids do that. Kids do the whole, I'm going to only use my one Pokemon I got at the start of the game for every fight strategy, and it works just as fine. You can beat the game with a level 100 Charizard if you really just want to use Charizard exclusively. But I digress. Anyway. Okay. I do like Blaine, though. I do like Blaine.
Acquired. Swing back to Viridian, give Giovanni a midlife crisis, then head out for the Pokemon. Actually, hang on. I actually really like Giovanni. He's a much more real villain than any other evil team. He just wants to exploit Pokemon for financial gain. He could just as easily be the Mafia or Amazon. But what I really like is that after the 3rd time you beat him, he just goes...
Wait a second. Just as easily be the Mafia. Lily. He is the Mafia. Like, what do you think Giovanni is? What do you think Team Rocket is? They're the Mafia. They're the mob. They're the Pokemon mob. They're stealing and exploiting Pokemon for financial gain. They're a criminal enterprise. His name is Giovanni, an Italian name. He is the Mafia. Like, yeah, he's also a capitalist because Mafia people are capitalists. Oh my goodness. Lily. Please. You chose the wrong Italian to talk about the Italian Mafia too. Like, I've watched The Godfather 100 times. I know how the Mafia works. Okay, I'm just kidding. But still. Still, it's not even subtle. He's a mob boss. He's a mob enforcer. Like, he's a mob boss and a mob enforcer. Some things you think are obvious. You think, oh, Giovanni's a mob boss. I knew that when I was 7. Anyway, yeah, he's the Tony Soprano. Well, I don't know if he's Tony Soprano of Pokemon. He has his life more together than Tony Soprano, I feel like.
I had my entire empire toppled by a small child. What the fuck is wrong with me? What am I doing with my life? I am a failure of the highest order. And he just quits and goes into hiding and hangs out in a cave for the rest of his life. You humiliated this guy so badly, he had a midlife crisis. Okay, and in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you could beat him again and make him even more depressed. He's actually kind of pathetic. I love torturing the elderly. Anyway, after that, and quite an invigorating run through Victory Road, my points about Rock Tunnel still stand here. I make it to the Elite Four. Lorelei was probably the most difficult of them.
Hang on a second. So she did avoid the power plant and Moltres in Victory Road. Okay, fine. Okay. We're avoiding all the Pokemon. We're avoiding all the optional stuff. I fear when we get to the mysterious dungeon. She's going to skip Mewtwo, isn't she? Yeah.
I'd forgotten just how padded the mid-game truly is, something I never hear anyone talk about because everyone just focuses on the features, which is what I find is the problem. This is why I wanted to do it this way. I want to focus on the gameplay and not the toys.
But Lily, you're saying you focus on the gameplay, but then ignore the gameplay mechanics. Like you're ignoring tons of gameplay mechanics. You're ignoring entire optional dungeons of the game. There's tons of content you just missed. Just avoid it outright. You avoided Safari Zone. You avoided the Seafoam Islands. You didn't even acknowledge legendary Pokemon. You didn't even acknowledge the power plant, the mysterious dungeon. You didn't talk about any of those. You didn't talk about completing the Pokedex, which is a feasible accomplishment you can do in this game. And again, the idea of the story, yeah, the story is good. It's a good story. It's a simple story, but it's good. It's effective. It gets the job done. But the problem here, Lily, is that what you're doing here is you're talking about gameplay mechanics. I'm looking for the gameplay mechanics. Okay, great, cool. And you say, I don't like the stereotypical stab moves. You can beat the game without stab moves. Okay, great. You can do that. That's fine. That's a feasible thing. But if you're talking about gameplay, you realize the gameplay gets more complex in Gen 2 and Gen 3 and Gen 4. From a gameplay perspective, Pokemon, the first generation games, are the weakest in terms of gameplay because there are a lot of things that they realized we didn't account for. You know, psychic types, they are abnormally strong. You could cheese the whole game with an Alakazam. Ghost types weren't as effective as they should have been because of mechanical issues. These are issues with the game. The dungeons are simple. Yeah. The gameplay is open-ended. Yeah. Those are good things. But it's not to say the other games aren't, or that a linear game is inherently bad. It's just a different approach to the game. When reviewing anything, you got to consider what the people who make the product, whatever it is, be it a movie, game, book, what is their intention? What are they trying to accomplish? And how well do they effectively do it? Now, Pokemon Gen 1 is very effective at what it tries to do. I think the music, the presentation, all of it are very important. But again, if I'm trying to get to a point here, it's this: that Lily is right now, so far with her first overview of the first game, really oversimplified the experience to a big extent by skipping whole features and complaining about certain dungeons she didn't like, saying it's easy if you can access a Pokemon Center, it's bad. Which again, it's how you play the game. You're open to just go through the whole thing straight through, which is what I did when I played them more recently. But again, with Gen 1 out of the way, we reached one of my favorite games in the series, Johto, Gen 2. Surely, Lily could appreciate the improvements made to the game and see this as a mark of improvement, right? Right?
So moving on to Generation 2. This was a big deal. Game Freak managed to take a game that was already big by Game Boy standards and make it even bigger. More Pokemon, an entirely second region, an update on what had happened since you'd last been there. How did Game Freak manage to pull off something so spectacular? Well, I'll tell you how. They got someone else to do it. President of HAL Laboratory Satoru Iwata came in and fixed their Frankenstein's monster of code.
Not true. That is inaccurate, actually. He came in and do a few different minor edits, but the game was already designed before then.
That was so bad Nintendo's entire team of programmers couldn't decipher it, let alone fix it. But thankfully, someone competent was in the office, and so we got to experience the best pair of Game Boy games to ever exist. Or...
Inaccurate, Lily. The games weren't that bad. It's a mistranslation of what they actually said. He did help, so maybe, with a couple of things. But, like, not the whole game. The game was already finalized before you even got a look at it. Oh my goodness. Misinformation. We're already up to a great start.
Now, I think Silver is one of the less interesting rivals. He's just an edgy, sore loser who slags off everyone around him and talks about how great...
No. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Silver is one of the best rivals in Pokemon. He is great. He is fantastic. He is great. He is the edgiest edger to ever edge. He is fantastic. He has a great background, a really interesting set of lore that connects him to the deeper Pokemon mythos. His introduction is unorthodox. You find him running away from the scene of the crime. And his arc is fantastic too. His arc is more extreme than Blue's. Blue goes from like cocky little snot to like, very more self-reflective, mature, actually emotionally intimate character. Silver goes from having a bone to pick with the world to becoming a more mellow person, self-reflective, healing through your rivalry. He grows as you grow, and that's something that a great rivalry has.
The first thing I did in Violet City was head right to Sprout Tower. It's the first major dungeon, and it's actually a pretty good one. Like with Rock Tunnel, it's a fixed linear path to your destination with plenty of trainers and wild Pokemon, so it's an endurance test rather than a puzzle dungeon. But
it's the same structure as the Pokemon Tower, Lily! Lily, it's the exact same thing! It even ends with like a straightaway that you have to go up and face trainers in. It's a... Lily, you just criticized this in the last review. This is exactly what you were criticizing. Okay, hang on. We're bringing it back.
Actually, compared to Sprout Tower, Violet's Gym is kind of a pushover. I mean, most of my Pokemon were injured and fainted, but I didn't lose. Chikorita and Metapod handled most of them until Geodude came out to finish off Pidgeotto. First badge acquired. And
Lily, why do you only have 3 Pokemon? Lily, why did you almost lose to Faulkner? Faulkner is one of the easiest gym leaders in all of Pokemon. Like, when I was 9, I beat him without even losing any HP. Anyway.
Metapod evolved, and now I have a murder bug.
Who I will feed the souls of my victims.
Heading out to Union Cave, Butterfree's bloodlust proved unquenchable as she slaughtered every last Pokemon and trainer who got in my way. Geodude, on the other hand, she wasn't having as good of a time, but I needed to level her up because the next gym was a bug gym, and bugs don't like rocks. I would know, I tested this theory very thoroughly as a child. Okay, so both Azalea Town and Goldenrod City have leaders whose main gimmick is using attacks that get progressively stronger after consecutive hits. Now, this kind of fight is basically screaming, use sleeper accuracy moves, because there's no tanking 5 hits from Fury Cutter or Rollout. And it took me just a little longer than I'd like to admit that Scyther was a flying type, and so Mud Slap wasn't actually going to work. But then I remembered that means he's 4 times weak to Rock Throw, and I almost realized that just a little bit too late. So between the 2 bad Mud Slaps and the missed Rock Throw, he got up to 4 stacks of Fury Cutter. If I hadn't hit that last one, he would have one-shot everyone on my team. This has been a certified Lily Orchard bimbo moment, because I'm 30 and somehow a game for children is getting one over on me. Second badge acquired. Anyway, then you have your first real fight with your rival, and I crushed him with Butterfree, whose bloodlust was sated. For now. And I take back what I said before, Kyle Ron isn't one of the less interesting rivals. He's the worst fucking rival in the entire damn series. I fucking hate this kid. See, in Gen 1, you and your boyfriend have a good dynamic. You playfully slag each other off, but there's affection and competitive spirit there. Gen 2's rival just shows up, rants about his strongman rhetoric, loses to you, and then overcompensates. And he never gets any better unless you go way too far out of your way to find the special events with him, which I never did because I don't care about his redemption arc. He's just this obnoxious burden every time he shows up, and I resent the rest of the fanbase for fixating on him and acting like he was the best rival just because he was broody and emo. That's the only reason you like this guy, because he was emo, and that's what you think good writing is.
No. What I like about it is that he is in many ways desperate for validation. That is interesting. The desperation for validation is so interesting because that's vulnerability. That's weakness. What you see as pathetic, I see as compelling. And again, redemption is interesting. Yeah, you didn't care about the redemption. That does not mean it's not written into the game. Just because you didn't care about it doesn't mean it's not in the narrative. Like, that's the thing. Silver is someone who is in pain. He's been abandoned by his father, who again, Team Rocket, is abandoned by their leader, and it happens to be the same person. That component is very compelling. Now again, in Gold and Silver, they don't actually directly state that Giovanni is Silver's father. I believe that was in the remakes. But again, that's the lore now, so that's what we're going with. But we still know he's a person that's hurting. It's very clear from the games he is in pain and he is lost. And that exists as a parallel to Team Rocket being lost, desperately begging for their father figure, their Giovanni, their leader to return. Just because the fandom likes him does not mean he's a bad character. There are stories that the fandom loves that I don't like, particularly. But, and not just Pokemon fandom, but in general, there's things I disagree with the fandoms about all the time. I'm very outspoken about that. But the problem here is that Lily is conflating the struggle for acceptance, the struggle to remain loved, to be accepted, and seeing that as a weakness, which I find very disturbing. Lily conflates Blue's snarky bullying with friendliness. That's not reality, though. That's not what's happening here. Blue is being snarky because he's an insecure bully who wants to validate his existence, to belittle you to make him feel better. And Silver does the same thing, but more transparently, and his arc is more extreme in the context of the game itself. Anyway.
Silver and Hop are fundamentally the same character, it's just that one of them is superficially emo and the other isn't. Fuck Silver. Oh, that's not good. It's alright, Togepi's got it, and Primeape is down. I sent out Bayleaf against Poliwrath, but I kept getting stuck in a loop of sleep, Mind Reader, and sleep again. Wake up, you damn plant dog! Switching out wasn't good either because Poliwrath was faster and would just keep doing the loop of Mind Reader and Hypnosis. In better games, you can loop AI to your advantage. Here it just fucks you over, and he keeps using Hypnosis. Whatever.
In better games, the AI isn't as effective at beating you. Lily. Why do you want the game to be easier? You gotta think a little bit about this. You gotta say, okay, this isn't working. Let me find a new solution. Come on.
I decided to take the coward's way out, and that was to keep healing until he ran out of power points. By some miracle, bringing out Bayleaf again got him to miss twice with Hypnosis. Nice! But then he hit me with the third one. Aww. But eventually I won the stalling war because Bayleaf is bulky as shit, and definitely not because I had him hooked up to an IV full of potions. 5th badge acquired. So I got the medicine to Amphi and convinced Jasmine to do her job, and so we're right back into another gym battle. This is where the game falls apart a bit. You see, once you finish Ecruteak City, you have the choice of where to go next. You can do the Olivine, Cianwood, and Mahogany Town storylines, and their respective gyms in any order you want, but you have to do all of them. Because you could do them in any order, they're all relatively the same power-wise. This is that infamous level curve people talk about, because once you reach this point, progression just sort of stops. Wild Pokemon remain around level 15, trainers have around level 20, and the gym leaders have Pokemon in their 30s for 3 gyms until you have 7 badges. Outside of Red, very few battles in this game feature Pokemon higher than level 50. As I mentioned earlier, most of the XP is found in the daily and weekly events and the trainer rematches, but the entire system is extremely inelegant, and it means you have to wait until the next day to actually do anything. This means you don't have to do much grinding for a full team, but it also means that if you're not doing those daily events, you're going to fall behind very quickly because wild Pokemon just flat out aren't very high level. And if you're only using your starter for everything, you're going to be criminally over level. With all 3 gyms all having the same level range, that gulf is only going to get bigger and bigger. You're either overpowered, stuck grinding, or stuck waiting. All of this is only compounded by the availability of Pokemon. More than half the Johto Dex isn't available outside of the post-game, either being locked to Kanto, items you get from Kanto, or areas you can't access until you've cleared Kanto. I know Tamahiro recently put out a video defending this decision as it made some Pokemon rare and desirable through their scarcity, but here's a big problem with that. Johto's actually good Pokemon not being available until well into the post-game turns them into trophies rather than actual Pokemon. Once you...
No, it makes them a reward. You have to work for them. Especially when you have to deal with the whole other Kanto region. Or Red. Or competitive play. Like, you shouldn't get the good things at the start of the game. You should have to earn them, work for them. If you got good Pokemon in plethora early in the game, they wouldn't be special. They wouldn't be an accomplishment getting. Also, Lily, your team is 4 levels below Chuck. All right? Grinding is the way to win in Pokemon. Also, you completely ignored the Suicune quest, which in Crystal is one of the big selling points of Crystal with... Anyway.
You get a Misdreavus, there is nothing left to do. Once you get a Houndour, you're 95% of the way through the post-game with only Red in your way. Same with Larvitar. So many actually good Pokemon stuck in a part of the game where once you get them, there is nothing left to actually do with them other than erase them by starting a new game. This might sound fine for trophy hunters out there, but if you're someone for whom, say, Houndoom is your favorite Pokemon, this is actually garbage design. Sure, it might make Houndoom...
It's not garbage design. You have to work for it.
More special and exclusive and give it more value to make it so rare, but is that fun? No,
Yes.
It's not. And value can fuck off if it makes the game less fun. This is why only pathetic sacks of shit think shiny Pokemon have any actual value. They're such a pain in the ass.
Because it's fun to get. It's something different. That's a trial to explore. And when it happens, it's so cool. Oh my goodness.
To get that most people just won't bother, and not bothering is the smart decision. Value is entirely subjective, and while you might need scarcity to make Tyranitar more valuable, people for whom Tyranitar is their favorite Pokemon aren't so capitalist in mindset, and artificially depriving them of their favorite Pokemon is actually the worst decision a Pokemon game could ever make.
Capitalist mindset? No, it's because they're in a certain region of the game designed around their typing. Right? Their typing is, they are located in area, like that's why you go to the power plant to get electric Pokemon. That's why Mount Silver has all the very advanced, unusual, powerful Pokemon. It's the place where the most powerful Pokemon are. That's why Dratini is in the Dragon's Den, or Dragon's Cave, whatever. That's why the Red Gyarados is in the Lake of Rage. The typing is unique. That's why the Unknown are all in the ruins of Alph. They put Pokemon in locations that are unique to their type to A, connect to the world building, B, make it a reward to find it, and C, give you a chance to really explore these powerful Pokemon. That's why legendaries like Mewtwo or Lugia or Rayquaza, they're at the end of the game because they are so powerful that if you got them that early, you would cheese everything. And they're meant to be a fun thing that you get as a token of your victory. And again, Lily, the game gives you powerful Pokemon early on that you're just neglecting, like Suicune. Oh my goodness.
No, I would hate it if a Pokemon game withheld Gardevoir from me until the post-game, and several of them have done just that. When you have a game series like this where the actual value of individual Pokemon is so subjective, artificially withholding many of those Pokemon is just punishing the people who dare to actually like them. Jim, hello Graveler, say hello to Magnemite. Hello Magnemite, now say hello to Steelix. Hello
Why are you 9 levels
lower? It's alright,
Bayleaf's
got this with Reflectant. You know, sometimes I really don't like you. It's alright, Mantine's got it. Good job, Mantine. 6th badge acquired. Getting into Mahogany Town, there's a problem. The gym is blocked off until you complete the Underground Rocket Dungeon, which first requires defeating the shiny Gyarados at the Lake of Rage. This sets in motion
defeating? Lily, you were just complaining about all the powerful Pokemon being, like, locked away in the mid-late game. And you're defeating the Pokemon that are being handed to you that are like an accomplishment to capture, that are a status figure to capture. Lily, why are you complaining about not having any Pokemon available to you? When you're not capturing any Pokemon, you're clearly not training the Pokemon or grinding the Pokemon. There are other ways of training your Pokemon than just trainer battles. You can grind in the wild. You can catch stronger Pokemon. You can breed the Pokemon. Anyway.
Worst part of the damn game. I hope you like rocket fights because there's nothing but them for the next 2 hours. You gotta go through the rocket hideout, and then after you get the 7th badge, you have to trek through 3 different dungeons in Goldenrod City filled with samey, boring rocket fights, 2 of which are just the radio tower split into 2 parts, and fucking Christ, this sucks. Compared to the later games, it's not as egregious. I'd rather go through this than the 70 billion plasma encounters in Gen 5.
Lily, do you enjoy video games at all?
It is clear to see where Game Freak is picking up their bad habits. Cards on the table, some people like the more involved JRPG plots Pokemon has had since Gen 4. People gas up Cyrus and N as the best antagonists the series has ever had, but I fucking hate these two. Pokemon storytelling hasn't gotten better over the years, it's just gotten wordier. It takes more text to do the same thing, and those bad habits start here. So Lance attacks a human being with a fully evolved dragon.
They're nothing alike. Lily, did you read the words in question? Did you read what they said? Yeah, they are more words. You know what the thing about those words are? They're saying something. They say words because words translate into a narrative. And when you engage with a narrative, you encounter the complexities of storytelling. You figure out, oh, hey, here's point A, here's point B. We have to get to this point A to point B and get there. And as a result of all this, you undergo an adventure, a journey, one might say. Much like the journey you're talking about with Ash, and going about, oh, well, it's Ash's journey, it's Ash's exploration. Well, you know what else about Ash's exploration? He encounters roadblocks. The world he's adventuring in changes and shifts along the course of an exploration. The problem is you have no interest in that world building. Anyway.
Oh, but you can't just go through. No, that would be simple. Instead, you need to battle the 3 sages before they will let you through. Anyway, I crushed them and shattered their faith and went on to the dogs. 2 of them ran away and Suicune challenged me. And I killed it because Legos are boring. No, really, I don't think I've actually caught a non-mandatory.
Lily, what the fuck? Lily, do you enjoy Pokemon? Do you enjoy the adventure, the experience of encountering something special and powerful? How can you talk so much about not liking how later games remove the idea of the adventure, when you're upset when you encounter things in your adventure. Markers of how incredibly vast the world is. Lily, every time in these videos that you have talked so far about the adventure, you're talking about walking. You're not talking about exploration. You're not talking about understanding the world and seeing it. You're talking about going on a hike. And they're hiking simulators you can just play instead. Play Shadow of the Colossus. That's hiking for half the game and you encounter a really crazy fight. But what you're talking about right now, Lily, is not actual adventure. What you're praising is walking. At no point in any of these videos have you engaged with the narrative of these games. You said, oh, Team Rocket's sad. Okay, great. You said, oh, Silver's an edgelord. Okay, great. But the story of the legendary dogs is interesting. There is an element of world building there. You see these legendary Pokemon that you encounter early on, and then you learn they are the resurrected Pokemon raised by other legendaries. There's 2 towers, one of which burned down, the other one's still standing. There's a history, a legendarium to this world. And then you're like, oh wow, well, if this tower burned down, and these powerful Pokemon were raised by another Pokemon, by Ho-Oh, how powerful is Ho-Oh, by comparison? How interesting is Ho-Oh? It builds a tier of intrigue. And of course, there's a connection between Ho-Oh and legendary beasts, and Lugia and legendary birds from the previous game. All of that is compelling, interesting world building, much like how those journal entries about Mew and Mewtwo and cloning is interesting and gives you lore, gives you a perspective on the whole world. It's interesting. Heck, even with Pewter City, you completely ignored the museum, which gives you a history of the world. Anyway. This is 4, by the way.
Mandatory legendary in a long time. You've seen, or however you pronounce it, gamers at me about how great and special Suicune is, and now we can go. Between Mahogany Town and Blackthorn City is Ice Path, a dungeon filled with movement puzzles. I actually think Ice Path is one of the more interesting dungeons, and not just because it has a unique tile set in Crystal, but because the strength and movement puzzles are a lot more interesting than just push boulder onto button. Furthermore, it follows my thing about good dungeon design.
She's
because
right.
there's so much movement and puzzle solving, there are virtually no trainers here harassing you and getting in your way, and while Pokemon encounters don't happen on the ice tiles, this means 100% of your focus is spent on navigating the terrain. It really does feel—
Yeah, she does just like walking. Like, that's what she likes in these games. She likes walking. She doesn't seem to like trainer battles. She doesn't like legendaries. She doesn't like the story. She doesn't like the characters. She barely talks about the gym leaders beyond cheesing them. She just likes walking from point A to point B. Okay. They're games for that interest. They're not Pokemon, but they are games for that.
The fight with Claire starts with Dragonair, but she paralyzes Butterfree and then gets in a crit slam. What the hell? Fine, Golem's got this. Don't worry, Butterfree, I still love you. But then she pulls out a second Dragonair who freezes my Golem. You're just being mean at this point. So I brought out Mantine, and looking at his moveset, can you guess which move I decided to use against the Dragon-type Pokemon? That's right, it was Surf. It's alright, I won anyway, no harm done. And then there's a third Dragonair. You have 3. Why do you have 3? Fine, Ice Beam this one to—
Dragonair is awesome. How dare a Pokemon game be challenging?
Whatever, Iron Tail, I don't like this gym. Claire sends out Kingdra, who is super bulky and gets hooked up to an IV full of hyper potions, which means I lost. I really don't like this gym. A little bit anticlimactic now that I think about it. Yeah, so, I'm gonna be honest here, I'm not a fan. While it is ultimately Gen 1 but with more stuff, Gen 2 is completely hamstrung by its extremely stingy offerings of Pokemon. All the fun Pokemon are locked away in the post-game. That's not where they should be. They should be here in the main game. That's how the last one worked. That's how every gen works. It makes absolutely no sense to make 100 new Pokemon and then take all the cool ones and seal them off in the post-game. Follow me on this. In Generation 1, how many—
Wait a second, so you're not going to talk about the Kanto side of things? You're gonna stop it halfway through the game and call it a day? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Lily. you didn't finish the game. There's a whole other half. That's why people love Johto so much, because the post game is the second half of the game. You skipped 50% of the game, Lily. It's not done yet. You're not even close to done.
Why would you try to stop us from doing that? The appeal of Kanto should be reacquiring older favorites, not finding half the new Pokemon you've hidden away. The end result is that some Pokemon will never be on someone's team because you just can't get them. This is a problem in every generation, but Gen 2 is the worst offender here, and I think that's significant enough to warrant a very harsh criticism. It is because of that, Gen 2 does not even come close to eclipsing its predecessor. It might be the only flaw with the generation, but it is a big one.
Lily, you don't capture any Pokemon anyway. Who cares what you think about that? You don't capture anything. Your team was the same team from the very beginning of the game. You didn't get Gyarados. You didn't get Suicune. You got 3 or 4 Pokemon at the beginning of the game, and maybe you got 2 others to add to your rotation. And that's it. Why do you care if you can't get a Pokemon until later on? You weren't going to capture them anyway. This criticism is so ridiculous from you specifically because you didn't get anything. You didn't use the same 4 6 Pokemon from the start, and that's it. Heck, you didn't even capture Togepi. They gave that one to you. Fucking ridiculous.
And it's telling that this was not something they would ever repeat.
With Kanto and Johto behind us, we travel forward to Hoenn. And look, I admit, at this point, my spirits were pretty dampened. I was running out of steam. But for the first stream, I figured, let's power through Hoenn. Surely it would be better. So, does Lily disappoint? Or does she manage to exceed expectations? Alright, so for the record, I'm going to stop this stream after Gen 3. I don't know if I can go on past this. If people enjoy this, I'll do a part 2 and go from Gen 4 onward. But for my sanity and my liver, we're going to stop at Gen 3. After Gen 3 ends. So we're going to do this part, and then it'll probably be about 3 hours in total. So hopefully, we'll see.
I'm a kid of the 90s, so I grew up with the very first Pokemon games, but Generation 3 and Hoenn remains to this day my all-time favorite gen. It introduced many of my favorite characters, it has the best written story, it has some of the most beautiful locales of any region.
The best written story? Oh sure, what team do you side with? The team that wants to drown the Earth or dry out the Earth?
Especially as this was before the DS brought in the washed out pastels and jaggy 3D models of Gen 4 and 5, and it introduced many Pokemon that remain among my favorites to this very day. Generation 3 is something of a...
Oh, you like Gardevoir, don't you? You're one of those. Okay.
Controversial gen. Some people adore it, some people hate it, and others correctly identify it as the starting point for many things about Pokemon that have annoyed people in later years. But let's dive in, shall we? Come on, Trico, we're going on an adventure.
I do hate how
as soon as I catch myself a baby. If you thought I wasn't going to, you don't know me very well. I named her G. Okay, so one problem with the Gen 3 games is that the routes are either really, really long.
Hang on a second. Was that just a... Did we just see a piece of fan art with Lily and Gardevoir where it's... Okay, well, I guess I know what she would do in the Smash or Pass game I almost did.
I arrive at the Marine office only to be told that Captain Stern went to the museum. So I go to the museum and find that Aqua's milling about. Oh, well, that's definitely not a good sign. So when I go to give Captain Stern the Sea Pearl, I mean the Devon part, sorry, I thought it was in a more chaotic story for a second, Aqua shows up and tries to convince me to go party with them. Sir, I am not that kind of girl. So I crush them and Archie shows up and calls his own men simps for losing to a child. Sir, that's a combination.
So, okay, so let's take a pause right here because a lot's going on. Lily is at this moment just summarizing the game. And in a way that doesn't really explore the mechanics of the game. She's just saying, I went here, went here, went here, went here. And what's very strange to me with this whole respect is how different it is from the previous game. She's not complaining about anything. She's also not discussing anything. She's just summarizing, which is surprisingly underwhelming, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little disappointed so far from her coverage of Gen 3. She's not really exploring the mechanics yet. I'm sure that will change, considering there is still 20 minutes of footage left, but let's see what she does.
Actually, I found him further along the route, so apparently Birch wasn't even looking very hard. Anyway, I crushed him. Okay, he crushed me. But I crushed him the second time, and G evolved into a slightly bigger child. So I spent some time training my Pokemon in the...
Lily, the fact that you just showed fan art of you seducing a Gardevoir, and you're saying the child grew into a slightly larger child is concerning. Where this is going? Please don't go with I think you're going with this, Lily. Okay.
Actually, fuck, I forgot Wally's here, and he wants to battle with just a level 16 Rolls. Aw, poor kid. After crushing the dreams of my apprentice and putting him on an arc to train and grow stronger and meet me at Victory Road and get crushed again, I continue on to the gym. Kinda, I'm telling this story out of order. Watson's gym has this obnoxious button puzzle that is determined to make you think you can get around the gym trainers, but you can't, and it makes you die a little inside. But once you actually get to Watson, it turns out he's a very gentle and supportive pile driver right into the pavement. I got by just stacking Calm Mind on G, at least until he got in that cheeky sonic boom, little stinker. Second time around, I tried to do the Calm Mind trick again, but somebody decided to blow up. Fine, I'll go level grind some more, you bastard.
Level grind some more? Lily, when have you ever level grinded in this whole game series so far? Every time you go to a gym, you're like 3 or 4 levels behind what you should be. Oh my goodness.
Third time's the charm, and this time I actually managed to get a few Calm Minds off, and she survived the self-destruct on 1 HP like a fucking mad lass. Gee, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Now don't fuck this up for me. And you know what happened? She didn't. She bodied all of them. Mantrick was a little bitch with the super potions, but I was equally scummy, so I guess I can't complain. I mean, I'm going to complain anyway, but still. So on the road to Philarber Town, one of the longest and most interesting routes.
Why do you have only 3 Pokemon this far in the game? Why, Lily? Why do you do this to us? Why do you do this to yourself? Capture other Pokemon. Expand your variety. Like create a team, a full team. That's part of the fun of this game franchise, to make a full team of different Pokemon. Like personally, I have a hard time just choosing 6 half the time because there's so many cool Pokemon I want to have on my team that just don't include.
On the way there, G evolved into Gardevoir, and now I have a walking nuke for a best friend. Nothing can hurt me now, except
Lily, didn't you just describe this Pokemon moments ago as your child? Why is your child laying in your lap like that, Lily?
One thing of note is that Gardevoir's sprite is pretty androgynous in Gen 3. It's funny how later gens would actually try to make them look a lot more feminine, you know, round out their horn, give them a masculine counterpart evolution. Man, all those memes really fucked Game Freak up, didn't it? Apparently in Meteor Falls, Magma and Aqua get into a fight about a meteor that they're trying to steal from some scientist. Magma cheeses it, Archie apologizes for assuming I was part of Team Magma. Great, now apologize for your men hitting on me. I am only 10. I then have to chase Team Magma back to Mount Chimney because they're trying to make a volcano erupt to expand the land and kill everyone in its wake. Did you not think this through? We want more land for human expansion. What humans? You're gonna kill them all, Maxie.
This is why the plot of Gen 3 is ridiculous. The main conflict is between someone who wants to drown the Earth and someone who wants to burn the Earth. These are both dumb plans for ridiculous, over-the-top villains. I love it because it's goofy as anything, but it's not a good plot. It's really silly. The great thing about Gen 3 is the journey, the environments, the character arcs, but the Magma and Aqua plot is really silly. And anyone who's ever played these games can admit that, and I think that the fact that they love it so much is part of why this gen is so good, because it is so goofy, unashamedly so. And I do like how it's not just Team Rocket for the 3rd time, but Team Magma and Aqua are just plain goofy. Though I will say this right now, unlike Team Magma, who are a bunch of nerds, Team Aqua are a bunch of sexy pirates. So, that's just, you know, food for thought.
Actually, since I'm here, out of all the wordy supervillains Pokemon has, Magma and Aqua are probably the best because they only have a few moments in the story. Plasma and Galactic are encountered at damn near every route in their—
So wait a second here. Your reasoning for liking the Magma and Aqua subplot is because you engage with them less? Oh my god. So like you're not even judging them objectively. You're just saying you like them less. You like them so little, the less you deal with them, the better. That's what you're saying, Lily. Okay.
Their respective games, and you often have no choice but to stop them. But I went several towns before running into Magma and Aqua again. I fought like a dirty coward, spamming Calm Mind on Spinda, because spamming Calm Mind is literally the best decision you can ever make, and with G being a lot faster than any of his other Pokemon, it was just a straight sweep. You see how broken this Pokemon is? People think I'm joking when I say Gardevoir needs some serious nerfs because they aren't very good and competitive, but in the main game, they just slaughter by virtue of having good moves. A big problem with Psychic types in Gen 1 was that they had very high Spatak and Spadoof by virtue of how the special stat worked, and their big weakness was physical attacks. A lot of them were reconfigured to just one of those in Gen 2, but Gardevoir, again, has very high Spatak and Spadoof, and the ability to pad those stats with an early game Calm Mind. Calm Mind makes you stronger and bulkier, and it really should only do one of those things. This isn't helped by the fact that Dark, the type added to rein Psychic types in, is special. So even without Calm Mind, they can still take a crunch to the face, and with it, it's even worse. You'd think Gen 4 fixed this with the physical special split, but it didn't. Gardevoir just got even more moves, and they could already learn Reflect to curb physical attackers. You give Gardevoir Reflect and Calm Mind, and they're basically unkillable. How bad is it? It's this bad.
Right. But here's the thing with that. Here's the logic here. People say it's bad in the competitive scene because it is not good in the competitive scene. The strategy you're employing, Lily, is effective. That is true. But to say that this is somehow the only way to play the game, and it is always effective, is not the best. Because again, low defense, low attack, low HP, mid speed. You get a very fast physical attacker. Before you even get Calm Mind down, that's it. You're done. And again, Lily, the problem ultimately is that you are over-relying on a singular Pokemon to get you through the entire game. You're not... Yeah, Flygon, okay, that's one example of something you caught, and that's good. That's how you should play the game. You should get types you want and all that. But the problem here is that you are hyper-focusing on and saying, this Pokemon is so great. This is a perfect Pokemon. We have a good strategy with it. You have a good strategy, and that's important. Any Pokemon can be incorporated into a good strategy if you have the right ideas, you have to have the right technique. That's good. That's how the game should be played. But the other players aren't wrong for saying they can counter it. They're just saying, hey, this is less effective than another Pokemon that we use. And that's a valid statement. It is less effective than the other Pokemon they use. So again, Lily, the problem becomes you're taking offense to something that's not being said. They're not saying this Pokemon is always bad, which is what you're implying they're saying. They're saying it's not as usable as other types of Pokemon. And that's what they're saying.
I'm not kidding, this is the single most broken Pokemon in the main game that has largely gone unfixed because most people just don't bother to find out that this is such a problem. One Pokemon should not be breaking the game that much. Anyway, I got the balance badge. That's fucking hilarious given what I did to get it.
Lily, it's really not breaking the game. You just had a good strategy. That's about it. It's not breaking anything. It's a good strategy that has beneficial, but it's not invincible and it's not particularly overpowered. It's not like spiky rocks or whatever. You know, it's good. It's a good strategy, but it's not breaking the game. Also, you have Gardevoir 10 levels above everything else, while everyone else is 10 levels behind. Let's get a balanced team here, Lily.
With myself thoroughly humbled, I left the Aqua Base in search of Archie, and here starts the dreaded sea routes. Okay, so the entire latter half of the game's story takes place on the ocean.
Oh no. Lily also read the IGN review that said too much water. And she agrees with it, apparently. I'm kidding. I have no idea if that's the case. But still.
The importance placed on the balance of land and sea, half the game taking place on the sea isn't necessarily a bad idea. Exploring the ocean is cool. People like doing it. Wind Waker is nothing but that, and it's fucking great. The problem is the fact that the gameplay of the sea routes is unchanged. Sea routes are, in my opinion, the most underutilized aspect of the Pokemon games. There's so many cool things you could do with it if you wanted to for comparatively little effort. Make wayfinding a mechanic to figure out where you're going, give you interesting places to explore little islands and coral reefs, have interesting things in the ocean to find. But
Lily, you skipped Seafoam Island! Lily, that's what Seafoam Island was! In Gen 1! And you were like, oh, I'm going to skip Seafoam Island like a chud. Seafoam Island is right there, Lily. It's right there. You could have gone there yourself. You could have gone there yourself and explored the hidden depths. And in Gen 3, you can dive into the water and explore ruins beneath the surface of the water. Lily, these were components that were in the game that you particularly ignored. You didn't look at them. And of course, in Gen 3, Fire Red and Leaf Green, they're the Sevi Islands, which are incredibly interesting stuff. So, again, you could have done something with them in the game itself. Yeah, wayfinding, sure, that is cool. I admit, that's a cool idea. How it would be implemented, I have no idea into a Game Boy Advance game, but you could implement that somehow. But Gen 3 did involve sea exploration a lot. Diving and all that with waterfalls and all that. Those are some really interesting concepts. But, yeah, no, this isn't Wind Waker, but there is so much you can do already in the mechanics of the game already that you're just ignoring or have ignored previously.
In Pokemon, sea routes are just roads filled with wild Pokemon and trainers, and they're places where the wild Pokemon infest every tile. On land routes, wild Pokemon are only found in tall grass, and the tall grass is used to detail the environments as well.
Untrue, there's also cave routes.
But the rest of the route is relatively safe. But sea routes are like caves where you get harassed on every single damn tile. They're also visually very boring. There's water, there's rocks, sometimes there's dirt, that's it. The only thing
What do you think the sea is, Lily? Do you think there's little floating specks of surface you can just land on? Just by default? Anyway.
And added was the ability to dive, which should be really cool, but in practice, really cool. Diving just takes you to a canyon that is just more rock. Sometimes there's a little foliage, but otherwise it's just another path that you find a few other Pokemon in. Can you imagine being a dev on this game, having the entire theme?
Lily, what do you think the sea is?
Of land and sea drilled into your head and not making the sea routes anything close to as interesting as the land routes. And what's even worse is that despite the entire Pokemon fanbase complaining about this from the moment these games came out, when IGN made the same complaint about the remakes, people got mad at them for bringing it up.
Joking,
like,
Lily.
They were the target of mockery for too much water.
No,
like, assholes, you were complaining about this shit for a decade and they still haven't fucking fixed it. Instead, they wasted their time making an entire post-game story where you get ranted to about ham-fisted philosophy by crappy characters and then catch another few useless legendary. It's so fucking ridiculous that they can't get...
Deoxys is a useless legend. Also, Lily, you catch Deoxys in space. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like, in 7.8, Too Much Water, it is a joke. And also, people weren't really complaining about sea routes all that much. That wasn't like a big complaint. I mean, I'm sure it was a complaint among some people. I mean, everyone complains about stuff. It's Pokemon. They're going to complain about something. It's like with Star Wars that way. There's always a complaint about some element of what have you. But, you know, comparing Deoxys to the sea routes is not the same because you ride a dragon into space to stop a meteor versus surfing. And they did evolve sea routes, Lily. You can't deny that. You just admitted it. Just because you find cave routes to be the pinnacle of exploration in Pokemon does not mean that surfing is any less interesting. Especially when you go out of your way to ignore every single interesting thing they throw at you on the sea routes.
Half their gameplay loop right, even after two... Oh, hey, we're here. So to clean up this mess, we have one option, and that's to go to Sky Pillar. Because what do you...
What I do like about this, though, is that it emphasizes that legendaries are not just rare, they are potentially all-powerful entities. The ramifications of awakening a legendary is so impactful that the world itself shudders. And that, I think, is really cool. It bugs me that Lily dismisses all the legendary Pokemon in the process, but it's really cool that Gen 3 emphasizes that these Pokemon are not so simply powerful, they have almost Lovecraftian ramifications to the world around them. I think that's really cool that Lily's glossing over again, because Lily is glossing over all world-building elements of Pokemon.
Wally's last Pokemon is his Gardevoir, who's already at a disadvantage because Thunderbolt isn't resisted.
Monster!
And then another crit takes him out for good.
Butcher!
I'm sorry, Wally, but it had to be this way. Wally's fight is actually fun in this version. In the remake, it's certainly presented better, where Wally challenges you in a field of flowers, set with his own rock track as a battle theme.
Yeah,
feeling like
Wally's
it was ripped
arc is
right
cool.
out of those 90s tournament cartoons. I love it. But unfortunately, they made it easier. His Pokemon team is exactly the same, despite the mechanical changes between Gen 3 and Gen 6. And for some reason, Wally's Gardevoir is replaced with a Gallade. Okay, like, but why though? You changed nothing else about his team. Why did you make this change? I mean, I know why. Wally's Gardevoir was always male, and the fact that Gardevoir can be male was a point of contention among some very sad people, and has always been the subject of exactly 2 jokes played on repeat for almost 20 years. This was the only reason Gallade was even added in Gen 4, and Game Freak has been taking this way too personally ever since. Pokemon fandom has always had this...
No. The reason is because it fits his character arc better. Like, that's kind of Wally becoming like a knight figure as opposed to because Gardevoir is more of a beautiful, elegant psychic figure, whereas Lily, it's not the sexism, it's the fact that this is what represents Wally. This is what represents him at his peak of his character arc. It better reflects the person that Wally becomes rather than, Gallade's a loyal knight, as comments are pointing out. Gallade is the fighter, and Wally has become a fighter. Someone who fights for what he believes in, for what he feels, passionate about.
And Brendan comes in surprised that I won. Poet, please, why do you hurt me this way? And then I go into a special empty room with an old DOS computer to be registered into the Hall of Fame. And that's Pokemon Emerald. I was pleasantly surprised by how...
Lily, why do you ignore all the post-game content, Lily? Like, that's part of the game. It's part of the fun, the post-game. I don't know.
Well, Gen 3 held up. The writing is as bad as Pokemon games always are, but the terrible writing is complemented by the fact that the main villains are...
Lily, you haven't engaged with any of the narrative. The writing is terrible. Lily, you don't engage with the writing. You haven't engaged with any of the narratives. You haven't talked to any NPCs. You've only done fetch quests with people. The writing is terrible. Come on. Get off of your high horse here. You had fun with it, right? That's good writing as far as I'm concerned. If you had fun with it, that's what matters. Is it silly and over the top? Yeah. Is it goofy? Yeah. But who really gives a flying fuck? Because the plot is fun, the world building is done well, and you missed all the character arcs because you ignored all of them. So... really, in all the games, really, you've ignored the character arcs. After Gen 3, I'd been watching Lily for 3 hours straight, which is an unhealthy amount of time to be exposed to Lily Orchard. I do a lot for you guys. So I decided to shut the video off and come back another week. A few weeks pass, batteries recharged, ready to go again. And this time we're stepping right into Gen 4. And I intended on getting Gen 4 up to 6 in the second stream. But the gods had something else in plan for me, and it was rough. It's not too late to turn back? Well, no, it is. It's too late now.
Gen 4. The move to the Nintendo DS, a platform that created some of the most beautiful 2D games on the planet, and which way too many devs tried to go 3D on. The Nintendo DS...
Okay, I agree with Lily on that one. A lot of devs really tried pushing the 3DS hardware beyond its limits, to the point where it was a little... bad. Some games, I love the 3DS, but some games were not that good.
Game Freak decided that the best idea was to make all the characters out of 2D sprites, but build the actual map out of 3D geometry, which certainly helped to make the environments look more detailed, but also tormented the DS processor. Combine that with Game Freak's usual poorly optimized code, and the game was locked to 30 FPS. This is a commonly understood issue. The games run unfathomably slowly in movement, battle transitions, health bars. That last one is the only one people actually remember, in fact, and Generation 5 is no better. The games are still slow because they're made out of even more 3D geometry, and this time pixelate like crazy if you move at all. Now, playing the Generation 4 games, I actually applied a small modification to remove the frame rate cap, which means you won't see me complaining about how slow the games are. But it is a notorious problem across the generation. Suffice to say, it is much more playable with these fixes applied.
So you're probably wondering, how much Gardevoir will we see in this whole video series? Don't worry.
Also, in the interest of transparency, from this generation on to Generation 8, I will either be modifying the starters to include a Ralts or importing one from Pokemon Home.
Okay. Hang on a second. Lily, I was with you up until that point. you really want that Gardevoir, don't you? She does indeed hack every single game to add Gardevoir as her starter. I mean, look, if you're talking about how the game is designed, sure, hacking your favorite Pokemon into the game might interfere with how the game plays, how the balance is. But what do I know? I only play the thing.
Purely for the sake of keeping things interesting for me. The games from this point onward can become a real slog, and I just want my favorite Pokemon to make things a little more bearable. Rest assured, anytime I modify the game, I will be telling you when I've done it. The move to full 3D was objective.
Yeah, but But Lily, can't you just capture the Pokemon? You can do that. You can capture it. And Gardevoir is a fine Pokemon. I'm not saying Gardevoir is bad. Gardevoir is if that's your favorite Pokemon, that's great. It's not my favorite Pokemon, but it's a good Pokemon. But Lily, she's a little, Anyway.
And as I was playing this on stream with a bunch of backseat gamers, I figured the perfect name for this annoying little bastard with his hyperactive squirrel brain was Chat. Your name is Chat. That is who you are now. Anyway, the moment I take...
You really gonna insult your audience like that, Lily? Like you're playing on stream. Don't make fun of your audience. They're the ones who support you. That just seems mean to me. I don't know. I think... Anyway, that's beside the point. Lily Orchard has a weird relationship with her audience, so she just bullies them way too much. I don't feel comfortable with that. I wouldn't feel good bullying anyway, my audience.
Then after 3 pages of dialogue, he gives us a Pokemon. I picked the Ralts I hacked into the game, and Chat immediately decided they wanted to battle. Unfortunately, Ralts only knows Growl, so I kind of had to run out the clock on this one. And Growl reduces attack power, so... Oh god, this took a while. Anyway, after I threw the match, we went home.
You see, that's what happens, Lily, when you try cheating. The game is designed for you to play it effectively. You're not going to be able to level up the Ralts at all, actually, Lily, with that, until you, can figure something out.
Anyway, the cop tells me his name is Looker and gives me a device to record my Pokemon battles with. I'm pretty sure I'm being GPS tracked. When I try to leave Jubilife, Looker stops me and won't let me leave until I visit the trainer school. I'm going to kill this cop.
You're going to kill Columbo? I mean, isn't Looker supposed to be based on Columbo? I'm surprised that, Looker doesn't just go, oh, there's just one more thing, actually. I can't do a Peter Falk impersonation to save my life. Alan Alda, sure. Apparently I sound like Alan Alda without intentionally doing so, but not that. Anyway, so
just
jury's out
look at this played in real time where I'm mashing the A button as fast as possible.
Let's find out. Okay. Oh, it's just 30 seconds, Lily. That's 30. You would never be able to do like a Persona 4 game, I guarantee it, or Final Fantasy. Silverheart Soul, thank you again for the super chat. I love how she says the game drags on as they go, but she won't do an hour of grinding. She will whine when she starts losing. Yeah, every time. She doesn't catch new Pokemon. She doesn't train her Pokemon. She's always under-leveled. And she complains about conversations. That was a 30-second conversation. Again, Persona 4... Imagine playing Metal Gear Solid. Imagine playing the Metal Gear Solid 2 where it's like an hour of cutscenes before you have the final boss. Come on.
Is this necessary?
Okay, but Lily, you're manipulating it a little bit because the first half was 30 seconds. You played a whole battle. It's not straight through. And you count the battle animations as part of your thing. So let's knock off those 5 seconds. 65 seconds for 2 conversations, essentially. That's not so bad. That's okay. That's an alright conversation. And all of it is pretty easy to read. It's fast. It's not super dense. But, it's not wordy. It's just saying, oh, hey, da-da-da, here's Galactic. Get this new item. That's not so bad. But again, I'm also biased because I play Final Fantasy and Persona, which are both way wordier than this. But, it's not a big deal. I can see it being annoying if it's, the stop and start of all the... Because again, I mentioned before, there's a lot of stop and start in these games. That's annoying, but not the biggest deal. A whole minute of a conversation. She can't stand that. Okay, let's keep going.
Necessary? Is this really fucking necessary? They just go on for so fucking long. I can't imagine trying to read this inane crap in real time. This isn't fucking pathologic. Why do you need pages of text?
What? Lily, why are you upset? It's 30 seconds. And then 35 seconds. ignoring the added seconds you included. So it's a minute roughly. It's two 30-second conversations. You can't read 30 seconds of text, play a game, get another 30 seconds of text afterwards, and then move on with your life. Lily Orchard really hates the plot of Pokemon. After the last video, that's obvious, but this especially makes it clear. If Lily Orchard has to read, she's upset. Lily, read a book. Read a book, Lily. Try to read that, okay? That's much harder than reading a 30-second conversation of Pokemon.
Tell me the most simple goddamn things. This is why a skip cutscene feature is needed in these games. All of this would be more tolerable if I could just go...
Yeah, but why would you want to do that? You would not know why you're fighting these people. There would be no... What do you want? Do you want to just fight people? Because you don't like playing Pokemon battles either. In the last video, you complained about all the Pokemon fights you had to have. So, what do you... I still don't understand why Lily Orchard plays Pokemon. Because in the last video, she complained a ton about Pokemon battles and having to face all these trainers and wild encounters. She would do like all these repels to avoid fighting Pokemon. What do you even enjoy about Pokemon? Anyway.
They still use very one-dimensional characters all the time. They're just more verbose.
But Lily, how would you know they are one-dimensional characters? You didn't read the scene. Okay.
About it. They talk forever about nothing. And it's not like they also have voice actors you could enjoy in spite of that. Instead, it's like watching subtitled anime. Just a whole lot of reading the most inane, terrible bullshit and wondering why the fuck people think this is good. I made it to Floroma Town and then...
Hating subtitled anime because you don't want to read the subtitles. Again, she just said that every single subtitled anime is inane reading that has bad dialogue. And that's not even like story. How can you say they're one-dimensional characters if you're not reading the text? At no point in her criticism did she actually engage with what the characters were saying. She's like, oh, it's so long. Skip. Don't read. Mash as fast as possible. Don't engage. She's actively encouraging her audience not to engage with the plot or the writing because she doesn't want to. Pokemon isn't exactly like Shakespeare here. We're not talking about Macbeth or even Final Fantasy, but you know, you want to get some background as to what the character's doing, and some conversations you can skip past because it's not super urgent. But anyway.
Inside the power plant, I found Galactic Commander Mars. No, seriously, what's your real name? This is Team Galactic. That is not your real name.
It's Reihino, actually. Just saying.
Name. Whatever, Mars only has 2 Pokemon. This is a piece of... Whatever, it's common knowledge that if you throw a rock at a bat, it'll stop moving. Next is a cat, something that 12-year-old me also had experience in throwing rocks at.
Wait. Lily, what's the punchline? What's the punchline, Lily? Why would you make a joke about hitting a cat with rocks? Lily, what's the punchline? Where's the joke? I don't get the joke, Lily. You gotta... I like how pretty Galaxy grunts are. Yeah, okay, Team Galactic is Mars especially. There we go.
Unfortunately, this cat has apparently been around children because she's acclimated to rocks being hurled at her skull, and I lost. I came back and earthquaked her face.
Why would you make that joke?
Said that they were gathering energy to create a new universe. Sir,
Lily, what's the joke, Lily?
They're insane. Don't take the right-wing death cults at their word. They're not going to make a new universe with 2 windmills. Outside, I run into Looker, who keeps up the stellar reputation of the police by being fucking useless and arriving 20 minutes too late. He thanks me for doing his job for him and—
Don't you insult Looker like that, Lily. Looker is better than any of us ever could dream of being. He is the only good cop in Pokemon. So Sinnoh, it's not as beautiful, I think, as Hoenn, but there's a lot of beauty to Sinnoh. And I think the world building of Sinnoh is especially really interesting because it has all these great legendaries incorporated into its lore, into the world building. But, like, it's not bad looking either. There's a lot of beautiful parts of Sinnoh. I do prefer Hoenn as an aesthetic region, but the lore and background of Sinnoh I think is really interesting, especially in Legends Arceus.
Enough of adults railroading them and disrespecting their wishes in real life. They don't need it in their video games. And yet
like a personal
Pokemon,
problem,
the most popular kids game of all time, insists on being a nagging parent the entire way through. After beating the gym and getting cut, I had to go into the Galactic headquarters. Why? I have no idea. I'm not paying attention to the dialogue at this point. I just have to go in.
Lily, you should pay attention to dialogue. The plot is the okay. Lily hates plot. Moot point at this point. Moving on.
In there to beat up Sailor Jupiter. I crush her, send her back to hell with the rest of the Sailor Scouts, and get this guy's Cleffa back.
How
or
dare you?
Which one's
Lily?
yours again? I don't know.
How dare you badmouth Sailor Moon? I mean, not how dare you. I mean, I know how you dare, but you beat up fucking Ray and Mako. Oh, what did Sailor Jupiter have to do with this? She just wants to cook and be happy, and date the upperclassman that looks like her ex-boyfriend. Anyway, still moving on. Or Amy, if you want to go with that way.
Actually care. I make it to Hearthholme City, but the gym's closed because the leader is at the contest. Oh no. Oh, please don't force me to do a contest. On the way.
Yeah, do contests, Lily. So, in case you don't know, the last video in Gen 3, Lily refused to engage with contests. Now, she didn't just say, oh, here are the contests, I'm skipping them. She just refused to even acknowledge they existed. So this is the first time Lily has acknowledged that a big chunk of the game even exists. And she's upset at the game is introducing contests as anything worth engaging with. Which means she's already ignoring a big chunk of the game in terms of what it offers.
Then I run into Lucas, who claims Galactic took his Pokedex and asks if I want to help him beat them up. Assault under dubious circumstances? Count me in! After G mugs them and steals their wallets, we get Lucas's Pokedex back. Then Looker shows up and says he heard about children feuding with Team Galactic. He then deputizes me to form an illegal search of Team Galactic's warehouse. Do you even have a warrant? Are you allowed to just force a child to help you? Do you even care about what you're allowed to do?
It's Looker.
Trying to reason with the cop. Well, there's a sealed door inside, so our breaking and entering can only go so far. Looks like we have to part ways, Looker. I'd say it's been fun, but frankly, your presence makes my skin crawl. If the game allowed me to, I'd have G microwave your brain. Arriving in Pastoria
Why do you hate Looker so much? He's the only good cop.
City, I go right for the gym, only to be interrupted by Chat, who demanded another battle. The
Silverheart Soul, thank you again. Wow, you are incredible with this. I was an ex-Lily fan, but I was never scared to like something she didn't. I also thought she was smart enough to agree to disagree. I was not a smart child, lol. No, you were a smart child for saying, hey, listen, buddy, I don't like this all, it's fine, don't worry. That was the right opinion for you. The problem is you trusted someone else to have the same healthy mindset with media that you do. But again, that's not the case. And I used to be a fan of Lily, and now how she spoke make me feel bad, like I was bad about liking Steven Universe. I stopped watching it, recently finished it, and I loved it. I'm glad you finished Steven Universe. I'm glad you were able to pursue the things you enjoy, overhyping as well. Again, it's a lot of this is from ex-Lily fans. You know, you guys were like, you guys were bullied into not liking stuff because she didn't like it. That's not okay. That's not cool. Like, I don't want to make the opinion that like you have to like what I like, because I'm not by any means an authority on anything. I just like to say things out loud. But like, you know, she made you feel guilty for enjoying things. That's not cool. I don't like that at all. And that's one reason I don't feel guilt personally about criticizing Lily, because she really bullied her community so much. And I don't respect that at all. I think that's really messed up, quite frankly.
Then Cynthia gives me some medicine to get rid of a group of Psyduck blocking Route 210, which remains the most ridiculous roadblock the game has implemented. She then asks me to deliver a charm to her grandmother. Ma'am, I'm not a free courier service. Just go spend time with your grandmother. Stop avoiding your family. So I find the Psyduck and use the medicine.
Does Lily not like Cynthia? Does Lily not like Cynthia?
Not that I dislike HMs. Personally, I love the idea of field moves. It's more fun using my Pokemon to clear obstacles than items or special ride Pokemon. And managing HMs has never really been an issue for me because I know the kind of move spread I need. HMs are a bugbear in the community. I guess it's part of the problem of people thinking they need full type coverage on every Pokemon. But honestly, I never really had that problem. Just on Gardevoir alone, I need only 3 move slots, Psychic or Psyshock depending on the gen, a non-Psychic type damaging move, and Calm Mind. Everything else is optional after that. And that's the approach
She really loves Calm Mind, which is just a move anyone can learn. She keeps saying, oh yeah, the Calm Mind, you boost up the stats, you're good to go. But like, she says it's a foolproof strategy, but she keeps losing. So it's not that good of a strategy. It's a basic move. It's a strong but basic move. Calm Mind is useful, but a lot of Pokemon can use Calm Mind. And Gardevoir is slow.
I take with the rest of my Pokemon, so working in a few HMs isn't a problem. Besides, the fact that I have 24 move slots and have to manage them between moves for battle and moves for the field is an interesting bit of resource management. And I think Pokemon removing it just because some Poketubers complained that they couldn't be 100% optimized in this children's game was a bad move. As I mentioned before, I think my
Yeah, but like, the children's game has a strategic, competitive scene. I'm just saying, like, Lily, you're acting like, oh, it's a kid's game. How dare they take it too seriously? But there's tournaments where you can win money if you do good enough. Like, there's a lot of competition there. Anyway.
What pointless strife and conflict? This is a socialist paradise. What are you talking about? You're the only one causing any conflict. You set off a bomb, for crying out loud. You know, Archie and Maxie were like charmingly stupid, but you're just completely out of your mind. I beat the
Why do you think that this is a socialist paradise? The whole world depends on capitalism. You get, when you beat someone, they give you their money. That's not socialist. That's like, oh, I mean, actually, universal healthcare. Okay, I guess for Americans like myself, the idea of going to a hospital and like just having them heal you and not having massive medical bills afterwards, I guess that is the socialist utopia there. But, you know, also, Cyrus is nuts. He's out of his mind. He is not all there, and that's part of the point of his character. He's a grandiose, like, maniac who thinks he can recreate the world in his image and it's a beautiful thing. Like, he's a bad guy. You're supposed to beat him. You want to beat him. Anyway.
It's not unethical for me to go rampaging around like a lunatic. I fought my way through the headquarters until I reached the main chamber where Cyrus is giving a speech to his grunts. Is this a cult? It feels like a cult. But
it's a cult, Lily.
Because cult leaders have to be... Looker has to walk you through the basics of the fact that Team Galactic probably dug into a wall. Observe, if you will, that hole. There was once a cave painting that had blocked the way to the summit, but the wall, it is no longer there. It lies in pieces. Do you see? Ever since the 3 Pokemon of the lake had been captured, something terrible has happened. But what exactly? I do not know. There is but one cause, Team Galactic Cyrus. And now we are all caught up. Oh, really, Looker? Really? I'm not sure.
Why do you sound British, Lily? He's clearly Columbo. Like, Looker is clearly Columbo. Like, I don't know how you can miss that. Like,
sure, my tiny brain could have figured that one out.
Oh, pretty sure it's great.
Cracked here in front of the tunnel. Maybe Team Galactic went that way. Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure. Thank God you were here to help, you useless fucking cop. In case you haven't noticed, there's a ton more dialogue in this game. Cyrus alone has more than double the dialogue than Archie and Maxie did in their respective games, but it's also stilted and devoid of any real creativity. He's an evil guy. He does evil things. Evilly. Credit where it's due, Maxie and Archie at least had the charm of the fact that they thought they were going to better the world, but they're like fucking idiots. They were almost charmingly stupid in that regard, coupled with the fact that you just don't run into them that often, like maybe less than 6 times before the finale, and after that they're like, oh, hang on, I think we might be stupid. And that's coupled by the intense weather that affects the entire map along with the tense music that accompanies it. They fucked up massively, and if we don't fix it, we're screwed. And that's more compelling than Cyrus's nihilism. Aqua and Magma are like, if we don't stop these 2 idiots, they're gonna kill us all. They're the only non-Rocket villain teams that work. As much as people complain about Team Rocket being evil for the sake of evil, I mean, that was never actually true. Team Rocket is a gang. They want to exploit Pokemon for financial gain. Instantly, that is a more real antagonist than Cyrus with his delusions of grandeur. People who want easy and quick money, or if we're being honest, are desperate because of late-stage capitalism, will turn to crime. People who think society has become so degenerate it needs a cleansing go on YouTube and rant about SJWs and woke scolds. A more real version of
Okay, let's take a... She has more to say. We'll get to it, but I want to take a pause right here for a few things. In my personal opinion, I do prefer Team Rocket and Team Aqua and Magma to Team Galactic. Not for the reasons that she's saying. I think Team Galactic and Magma are just so stupid and ridiculous and dumb that you can't not help but love them. Their whole motivation is so absurd and so goofy, it's hard not to love them. So, like, with Lily, I'm on that level with her. I get it. I get what you're throwing down, Lily. It is really dumb. It's so stupid and goofy. I'm with you there. Does that make them compelling? No, because they're so dumb, it's hard to actually get with their motivation. Team Cyrus being so driven by obsession, so driven by absurd, intense, like, hatred for the way the world is built, yeah, that's interesting, because it's so alien. It's so out there. It's so bizarre that you kind of go, okay, that's kind of cool, because it's so out. Again, it's like the Light Yagami kind of thing, where it's like, they're clearly a cult leader. They clearly have delusions of grandeur, and that's kind of compelling from how grandiose they are. Their goals aren't simply a new world. It's a new reality. They want to reshape everything using the very mechanics of the universe. And that's kind of frightening, because you know people like that, who do that. And she's trying to make it like sound like, oh, it's an alt-right thing. No, it's not alt-right. Like, Heaven's Gate was a leftist group. Like, it doesn't matter politically with this. If you believe the world is so corrupt that you want to destroy it and rebuild it, that's not right-wing or left-wing. That's, like, out there. That's like, that's nuts. And that's what's so good about it. It's a good villain plot. It works so often because, yeah, society is messy. Society is rough. But because it's rough, most people want to change that so they can protect the things they value. Someone like this goes, nope, need a reset button, need to change it all over again. That's interesting, even if it is equally horrifying. It's disturbing and twisted. But Lily's kind of like making it sound like, oh no, that's not interesting to have a villain who wants to destroy everything and replace it with something in my image. She makes it sound like that's boring. But it's not. It's so compelling. Team Rocket is very interesting because they're a criminal organization. Not evil for the sake of evil. They're just a bad group of people who want to run a crime ring. That's not the same thing as being like megalomaniacs. That's interesting. Anyway. Also, yeah, I noticed in the chat people saying this. At one point, it's a socialist haven. Next, it's a capitalistic hellscape. Lily can't decide or have to be consistent at all with this.
Cyrus would be on TV blaming all of society's problems on, I don't know, the Jirachians.
We're almost done with Gen.
No, the Muse. People this nihilistic and delusional just don't have the drive or charisma to run a cult and convince people to bomb a city. He's kind of like the jailer. He has the charisma of a pile of wet sand, and yet we're expected to believe he's manipulated and gaslit people much smarter and more charismatic than him. Oh, he's a charismatic leader. Bitch, no he isn't. He's an ugly-ass miserable nihilist sulking because the world has some vague wrongness to it. And people say he's the best villain in the series. Like, what is this?
Who says that? Who has ever said Cyrus is the best villain in the series? Also, Lily, so ignoring the fact that that people have figured out you might be a cult personality yourself, have you ever studied a cult? Because I have. And not all cult leaders are charismatic. What they do is they deprive you of outside perspectives. They manipulate you, they trick you, they guilt you, they sometimes wear you out physically so you can't think of what it is that you're doing. And like, it's not that people are dumb for falling into a cult, it's that they're desperate for order in their lives in some capacity. And because of that, they are pressured into existing into a system outside themselves. A system that they believe can give them that order they're looking for, that can give them that control they're looking for.
I just want him to shut up. Stay in the distortion world and rot, you fucking jackass. Oh yeah, the distortion world is terrible. People complain about having to use a few HMs to explore and how Victory Road is played out, but celebrate this? This whole dungeon is a frame rate nightmare. It performs like ass, except in a few areas, and it wants you running all over Hell's Half Acre to push a few rocks and sliding platforms, and oh fuck, I am so goddamn bored. Then you have a battle with Giratina and Lee.
How are you bored? The distortion world's fantastic. It's so surreal and like nightmarish. How can you diminish it to like, oh hey, I'm bored of walking through a literal distorted reality where the material components of existence are crumbling? How can you not love that? Like, it's so cool. I don't know, Lily, you have an emulator. You're at the peak of every performance for this thing. It doesn't have frame rate issues if you're performing it at best. It doesn't lag on, like... Your game shouldn't be lagging. You have an emulator. You're on a PC, which can be advanced. You can run, like, advanced games on it. You can probably run Baldur's Gate 3 on your computer. I mean, I know you've played Baldur's Gate 3. Anyway.
this adventure, Cynthia. Now please stay 95 million miles away from me. Rest of the game.
Why do you want to... Why do you hate Cynthia so much? Anyway.
Isn't worth talking about in too much detail. The story's over, but you still have a badge, Victory Road, and the Elite Four to get through. Almost feels like a formality after all of that. Like, you want to prove my worth? I was in another dimension just a few hours ago. I fought a god of antimatter. Then you get to the Elite Four and oh my fucking god, chat. You go through the Elite Four, which is the same it's always been. The only thing worth talking about is Cynthia, because Cynthia and her Garchomp are the most overhyped boss in the series. When I was going through the earlier gens and talking about how, like, Whitney wasn't a real problem, people were like, oh, wait until you see Garchomp. Wait until you get there. It'll crush your dreams and give you PTSD. So about that. I think Cynthia is the fault of people just not growing up. When we were kids, same type moves and maybe weaknesses were all we would do. We would spam Earthquake for days, and as we got older, we didn't stop doing that. People would take their starter into...
What are you talking about, Lily? No one would spam Earthquake. We would use Type Advantage to our advantage. Ridiculous.
Cynthia and try and brute force it like they always do, and what a shock, it doesn't work, because when your opponent has this, it's pretty much designed so that you can't just blitz through it. Her first Pokemon is one without any weaknesses, guys, come on, and her ace is fast and hits like a semi-truck. The counter to a sweeper is bulk. So I came in with Reflect and set it up on Milotic, and then Garchomp couldn't touch me. That's the thing about Garchomp. If it doesn't one-hit kill you, it's dead. Flat out dead. Its defenses are not that great, and combined its middling special defense with a Pokemon with high special attack, it's just dead. These trainers aren't even asking much of you. You can sweep Cynthia with Reflect and like 1 or 2 Calm Minds if you're not confident. Spiritomb was a bigger threat than Garchomp because it was immune to both Psychic and Focus Blast, which were the only attacking moves G had. The rest fell like dominoes because just a little bit of setup pushes the damn game over. I saw people planning for BDSP like, okay, I'll need a Weavile to outspeed and quad weakness it. And by the way, in the remakes, Garchomp has the Ice Nullifying Berry, so good luck with that. When it's so much easier than that. Reflect, and literally any special attack boost will do. Hell, just rock up with a fucking Focus Sash or something. There's so many ways around it that turns this fight into mulch, but it requires remembering that neutral damage exists. I've seen so many Poketubers discount Pokemon in the early gens because they don't have stab moves. Need I remind you, I swept 2 of the Kanto Elite Four with the weakest fully evolved Pokemon in the game.
Okay, so, let's take a step back. Lily has this weird thing where she hates the, like, the min-maxed Pokemon mechanics. And, like, to an extent, I get it. Like, it could be a little exhausting going for, like, the best build. Gardevoir is not bulky. Gardevoir does not have high defense at all. And the fact that she keeps going after, like, Mange TV and, like, all the other Poketubers is a little ridiculous. That being said, though, she acts like the advice that they're giving is somehow wrong. It's still good advice to beating like Cynthia and everyone. The problem is, Lily, you lose the first generation, the first gym leader. You've lost to multiple gym leaders in this run. Those Poketubers are talking about what you use for Nuzlocks. They're at a different level than you're at in terms of the kind of type of skill level game that they're referring to. You can beat the game with any Pokemon. I firmly believe that. If you want to use a certain type of Pokemon, you can find a strategy that works that one in, you know, that weaves them in. But, like, the difference is, Lily, that just because it's your favorite Pokemon does not mean it's great in the competitive scene. So, yeah, that Pokemon might be fun for you to play, and I'm not saying it's not. It's a cool Pokemon. Play Gardevoir. That's great. I love that for you. But, like, don't act like it's the only end-all, be-all that you have to use in every iteration of Pokemon, and there's nothing else you can do. Because it's a limited strategy. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm talking to the choir at this point. You all know, you're on the same page.
It has fully gotten away from what makes Pokemon fun, the adventure. Instead, you're being forced onto a path by a story, and I wouldn't object to that if the story was good, or at the very least, sparse. But all that's really changed is the sheer—
So good and sparse are the two same things for you. Lily, it's a game where you reach the ends of reality itself by challenging the actual devil to a fight. How much more adventure can you get? I'm just saying.
amount of dialogue. Characters talk way too much, and they say way too little. The dialogue is in desperate need of an editor, or someone who knows what the hell they're doing. And the thing is, the dialogue is pretty much the only problem with these games from this point onward. Like, the gameplay is competently made, and you can fix the performance issues easily, but there's no fixing the dialogue without tediously going through every text box and manually editing it, which takes time and skill a lot of people don't have. And all the...
Do you know that Lily has not actually explained what she does not like about the dialogue yet? She's just said, I don't like the dialogue. I have to skip it. It's so long. There's so much. But she hasn't actually said what's bad about it. She just said, I don't like the dialogue. And accepts that you understand it's bad dialogue. But she hasn't gone through yet and said, here's why the dialogue is in fact bad. And that's troubling, because she's clearly not explaining to her audience what's bad about it. Anyway.
Good post-game features, and Gen 4 and 5 have a very robust post-game, is all held hostage by the story. You have to endure this part, and you shouldn't have to. The main game shouldn't have to be this burden you have to endure to get to the things that are fun.
It's a good story. Okay. We're here. So, she wasn't the biggest fan of Cyrus, but I had no idea what I was getting myself into with Gen 5. See, throughout the video, as you've probably picked up on, Lily's been subtly implying she's not a big Gen 5 fan. But I had no idea how bad her takes would be until we got there, and until we heard all that she had to say about N.
Oh, here we go. Generation 5 is the definition of controversial. To some people, it's where Pokemon peaked with imaginative designs, a beautiful region, and a story that took Pokemon in a deeper and more mature
Super
direction.
Chat. Deadbeat Girl, thank you for Super Chat. N is so cute, so anything she says about him is wrong. N is genuinely, I think, and I'll get this out of the way right now because it's relevant to what comes next, I genuinely think N is one of the most interesting antagonists and characters in the Pokemon games. I think he's genuinely interesting. I think he's genuinely a really cool character. I think he's genuinely, like, exciting and neat. I think his motivation is tragic. I think he's a heartbreaking figure in the story. And you empathize with him in a way that other villains you can't empathize with. So I guarantee you, Lily will fuck this up bad. I have now, mind you, I have not seen this video yet. I have no idea what she's about to say, but I know based on reputation and what the little people have told me, that what I'm about to hear is garbage. Let's proceed.
Than ever before. To others, it's the worst generation to ever exist, with mediocre Pokemon, forced linearity, and a mediocre story with pretensions toward being something deep while having all the emotional maturity of a conservative Twitter ghoul. Full bias up front, I am very much in the latter category, so if you want to look down at the chapters and skip ahead to Generation 6, no one would blame you. First things first, they removed the...
Lily, I accept your challenge. I'm going to go with Gen 5 and see what you say about it. Make fun of you for it.
Bianca arrives and we get to pick our Pokemon between a Snivy, a Tepig, and a Ralts. Well, goodness, how on earth did that get there?
Again,
guess I'd better take it. Then Sharon and Bianca
games,
take the other two starters and are determined to have a battle indoors. I don't know, Bianca, this seems dangerous. Oh, see, I told you! Look what you done to my room! And then they just run off! Excuse me, I'm not cleaning this up! Get back here! Oh,
Yeah, how can you not love those small touches, though? Like, that's charming. That's emotional. Also, controversial opinion, Bianca's great. I love Bianca. As a character, I think she's great. I like her arc between the start of Black and then the end of Black 2 or whatever. Lily, how can you just hate these characters? They're so much fun and charming.
As I see the rally for the local KKK. Oh wait, no, it's just an animal rights group. Team Plasma is arguing that the use of Pokemon for human convenience, sport, and exploitative capitalism is a form of abuse, invoking the long-standing joke that Pokemon is a game about dogfighting. So this game makes that joke its central plot point. Finally, Pokemon is...
Silver Heart Soul, again, you are the MVP of the night. Thank you so much for the super chat. She will later omit the fact that N was abused and gaslit his whole life. She hates him for asking questions and making her read. Oh my god. I'm somehow not surprised, and somehow very surprised by that. I hate that you told me that, but I'm also glad you told me that, so I won't be pulling my hair out whenever she complains about being forced to read something. And again, it doesn't shock me that Lily would gaslight someone on their abuse. Given, no, I told myself I was not going to talk about the allegations. But if you know, you know.
It's going to have a serious examination of itself and the implications of its own aging premise. I don't like the sound of that cough you just made, Game Freak. After Gets' speech, we're approached by some prick in green hair who claims that he has a special ability to listen to Pokemon speaking that I apparently don't have.
This lady is crazy.
Then he wants to fight, and after I beat him, he rants about how Pokemon being confined to Pokeballs makes them not free. Is this why walking Pokemon were scrapped? Stepping onto Route 2, I get a call from my mother.
So that's your takeaway from N, that he's ranting and raving. Lily, I have to ask a question here. Are you projecting? Are you projecting your feelings on N, Lily? That you're complaining and ranting, and that in turn is that what's going on here, Lily? Again, Lily, you make it so hard not to discuss the allegations against you. I'm just saying, Lily. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Mother, who announces Team Plasma's hiding in the cave and wants our Pokemon as well, but we defeat them.
How could we lose when we have right on our side?
Oh no, it's one of those stories, isn't it?
It's time we show the Fire Nation that we believe in our beliefs as much as they believe in theirs.
Here's the thing,
What?
Team Plasma's grunts are kind of completely fucking stupid, so half of them give up the ghost about the fact that Plasma isn't really an animal rights group, but the other half are still yammering on about Pokemon liberation, and if you're savvy to this stuff, you're kind of just waiting for the pretense to be dropped. I'm trying not to—
Lily, we just explained why. I'm glad you can't hear what I'm saying right now. I don't think you would listen to any of it even if I told you. But Lily, that's part of the design. That's not a mistake. That's by design. Team Plasma is a group divided. Some are doing it for the power. Some are into it. Some know what they can get with this influence, and they're trying to fight with these like obsessed fanatics. Others genuinely believe what they're saying. Some don't. It's like a lot of real issues where some people buy into the caveat of the beliefs, and a lot don't. So if you say they give the ghost in his fight, those are the ones who don't buy into it, but are using the group for power, for influence. Those who keep talking about it, they genuinely believe it. The grunts aren't a hive mind in Black and White, which is one thing I do have to say Black and White does really well. N fully believes what he's saying. N completely buys into the things he's saying. Geddes does not. And you'd think that playing Kingdom Hearts, you would figure it out, because you look at Organization 13, each of the organization members, they have different... Some buy into the caveat of the group differently than others. Like Zigbar is totally off in his own tangent. But so, you would think you'd figured it out because you clearly love games where you have that nuance with the bad guy team. How did you not figure this out? Do you just think all grunts are the same? All right, that's stereotypical, Lily.
To get too into my critique of the story too early on, but suffice to say, whatever story you think this is, it isn't.
Hi there!
Oh, fuck no. I want to see things no one can see. Are you on drugs? Do you want to be on drugs? The ideals of Pokemon inside Pokeballs. The truth of how trainers should be. And a future where Pokemon have become perfect. That was 2 generations ago. It's all downhill from here. Right now, my friends aren't strong enough to save all Pokemon. Maybe I can't solve the equation that will change the world, so I need power. Power enough to make anyone agree with me. And then he leaves, declaring he needs a legendary Pokemon to give him power.
Guy's a broken record.
Anyway, after that, I went into the...
Why does Lily hate N so much? Okay, so I know she's making him sound all melodramatic, but, Lily, you praised Team Aqua and Team Magma before for, being dumbasses who fucked up the world. Clearly, he is equally sympathetic. He is clearly a person who wants to do good, but thinks that he needs to have extreme power to do so. Also, you make him sound so wimpy and wompy. You make him sound like he's on the verge of tears all the time. I don't know.
Here's an interesting aside. If you go to Pinwheel Forest before you have the basic badge, it's actually blocked off by Team Plasma grunts who give some of the most pitifully generic villain dialogue of all time.
We are in the right.
Everyone else is wrong. If you don't think the same way we think, we'll use all our power to eliminate you. I'm sorry, nobody talks like this. Even people who are so unbelievably narcissistic that they can't handle being disagreed with won't just say that out loud. But
Lily, they're a cult. Cults say weird things, okay? Also, this is Pokemon. None of the dialogue is going to be Shakespearean. It's going to be very on the nose. It's a kid's game, Lily. These are caveats you gotta accept, because a kid may not pick up on the nuance that a 30-year-old will pick up on. It is goofy. Have fun with it. Like, it's silly. It is goofy as anything, but like, laugh with it.
And speaking for myself, this dialogue isn't a comment on Team Plasma, it's a comment on Junichi Masuda, the game's director. Eventually, I chased down the Plasma...
Lily, this isn't even what it says in Japanese. Why would the English translated version reflect on the director who is not involved with the writing? Like, yeah, he oversaw the writing, sure, but like, he was also overseeing the gameplay, the mechanics, the design. There were many people involved with this.
Leader. Unfortunately for him, we are evil people, and so my Petalil makes mulch out of his dirt lizards. Then they retreat back in and we follow after them. Iris and Bianca join us this time, Bianca apparently having been trained in those 5 minutes, but whatever, it's fine. But inside is Getsus. He waxes poetic about Zekrom, believing that if he had a dragon, then people would listen to him because he'd won their hearts and minds, and not because the dragon would eat them if they didn't. It's definitely not because the dragon would eat them. But then Burr talks about how everyone has different opinions.
He's a monster.
Oh my fucking god. I feel like I'm listening to the startup of a YouTube video made by a condescending douchebag. Then Getsus gives Muna back to Bianca and leaves. With that sorted, I head to the gym to take on Burr.
Why do you draw that comparison, Lily? He's a megalomaniac. Again, Lily, why are you comparing this to YouTubers? These are like cult leaders. That is the point. And again, certain bad YouTubers are cultish. You would know, Lily, but I digress. Again, it's a cult of personality. That's what it is. And Team Plasma is a fanatic cult. We've discussed this before, but Lily doesn't seem to want to engage in the story on its terms. What she wants to do is engage it in ways that she's familiar with and can thus control, so she can manipulate her audience into thinking the same way she does. By saying it's like a bad YouTuber, it's like this, what she's actively doing is creating the link in her audience's head so she can stop engaging with the narrative on its level. She wants to engage with it on her level. And in doing so, what she does is she controls the way you perceive the narrative. There's no evidence in the narrative it's like a right-wing YouTuber, because it's not like a right-wing YouTuber, but that's the comparison she keeps emphasizing, and by emphasizing enough times, if she says it enough and enough and enough and enough, you were convinced of it.
As soon as I step on Route 4, Bianca wants a battle that is tediously long and knocks out a few of my Pokemon, necessitating I go back to heal them again. Then Charon wants a battle immediately
So wait,
after.
you lost. You were losing to Bianca. So why are you making fun of Bianca for being weak if she's able to challenge you? Like, the game should be challenging. The big criticism of a lot of Pokemon games now is it's too easy, which I agree with. The games are a little easy, but like, you should embrace the challenge, Lily. That's fun. That's what the game's about. Strategy, contemplation. The fact that you keep losing, Lily, tells me your strategy that you claim is so foolproof isn't all that foolproof. I digress.
After that, which goes the same way. I win, but I still have to backtrack. Well, that's good, right, Lily? The battles are hard.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the thing. They aren't. See, so far, the enemy AI has been completely brain dead. It usually spams the same 2 moves over and over again, more so than I've seen in any Pokemon game so far. But for whatever reason, the damage values are weirdly scaled up. So I just take lethal damage from a bite that ordinarily wouldn't have killed me, all the while it seems to be taking an inordinate amount of time to actually defeat an opponent. And ordinarily that wouldn't bother me, but your rivals challenge you so many times. Just for comparison, Gen 1 had 8 rival battles, one of them was optional and one of them was the champion battle anyway. Generation 2 had 6, Gen 3 had 5, and 2 of them were optional, and Gen 4 had 5 as well. But Generation 5 gives you 3 rivals in this game, Bianca, Charon, and N. And between them...
Wait a second. Lily, why didn't you mention why didn't you mention any other rivals in the previous game? Because there's multiple rivals in those previous games. Like Wally. Like the sickly kid Wally, who has a Ralts, who you mentioned, and you mentioned extensively in your Hoenn review. Why are you only mentioning that there's 3 rivals in black and white when there were 2 rivals in the previous 2 games? Yes, this is more, but like, why not? And again, having different rivals with different perspectives is interesting. You should want that. More characters to engage with and see grow over the course of the story, especially N, who's such a compelling antagonist. And yeah, Barry's missing. Yeah, because she forgot. She ignored Barry, even though we just finished watching her review where she mentions Barry constantly.
You have a total of 17 rival battles. That's already excessive, but even more so than the fact that you are constantly running into them every single route and city. You are never once given a break from these kids. This is the running problem with Pokemon games from this point onward, that the companions never leave you alone for even a moment. They won't let you breathe. You can't fucking move without being constantly harassed by the sheer glut of additional characters imposing on you every chance they fucking get. I like...
Lily, why don't you enjoy having characters engage with you? They have arcs, they have adventures, they grow with you.
Blue and Brendan, but part of why I like them is that every time you meet them, enough time has passed for them to have gone through some growth. The games don't spam you with text from them every 2 seconds, you just kind of stumble into each other as you're both doing your own thing. Running into them on every route would have been much worse. But from Gen 4 onward, these games can't let you have one route without being harassed constantly. Some of these characters go through something close to an arc, but the fact that they're constantly tugging on my sleeve and bothering me means I resent their very existence, because it...
Lily, that's a personal problem. No one else thinks that way. The rivals are interesting characters who do have arcs. All the rivals have had arcs. Every single rival up until this point has had an arc. Maybe not a big arc, but it's an arc. They're developing, they're growing, they're dynamic, and the fact of the matter is that you hate that. I don't understand why you play these games if you don't want to see your rival grow alongside you. That's one of the core elements of Pokemon and why so many people love the rival characters. And Nimona was a great rival too. The fact that she loves Nimona, I think, is great. I fully buy into the fact that Nimona really, I think, is attracted to the main character, but I digress. Again, the cutscenes, they're all the... And the fact that she loves Kingdom Hearts, which has way heavier cutscenes than this, I digress.
Always feels like Game Freak resents my very existence and my desire to explore and play the game at my own pace. It reaches the point where I don't want to step into a new area because I'm afraid that I'll be interrupted by another character, especially when the battles are so tedious and boring, yet still demand that I run back to the Pokemon Center. Worse even, I've had...
Lily, do you not enjoy fighting with Pokemon in these games? That's part of the fun of the games. They're not tedious, they're fights, they're engagement, they're meant to show progress.
So you walk into the amusement park and N drags you by the neck to a Ferris wheel and makes you ride it with him before Team Plasma shows up and he battles you to hold you off while they escape. Now, if you lose to N, you have to go through the entire Ferris wheel bit over and over again. And you will lose because all of his Pokemon crit like a fucking bitch. Every Pokemon in Gen 5 is either packing high crit moves like Air Cutter or the ability Super Luck, which boosts crit ratio, which means you are going to be one-shot over and over and over.
Lily, just have fast Pokemon that hit first. Get Pokemon that can hit them first. Adjust your strategy to adjust to the game's mechanics. That is what children do in this game. The fact that you are refusing to adjust your strategy for N, a fight that everyone can beat. Lily, the problem isn't the games at a certain point, right? We all beat this game as kids, as college students. You're 30. Approach the game from a strategic perspective. So yeah, it's a skill issue, Lily. That's what it is. You're not playing the game well. The problem is not that the game is bad, it's that you're not good at the game. That's what it comes down to, Lily. I'm sorry.
over and over and over again, and every single fucking time you have to watch that whole fucking cutscene again. I was saving it for later, but fuck N. Honestly, fuck N. All this little prick does whenever he shows up is rant about how he's going to make everyone conform to his opinion or else. He's like a fucking debate bro drooling out of his fucking mouth while he gives the most moronic take you've ever heard in your life.
You guys ready for the mildest hot take in the universe? Okay? Super idpol, like, lefty black women who love
Every time he shows up, I just want to hit this fucking kid with a rock. He says the same goddamn thing every time. I am in the right and my opinion is the correct one. That's what everyone thinks, you fucking dickhead. You're literally a straw man that fandom makes of critics when they're too dumb to contend with them. What the f—
Do you think that Lily hates N because she can relate to him? I'm just saying, like, no one would ever say about N based on his dialogue what Lily's saying. It seems detached from the gameplay. He's an idealist. He's an abused child who's never had a chance to look at the world objectively. And your interactions with N do impact him. There is an emotional back and forth, which I think is really interesting. And yeah, Vosh jumps here. I agree. That's a Vosh right there. Like, how dare you? Like, you're not even engaging with the narrative. You're creating an alternate version of it, again, to supplant what is in the game. And Lily, by doing that, you're doing no one a favor, because what you're doing is you're arguing that your version of events are correct. But I don't understand what you're trying to say. He's a fanatic. He's not like some debate bro. He's genuinely been indoctrinated to believe a certain thing by an abusive father figure who wants to manipulate him for power. And again, N's not totally wrong either, which makes it more interesting. His arguments are reasonable, but they're missing key components that allow you to see. So his perspective is like, oh yeah, he's not wrong, but he's missing a lot of key information that would allow him to see the world in a more nuanced, complex way. It's very much a one-way extreme, and that's interesting. That's dynamic. And he is sympathetic, and he does like you as a character. He's the only villain up until this point who actually admires you as a trainer. He's trying to live up to his own standards, and ultimately he fails because the standards instilled in him were artificial. They were manipulative. He was created by an abusive father figure, and in the second game he turns against that. He has to unlearn the social programming that has driven him to this point. That is good character writing. That is compelling. That is tragic and very relatable. You would think, Lily, that as someone who is queer, who is trans, who is not straight, you would recognize that as social indoctrination on a level that is difficult. It's funny to me that she has no empathy towards N. She has no sympathy towards him, yet he is the most sympathetic antagonist of the game. But she also doesn't like Cyrus, who is purely a bad guy, a very overt bad guy. Because it's strange. So she hates Cyrus, who is clearly wrong, and she hates N, who is clearly nuanced and tragic. He wants to understand how people function, and yet... Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. I don't want to harp on N's character, but N is a beloved character for a very good reason, because he is nuanced and complicated and sad. You have empathy for him, but also know you have to stop him. And that's the makings of a really good villain, I think, personally. Well, not even villain, antagonist. N's not a villain. His father is a villain. Gestis is the real villain of the game. And I'm sure you can make a drinking game how many times mispronounce Gestis or Gedis or however you say his name. I'm bad with names, in case you haven't noticed.
The fuck are you even supposed... Oh, wait a fucking minute. Hang on. Did Game Freak start seething over PETA? That's fucking it, isn't it? PETA said something stupid about Pokemon and Junichi Masuda just couldn't let it go. God fucking damn it. I step in around...
Lily, why do you think a Japanese company cares what PETA thinks? PETA is an American thing. I don't think Japan cares about PETA, because Pokemon is not simply an American or Canadian game, as you are Canadian yourself. They're not concerned with the English-speaking world exclusively. They're international. So, anyway.
Oh, I love him. Okay,
Why?
Gen 5's Pokemon are kind of hit and miss. Like, one problem is that Game Freak decided this time around that no old Pokemon were going to be returning. You couldn't use old Pokemon until the post-game. You had to use all new ones, which is a respectable design philosophy that I took as only being a suggestion. But it reveals a crap...
Again, Lily, you're not playing the game on the terms they want you to play it as. You want to break the game to play it the way you want to, which is frustrating, I think. I think you should play the game sometimes on their terms, even if it is inconvenient.
In Game Freak's design of Pokemon, Game Freak tends to rely on older Pokemon to fill in the gaps in the decks. This is why Johto only had 100 new Pokemon, Hoenn had 135, and Sinnoh had 107. But Unova has 156, more than any gen after Gen 1 is introduced, and part of that is that they had to take niches that were filled by other Pokemon and remake them. So you'll see a lot of familiar faces. But it does brush up against a creeping design issue. Namely, modern Pokemon are over-designed. Because the Game Boy could only render so much, Gen 1 Pokemon tend to be very simple in design, and this makes them extremely appealing. Most of them are just a thing with...
That's not necessarily true. The reason the Pokemon philosophy was a border between being really cool and being really cute. A lot of the design philosophies are not that different from new generations to the previous generations, but the thing is, yeah, they were limited, but the old designs were freaking weird, right? Like, they were weird designs, especially in the original red and green designs. Some of them, you look at them, you're going, what am I even looking at? Like, it's really incomprehensible, some of them, and they look weird compared to the mainstream designs you see today.
With a face, but modern Pokemon have a tendency to be over-designed and filled with extreme...
Now, what do we have here? We have a couple heads, a little attachment, body, and a tail. That's not over-designed. That's pretty simple. It's very distinct. It's not too complicated. The color scheme of black, so you have brown, red, and blue. These colors allow you to see the contours of the body. It's not over-designed. It's a perfect design. This is a great design.
Extraneous detail. For example, Geodude is perfect simplicity in design. He's a rock with fists and a face. This means he's quite expressive when he wants to be, and there's the fun of just a rock with fists. That is a boy with a lot of personality who is always ready to fight. By contrast, Roggenrola, I don't even know what face...
It's a rock. It's not that complicated, Lily. It's a rock with a couple attachments. This is not complex character design. It's a rock with feet.
He's making. This is a common issue with Gen 5. Personality is lost.
It's a zebra with a jagged mane. That's not overcomplicated. It's a pretty... Gardevoir is more complicated looking than Zebrica. Like a Thunderstrike. There we go. Dumb. Of course. Like, it's not complicated.
In the extraneous detail. This isn't always the case, though. Sometimes the Gen 5 Pokemon get it completely right, and I think the place where they do best is with Trubbish.
I'm sorry, what? Trubbish? Trubbish is the one you... That's the one you're holding up. Literal trash. You are holding literal trash up as an example of gold. The trash. The trash Pokemon. That is what you are... You are praising trash. You are literally saying the trash is the best design of this game. It is trash. Are we sure with this, Lily? This is the ground. This is the trash you want to take with you. This is what you're bagging up. This is what you're serving. It's trash.
Is perfect simplicity in design. He's just a trash bag with a face and some feet. But they really make use of it. Garbage leaking out serves as his arms, the part where the bag is tied off makes these little ears, and he's got these little feet. This is a Pokemon a child could easily draw. Plus, look at his face! He is such a goofy little boy! He's perfect! I love him! I feel like this is completely superior to Grimer in every way, who, being a pile of sludge, lacked a lot of charm, and really he should have been sillier. And this is the case with every gen, but because Gen 5 was setting out to make new versions of older Pokemon that had dedicated fan bases, the parts where they miss stand out a lot more. Trubbish, Clink, and Dwebble look really, really good, but Roggenrola, Timber, and Woobat do not.
What's wrong with Woobat? He has a little heart nose. That's great. Woobat. It's fine.
At the end of the cave, I run into N again, who rants about how he'll separate the shades of gray into black and white. Dude, you're not even a character at this point. If you got any more one-dimensional, you'd be a...
Lily, how did you not pick up on the fact that he just says he's gonna make it black and white? Like the game's name. Anyway.
Dot. He then asks me if I have a dream of my own, to which I say, nah, and he says someone without a dream will never understand him. Oh, I understand you all right. I don't think you understand yourself. Oh yeah, in case you were wondering if N being a Pokemon trainer makes him a hypocrite, every time you fight him, he has a different set of Pokemon, implying he's released them. And in the sequels, you can actually find and catch his Pokemon in the wild, so he's not a hypocrite, he's just sincerely brain dead. N waxes poetic some more about
What is my favorite Pokemon? Gengar. By a mile. I love Gengar.
Deals before Bianca shows up with Juniper. Your opinion is understandable. It happens to be different from mine. Oh my god, please somebody say a line that actually has some meaning to it. You know, I wouldn't be this bothered if it weren't for the fact that the fandom's been spending the last few years absolutely gassing up this fucking game like it's the holy grail of Pokemon stories. And I get it. For a lot of people, this game came out when they were 9 and it was the first story that talked about something like belief, but holy shit does this not hold up. At Miss Tralton said,
Lily, why? You're not explaining yourself. You're just saying this doesn't hold up, and that's reason enough to say it's bad, but you're not saying what's bad about it. All you're saying is it's talking about different opinions, people thinking differently, trying to accept people with different perspectives. Why is that bad, Lily? Because when it comes to someone in the game who's like actually malicious, like Gestus, they don't say, oh, it's a different opinion. They say, no, we gotta stop you because you're a jackass. Like, it's different if he's a bad guy. N is, like, reasonable. He's trying to do the right thing. He just doesn't understand what the right thing should be. And that's compelling because he's fully convinced he's the good guy. And that's cool. That's interesting. But Lily just can't enjoy something, apparently, which says, hey, people have different opinions and we should discuss it. Gerbert, thank you for the super chat. She never mentions Gen 5 experience system. Yeah, she never does, actually. Well, she never explains any of the actual mechanics. The funny thing is, at the start of this video, way long ago, she said she wanted to talk about the games from a mechanical standpoint. And she doesn't. At all, really. Beyond, like, how Gardevoir is the best Pokemon of all time, and why it's best to wait people out instead of fighting them head-on, which is wonky.
And then offers me congratulations for being chosen by the king. Chosen to kick his ass, maybe. He says if I fail, Team Plasma will steal Pokemon from people and release them. Then Alder asks if the Pokemon really want that. Hey. What's this? You're actually engaging with the conversation. What happened?
Lily, you haven't picked up on anything that's been said so far. You've been addressing the divide between Getsus and, like, N. But you failed to understand, Lily, that Getsus and N are different poles of the same philosophy. That Getsus is manipulating N. You're not seeing that because you're not engaging with the story, Lily. You're ignoring the dialogue. That's the key thing. That's the difference, Lily.
To the last 12 cutscenes where you wax poetic about opinions and did nothing else. That actually raises an interesting notion. If they steal Pokemon from people and release them, what's stopping the Pokemon from just going back? The reason why this is such a false lead is because Pokemon has pretty much always reinforced that Pokemon like their trainers and their relationship is consensual. Oh, that almost stepped into bad territory. Their relationship is symbiotic. Pokemon agree to be trained, and that's evident just by what Pokemon are. Humans aren't special. She doesn't follow me around because I abuse her into complacency.
Why do you have the Gardevoir right located there, Lily? Anyway, so let's take a step back here for a second, Lily, because you're addressing something very interesting. The problem is the game also addresses it. You're saying that Pokemon, why don't they just go right back? Yeah, of course. That's the idea. That's the point of That's the point of it. You're asking the questions the game would ask. Pokemon are loyal to the trainers. They want to be there. You don't get that your observations are so basic because the game addresses them in the dialogue that you yourself have been ignoring the entire time. You're pointing this out as some plot hole when it's not a plot hole. It's stated directly in the game. Okay, I'm going to switch this frame because everyone's like...
That's impossible. This thing is a walking nightmare of psychic powers and teeth, and it's very evidently intelligent. It's not...
And it loses almost every fight you challenge it in, like fighting N 7 times.
N throws a little baby bitch tantrum about how he wasn't strong enough to enact segregation, and they...
But he's... Wait. What are you talking about, Lily? It's not segregation. It's anyway. But no, and again, it's not a tantrum. It's more of an existential like depression. But he's never shown to be angry. Come on, and he's never, and no. By the way, Lily's not going to address N's room. She's not going to address any of the background outside of the core game. She's not going to express any of the end game content. She just wants to express until the she wants to focus on the game until the plot ends. And no, she's not going to cover Black and White 2 either.
Then Getsus comes in and just fucking roasts him for being weak and stupid. And Getsus is scum, but goddamn, N, you fucking deserve this.
Okay. Lily, you're siding with a child abuser. You make it so hard not to discuss the allegations. Everything you're saying leads to that conclusion. You're defending the actual child abusing monster who manipulated N into this black and white perspective, controlling him in order to dominate the world. He doesn't roast him, he's abusing him. He is demolishing him and controlling him and breaking him emotionally. He's not some asshole grifter, Lily. He's an abused kid who's been manipulated by a charismatic cult leader. This is some fucked up victim blaming. I'll tell you that right now, Lily. This is screwed up. You are not beating those allegations with this kind of commentary. Seriously.
Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Getsus fully gives up the ghost for the 17th time in the game that he just wants to rule as dictator and then challenges me to a fight. A fight he fucking loses. Getsus gets carried out, swearing that he would have gotten away with it if it weren't for that meddling kid and her angry celery, and then N wants to have a final conversation where he doesn't really change much of anything at all. He says, maybe different opinions are good. Good job, N. Not sure we needed an entire game for you to figure that out.
But, like, he's an abused child, manipulated by a cult leader. Anyway. How do you keep doing this, Lily?
Out, but sure, you've managed to meet the intellectual standards of a 6-year-old. And then he flies off on Zekrom, and that's the end of the game. Holy shit. No hyperbole, no sarcasm. That was the worst piece of shit I've ever fucking played. This game is so fucking boring. It's your typical Pokemon game, but laden with interruptions from annoying fucking characters who only exist to harass you with the most mind-numbing fucking take in the goddamn world. Every line in this game is just about how great it is to have opinions, not about the...
Lily, did you actually read the dialogue? Did you actually engage with the story? Did you actually understand what they were saying? Because the game is not super complicated. You are correct. It is not the most developed plot. We're not talking about, you know, Les Miserables. We're just talking about Pokemon. It's a very simple game. However, the fact that you are failing to understand that N is an abused child manipulated by a charismatic leader for power, indicating how systems of control can exist to manipulate idealism in order to further selfish ends. The fact you can't figure it out is already concerning, because it's pretty straightforward for a game made for children who can understand it. But, like, how do you fail to understand anything about this game? Oh my goodness.
The opinions we have, but how great it is to just fucking have them. That is the most...
Oh, how can I say this? Atlantic. Wow, I cannot speak. That's how bad. That's how you know it's late in the day. I can't say basic words. Atlantic. Thank you so much for the super thanks there. That's great. Wow, I could not say that name. Wow, I am really out of it tonight. If I can't speak basic words. Anyway.
Basic bitch fucking theme in the goddamn world. I have been under duress this entire fucking time, especially when these characters talk about what great friends we are.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
How dare you?
You're cool.
How
Fuck
dare
you,
you.
I'm out.
Look, I don't care about the story, sure, but it's not because story in games doesn't interest me. It's because Pokemon's story is simultaneously bad in the most boring way possible and obscenely omnipresent and intrusive. Over the years, Game Freak has gotten it into their head that Pokemon has to be a typical JRPG with a typical JRPG story, and so the story has commanded a lot more attention and imposes on the player every chance it gets. And
why do you say imposes? It's a story, Lily. The story is told and you follow the story. The game is a narrative. Why do you say JRPG story like it's an insult? People play JRPGs for the story. If you don't like JRPGs, don't play a JRPG, which Pokemon certainly is. It is a Japanese RPG. Just don't play them, Lily, if you don't like those kinds of games. That's fine. God, can you imagine if she played Persona? Like, not just Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy's already complicated enough, but Persona, where they just have, like, all the character interactions at the school and the structure, and she'd lose her mind, because she'd have to follow stories and talk to characters and try to understand and comprehend a theme. Imagine that. God forbid, following a theme.
at the start, the story positions the idea that Pokemon training is unethical, but the player is actively discouraged from thinking about that at every point in the game. The player cannot speak, cannot interact with any of the characters outside of being ranted to, cannot make decisions about how they raise their Pokemon. Keeping a Pokemon at 0 happiness is still the most difficult task in the entire franchise. The usual token character who treats Pokemon like tools is literally in Team Plasma, and furthermore, the game reassures the player very quickly that Team Plasma is completely full of shit. And those that are true believers are often given dialogue about how right they are and how dumb it is to disagree with them, and like, oh my god, don't they just sound like so arrogant? Despite being the plot of the game, the player is never once asked or even empowered to think about Pokemon battling and how you treat your Pokemon. Not once. The game doesn't even give you the chance to be a bad trainer. You can reduce your Pokemon's happiness all the way to 0 and make it hate you, but N's dialogue when he talks to your Pokemon is literally unable to take this into account. It's not—
Lily, the problem is you want to play Baldur's Gate. The problem is, Lily, this is not an open-ended RPG. It is an RPG with a linear story. That design philosophy has to be taken into account when discussing and criticizing the game. Yes, would a game that allows you to be the bad guy be interesting? Yeah, that'd be a cool idea. That'd be a good mechanic. It would also not be the formula that they want to follow for these games, and that's something you have to consider going in. No one is ever expecting that to be the case. And even then, with games that do give you that choice, very rarely do you see the follow-through with that. Like, again, Skyrim, for example. A lot of the Skyrim games, you can make choices, but you can kill Jarls, and if you just pay the fine to pay it off, you'll be pretty fine to go off on your own. Like, they are choices, yeah, but, like, the consequences aren't there. The problem is it sounds literally like you want to abuse Pokemon. And they're ROM hacks for that. You can do that instead. But you're not going to see... Yeah, more Shin Megami Tensei. You're right. Yeah, there's more Shin Megami Tensei than Baldur's Gate. Anyway. We're almost done with this section. I'm going to stop after this section because it is very late for me and I'm going to get tired and have work in the morning, but...
Not like the game checks your friendship level, it's just hard-coded dialogue. So even if you try to be a bad trainer, the game just ignores it. And that's because,
Lily,
for obvious
are you trying to be a bad trainer?
reasons, Game Freak doesn't want you thinking about the ethics of Pokemon battling. They write like J.K. Rowling, literally screaming in someone's ear, "Hermione, open your ears, they like being enslaved." Even N, the character the fandom...
Okay, that's not the case, though, because Pokemon aren't enslaved. That's the key difference. Not house elves.
falls over to praise, largely only talks about beliefs in the most vague, esoteric way possible. How he needs to confirm his beliefs, make people agree with him, yada yada yada.
Yeah, because he's an abused child who's been sheltered all of his life. His opinion is simplistic and black and white because he's been programmed to be black and white. My god, Lily.
This isn't a game about ideas. It's about the idea of having ideas, which is weak. There's a point in the game...
No, it's not about the idea of having ideas, Lily. It's about the idea, it's about nuance. It's about the concept of coming to understand the balance between a strong idea, the black and white thinking, and thinking in terms of gray. the absolutist terms, and has a point. The problem is the point is untempered by nuance. That is the point of the game, Lily. Somehow an idea, a theory, a perspective so basic, a 7-year-old can grasp it, has escaped your perspective.
Where the main characters encounter Team Plasma, and in response to their rhetoric state that everyone has their own opinion and it's wrong to try and force others to conform to your opinion. Sorry, did I say a point? I meant every time Team Plasma shows their fucking face. It's about the only point the game has. It doesn't even ask you to consider Pokemon abuse, like, not once, despite having—
Why would you consider abusing Pokemon, Lily? What are you saying? Are you saying you want to abuse Pokemon? Lily, you're not beating those allegations.
And nobody likes that attitude from any developer. The problem with Pokemon, like, just as a whole, like, as we continue on, has always come down to the senior devs at Game Freak, the game directors. The entire Pokemon series since Ruby and Sapphire has been directed by 2 guys who are so—
This is another thing Lily does all the time. She criticizes a specific person on the top to blame all the problems of the game on, or the product on. Rebecca Sugar, she does this, yeah. She does this all the time with Rebecca Sugar as well. And blaming the directors of games for the whole game's mechanics is ridiculous. Because games are products of a corporation, of a company, a collective effort. Unless it's like Stardew Valley, which is made by one guy, Undertale. Unless it's a game like that, where it's like a singular creator who's accountable for every component of the game, you're going to have a team of developers. You're going to have a corporation. You're going to have a company marketing demands, the CEO coming down and saying, we want this in the game, we need it at this date. A game director is not the sole arbiter of the narrative. It's not a novelist. It's a director. He has to direct the individual people working on the game to do the job. And if the game's being crunched, like a lot of Game Freak games do get crunched, you can't even blame the director on that. You have to blame the demands of the company. The company's person. Again, it's all a matter of a lot of different components of this game and why these components add up to something that's messy. I'm not saying that Pokemon is a perfect game. Oh, Lisa, too. I forgot about Lisa. That's a good point, Chad. Thank you. Lisa and Painful... exactly. Lisa the Painful is a weird game. But no, these are all components that add up to the collective whole. And the fact that Lily does not understand that the game director is not the sole arbiter of quality for a game is telling that she doesn't understand how games function as a system. It's really depressing and sad. Yeah, it's depressing. She doesn't understand how this works. It's not a sole perspective. It's a collective of people. Don't blame one guy for a complicated problem. It's not that simple.
So clearly stuck in their ways and refuse to budge on anything. Masuda's answer for why the Battle Frontier, a niche but beloved feature, wasn't included in ORAS was kids are stupid and never put down their phone.
Why wasn't the Battle Frontier in the remakes? This question is connected with my previous answer. We didn't put the Battle Frontier in ORAS for this very reason. Interviewer's note, in short, he means they include this feature because only a small number of the players would have fully appreciated and made use of this feature. Nowadays, players get bored and frustrated more easily, and they aren't interested in things that are so demanding / challenging. So, he's designing the game... So, that's not stuck in his ways. That's the opposite, Lily. You're saying that he's stuck in their ways, but the reality is he's adjusting based on market demands. Super Dan Man, thank you for the chat. Omori made Arvin based on him losing his... Okay, that makes sense too. Yeah, that's probably Lily's reason. That makes sense. Omori made Arvin based on him losing his parents. Yeah, okay. That's why Lily doesn't like it. Okay. Alright, that makes sense. Sorry, my brain's a little... At this point in the night, my brain's a little tired, so I'm sorry I'm not reacting like with the same enthusiasm I would at the start of the night. For whatever reason, I've had a long day. I filmed the whole video that I'm going to do next week. So anyway, so let's keep going. Let's wrap this up.
Phones. Masuda clearly has a bug up his ass about a lot of things, and that's evident in the breakdown in this very game,
Really?
where he has every character loudly and aggressively shout down any and all criticisms of the Pokemon world. This isn't just a rant against PETA and all the dogfighting.
Lily, the whole game isn't about ranting. It's saying, hey, everyone's entitled to their opinions. That's the opposite of ranting at them. It's like the complete opposite.
jokes. This is a rant against anyone who wants to change Pokemon into something other than what he wants it to be. People who think Pokemon should conform to their views, at least from his perspective. I said earlier that the insistently simple dialogue is a reflection on the director, not Team Plasma. And it is. This is Masuda saying directly to you, if you think Pokemon should be something other than a typical JRPG, you're stupid, and you're a tyrant, and we hate you, and you're secretly evil, and you're an annoying twat with dyed hair. Okay, boomer.
Okay, we're gonna stop after this because I need a nap. Lily, what are you fucking talking about? Lily, how did you miss the point of a game for children this dramatically? It's not them saying you're bad. It's saying that, you know, to see the world with a nuanced perspective, to not look at it so black or white. That's the idea. How are you confused by this? There's no complication here. And why specifically Masuda are you blaming for this? He's not the one who wrote the translated versions of the dialogue. And a lot of nuance can be lost from Japanese to English already. The translation's its own beast. I'm not getting into the localization discussion with this video. That's another night. I'll do localization another night. And I've done localization before as well. A lot can be lost in the complexities of language. So what might be simple now might have been really complex in Japanese. Again, you can't blame Masuda for the translated copy. The problem is she doesn't understand anything that's going on here. She's taking it because she herself was challenged and acting like she was being shouted at. It feels like a persecution complex, quite frankly. Like she's feeling upset that also for Generation 6, why are so half the Pokemon here not from Generation 6? Just saying. And again, Lily, your perspective on N, his perspective is that the world is a sad place but it needs to be revolutionized. N's perspective is something fascinating and interesting and complicated. But Lily, all you're doing is taking his words, his ideas, and turning it into something messy and repulsive because you can't engage with it. Okay, so confession time. This video broke me a little bit. I consider just giving up right here. Just a 2-part stream. That's it. No part 3. That's it. At this point in time, the streams had reached their 6-hour mark. So, given all that, who could blame me for throwing in the towel? But you know what? I had to finish it. I had to keep going. Because surely, we're at the hump, right? Gen 5 she's been alluding to. That's the worst for her. Surely there's nothing else bad at this point. So I hunkered down, made this a charity live stream for Rain, which is a fitting charity to donate to if you're watching Lily Orchard. And we hunkered down for Gen 6.
Okay, G, it's time for Kalos, so we should... what are you doing? Gee, I have bad news on that front. Well, your Megastone isn't available until the post-game. Yeah, you get it from trading with Diantha, who gives you a Ralts holding the stone, so we won't be using Mega Evolution. Look, I'm sorry, nothing I can do about that. Don't take this out on me. Right, fine. If I hack the Megastone, will you calm down? Fine. McKay's right, I am whipped. Gen 6, the true meaning of Christmas.
Is Lily gonna hack the game to give her Pokemon an extremely powerful Megastone? I mean, yeah, okay. Fine. Okay, Lily, whatever.
Was announced, people went absolutely ballistic. A fully 3D Pokemon game on a system that could actually handle 3D models without having an aneurysm. On paper, it was everything the fanbase wanted. But as a wise man once said, a lot of people don't actually know what they want. And a full 3D approach is the opposite of what Game Freak should have been doing, because Game Freak's senior staff is averse to any meaningful change. A 2D game can work on a 3-year development cycle, but a 3D game doesn't unless it already has most of its infrastructure in place. And as we're about to find out, Game Freak has zero incentive to change that development approach. So this is the turning point for Pokemon. It's the point where the creative side is going to brush up against the senior staff and their desire to own 57 yachts. So let's dive right in. We're introduced to Professor Sycamore, the resident Tumblr sexy man, and this time we get to customize our character.
Good, because he is the Tumblr sex. I swear, if Lily speaks bad about Sycamore, there's gonna be some beef here.
Good job, Caleb. And I can choose one of these 3 or pick my own. To show my contempt for this entire rigmarole, I chose bitch. You want us to call you bitch? Yes, I do. Okay, bitch fits you perfectly. Bitch, wait. It's never gonna get old. I'm such a child. I beat Sean.
It will get old fast, Lily. It will get old very fast.
Thanks to a clutch confusion, she's still a thrashing beast. In the process, I ran into a shiny Bunnelby. Now, I made a point to not discuss shiny Pokemon until I actually found one in the wild. Shiny Pokemon are Pokemon that have a small chance to be a slightly different color from the normal Pokemon. So a regular Charmander is orange, while a shiny Charmander is yellow. Okay, well that's cool, Lily. What are the odds? 10%? No. 5%? No.
Of course not.
1%? No. Try 0.012%. Shiny Pokemon are odd. They are so unbelievably rare that there is a good chance that just casually playing through all the games you will never run into a shiny Pokemon. Generation 2 had to have a static shiny encounter just to tell you they were in the game. And I'll tell you this, most of us didn't know Red Gyarados was a shiny. We didn't know shiny was a thing. We thought he was just a unique Pokemon for that storyline. Now, shiny Pokemon are
no, we knew it was a shiny. It was hyped. It was a hyped thing. I remember like in all of so back in the day, you used to have these things called, I was trying to see if I still had them there. Magazines. Magazines were these periodicals published every couple of months. Anyway, so in all the Pokemon magazines, they talk about shiny Pokemon. We knew about all the different Gen 2 Pokemon a couple months before Gold and Silver came out. It was like a big announcement. It was a whole big spread saying, oh, here are all the new Pokemon, yada, yada, yada. And the Red Gyarados was hyped for Gold and Silver. It was a big deal. So yeah, a lot of people knew about shinies. I do find it strange how some shinies are so terrible, though. Like, there are some trash shinies. Just a whole other discussion there.
By the shiny hunting community, and that value is entirely based on the fact that they're so rare, not a lot of people have them. In fact, the shiny hunting community complains about shinies becoming less valuable whenever the chance to encounter one goes up. This is called extrinsic value, value determined by a market, also known as fake value. The intrinsic value of a shiny, the actual value of that Pokemon as it exists, is pretty much down to how much you like the Pokemon and the color scheme. For example, my favorite Pokemon is Gardevoir, but I hate its shiny form. The blue and orange, while still as complementary a color scheme as the green and pink, just doesn't look as good, and the black dress on its Mega Evolution isn't all that appealing either. It's just the old adage of slap black on something and instantly it becomes edgy and better, like shiny
Yeah, because it's a goth princess, Lily. I'm kidding. But shiny Charizard's great.
Charizard. If you gave shiny Pokemon a flat 15% rate to appear, their intrinsic value would not change. People would still want the shiny Pokemon they like, and then they would get them. Their extrinsic value, the value assigned to them by shiny hunters, based on rarity and therefore bragging rights, would plummet. But extrinsic value is fake, like NFTs, or currency conversion, or inflation. It's all fake. None of it's real. The current real value of a shiny Pokemon is fucking zero. Even if you like a particular shiny Pokemon, it's just too much effort and too much time to hunt for one of those things. I've seen shiny hunters go into 20,000 soft resets. If you want a shiny that badly, hack it in. Nobody who values themselves as a person will judge you for it. Oh, I knocked out that Bunnelby, by the way. I eventually gave up.
Okay. First off, Lily, you monster. How dare you knock out your first shiny in this game? Secondly, the intrinsic value of a shiny is what you place on it. Saying that they have no value because they're rare is ridiculous. It's such an unusual, special feeling. I remember my first shiny Pokemon because it was so uncommon. Like, yeah, you could hack it, but that removes the joy and the surprise of seeing a shiny in the first place. Shiny hunting is fun. It's exciting. Lily is just, like, doesn't want to... Like, she's just rage baiting. She's just rage baiting is what it is. And then she knocks out the shiny because she's, like, saying she doesn't care about shinies and whatever.
Looking for a Caterpie and decided to check in Santaloon Forest, where Shauna decided she wanted to follow me because something interesting might happen. And I went through the forest and nothing interesting happened. Sorry, Shauna. In Sycamore's lab, he asked me to battle, and upon winning, he offers me one of the Kanto starters, Chikorita, Igglybuff, and Tepig. There may have been a bit of a glitch when I was changing my starter, and other things may have gotten affected. I'm not sure how badly the game is affected by this, honestly, but I wasn't going to use the extra starter anyway, so it's all good. We're all good. Back downstairs, I met Lysander. He talks about his dedication to the world and how he wants to make it a better place. So keeping in theme with Pokemon, that means he's the bad guy. After Lysander leaves, the Scooby Gang comes back down and
Okay, Lysander is... We all agree, Lysander is the worst of the Pokemon bad guys, right? Like, bottom tier, at least. I never liked Lysander. I thought he was like a missed opportunity with him. Because he has like this interesting beginning conflict. You think there's build up to it where he's like, oh, he's this, he's the main, he looks like a lion. He comes in, he wants to improve the world, make it better. And his motivation shifts from game to game. It's either he wants to bring about a being of death or a being of life, eternal life. And both options are messy.
Everything beautiful should stay that way forever. I would end the world in an instant so that beauty never fades. Dude, what the fuck? We just went from creepy incel behavior to advocating genocide so fucking fast. Why is every villain a debate bro now? After an entire generation of Junichi
why does she always... I feel like her frame of reference of motivation is just debate bros. Anyway.
Suda's public meltdown over criticism of his games. Getting back to just a weirdo with delusions of grandeur is honestly refreshing. Anyway, after he leaves and the weird smell is gone, Diantha introduces herself to us and confesses that she's a trainer in her off time. Oh yeah, sure, off time. You know, just a hobby. She's the fucking champion. Other champions work really hard to get where they are. How the hell do you manage to just knock it out in your spare time? Oh, I see. Ah, we're kindred spirits of broken bullshit, you and I. Speaking of which, she got buffed in this gen. Again, she got a new type which completely shifted her weaknesses to things she can already destroy, and she gets a Mega Evolution with an absurdly busted-ass ability that turns normal-type moves into fairy-type moves and gives them a 30% power boost, on top of the stab boost they now get. There are a lot of moves to use this with, but the best is Hyper Voice, a move that hits every enemy, hits through substitutes, and because of these changes now has a power of 175. This was the last Pokemon that needed buffs, but it got them in spades. But it makes sense that she got them. In case you haven't noticed, there are 3 Pokemon that Game Freak will always trot out for the spotlight and new gimmicks. And those Pokemon are Charizard, Lucario, and Gardevoir. All 3 of them got Mega Evolutions in Generation 6. All 3 of them are frontrunners in Pokken. All 3 of them are frontrunners in Pokemon Unite. Lucario got his own movie. Charizard got a Gigantamax form and got to be the out-of-region Champions Ace in Generation 8. Gardevoir got a Paradox form in Generation 9 and got to be the out-of-region Champions Ace in Generation 6. One of them is Furry Bait, and Game Freak knows this. One of them is Teratophile Bait, and Game Freak knows this. It's a trackable point of behavior at this point. When something happens, it is always these 3. Anyway, heading out to the Route 5 gate, Tierno calls me to tell me about
Okay, let's stop a second there. Lily, Gardevoir is not broken. Gardevoir just has more abilities. It just really benefits from the fairy typing and the Mega Evolution. But other Pokemon had that too. Gardevoir is not particularly great. You can beat the game with any Pokemon. You can beat it with a team of Rattata if you really want, in terms of the Elite Four. But it's not like Gardevoir is exclusively the best Pokemon. Just because it's your favorite doesn't mean that it's broken. It's just a Pokemon you like. And heck, if you want to build a team on Gardevoir, that's fine. You have the option to do that. But, like, it's not broken. It's just a strong it's just a Pokemon you figure out a strategy for. Like, it's a good Pokemon. But, like, I don't know. Also, Lily... Teratophile, I don't know if Gardevoir is necessarily like for Teratophile. There's other Pokemon that fit that better. I'd say the furries like Gardevoir quite a lot too. That with Lopunny. She just threw a lot at us at once, and I'm not sure if any of that makes any sense whatsoever. Personally, I think she may be overhyping how strong Gardevoir is. Just my opinion. I could be mistaken. But we'll find out.
And because of the makeup of my team, actually getting through this was a battle of attrition. Again, the fights themselves aren't difficult, but the damage scaling is so high that you just get one-shot by a lot of different moves. I've been of the opinion for a while that Pokemon is way too centered around one-shots. Between stat buffing moves increasing your stats by up to 4 times their regular amount, and super effective moves increasing that damage by another 400% at times, the game is too centered around sweeping. It's boring. It's boring when I'm sweeping, it's boring when I'm being swept. And it's not hard. This is why complaints that the EXP share ruins the difficulty just flat out don't work. The game isn't hard if the enemy just hits harder than your maximum HP, but it's easy to design. It's easy to make a game feel difficult if your HP just gets crunched from a single hit, and a lot of people will take that to mean that the game is hard. But my opponents aren't really doing anything smart. They just have inflated stats and use high power moves, actually making the fights difficult.
Lily, you just have a Pokemon with low defense. Like, you're under-leveled in almost all your fights. Last time, what's level with this vault?
Bringing the sheer amount of damage to a quarter of what it usually is, and making enemies play smarter takes more development time. And we all know how pathologically lazy Game Freak can be. That would take time, and they want their money now. Delaying the game would make it better, but it would mean Satoshi Tajiri can't buy his 8th yacht, so one-shots it is. Fundamentally, Pokemon needs a...
Wait, Lily, your Pokemon is 2 or 3 levels below the other one. Like, yeah, of course it's gonna be weaker. It's underleveled and doesn't have a strong defense against those attacks. I don't know. Like, some of the fights do get you off guard. If you're unprepared, you have to level up to get ready for it. But it's an RPG. You have to level up to be ready, and you're not particularly powerful at this point. You're a little slower than your adversary. They're stronger. They're going to hit you. They're going to hurt you. They're going to knock you down. You got to be prepared for these fights. You got to prep for them. You got to expect them to be difficult. The problem is that Lily is expecting the games to be easy. The problem is in the previous 2 videos, every time Lily fought a battle that was hard for her to win, she'd complain it was Game Freak's fault. I beat the game pretty easily when I first played it. I don't think it was particularly difficult. And losing all the time means that you're not playing the game efficiently. Yes, you love Ralts, you love that, but like play it a little smarter.
Math change. If you asked me to change one thing about Pokemon, I would change super effective moves so that instead of doing 200 or 400% regular damage, they do 125 to 150% of regular damage. That would fix so many problems and make so many strategies more viable. I'd also change crits so that they don't ignore stat changes. That was always dumb. I head out of the city and...
What? No, crit hits are supposed to be the strongest hits possible. The problem is, she's saying, they don't have any strategies. They just hit harder than I do. Yeah, that's a strategy, Lily. And all you're complaining about so far is that the game beat you. Seriously. Oh my goodness. Like, Lily, you're a fully grown adult. You shouldn't lose this much to... Anyway.
To this weirdly ominous arrangement of stones and run into another member of Team Flare. And honestly, I find Team Flare kind of goofy. They're kind of like Team Plasma, but without the pretentiousness. I've got a scram with style. Absolute legend. I make it to
how are they like Team Plasma at all? They're not remotely like Team Plasma. They're like all about style and flashiness. They're not about, you know, any grandiose epic designs or plots. They're just goofy, and they like to look cool as they're being goofy, and they want to keep the world living forever or destroyed immediately, depending on which game you're playing. Their motivations don't make any sense, and they're very superficial in terms of their aesthetic. They're just kind of bland in a way that annoys me.
I find the hidden door and descend into the labs where Lysander is waiting to greet me and tells me only the Chosen will make it to tomorrow. Then he wants to fight. In all honesty, Lysander isn't the worst villain. I mean, he's clearly the most lazily written, but I don't object to that. Everything in this game is brisk and to the point. The sheer amount of dialogue that was seen in previous 2 generations is just not there. Lysander shows up, says, hey, we have a weapon of mass destruction. I'm gonna fucking use it. See, and this guy hasn't even been raised from birth to be part of the revolution, and he did a better job than you've ever done. Lysander says, I want to murder the world, gun, Lego, bam. None of this lounging about his castle, waiting for the hero to show up so he can try out his new speech about ideals. Lysander is one note, but he's a charming one note. I eventually got the elevator key and got down to the...
No, he's not. He's boring. He's a boring... Lily, you're allergic to plot. You're allergic to character motivation. You're allergic to going into the world and seeing the environmental storytelling. You're like, hey, he's a bad guy. He wants to blow things up. Oh my goodness. Like, Lysander is not interesting. He is boring. He is dull.
That Eviltal finally hatches from his cocoon, ready to siphon the souls of the living and usher in a new age of death and entropy. And I killed it in one hit with my pet ballerina. Eviltal is looking at Lily. It seems like it wants to help. Oh, come on! It was so cool when I one-shot you with the power of celery.
Catch the
Mandatory legendary
Lily.
captures so much. Fine, you picky asshole. Just for annoying me, I'm gonna call you YMCA. It's about the same as Team Rocket in Generation 2 and Team Aqua and Magma in Gen 3. It only feels short and brief because Generation 4 and 5 were unnecessarily verbose with their stories. Those things were packed to the gills with dialogue. Unnecessary dialogue. And we're about to get to the very worst offender in that regard very soon. But Team Flare's story is... fine. I'm probably a lot kinder to it because unlike a lot of Gen 6's detractors, I don't think Black and White and Team Plasma was some turning point of quality for the series. The less like this Pokemon games are, the better. Returning to Anastar City, Sycamore asked to meet me in Koroway Town.
Lily... Do you know why Team Flare sucks? Do you know why they're terrible, Lily? It's a very simple reason. It's because the core motivation changes depending on which game you're playing. There's no grounding to their motivation. They just want to change the... Lysander wants to change the world. All the individual members want to look stylish doing it. But none of it makes any sense. Like an individual who's mad, sure, that makes sense. Team Flare never feels like they have a unified motivation because their motivation ultimately changes. They want to activate the ultimate weapon, and their intention, the end result, depends on the game from game, you know? Y, it's destruction. X, it's immortality. It's a very different thing that will rearrange the world. But honestly, also, Lysander's fate in X is stranger because it's implied he's living forever under a pile of rock, which is horrifying. You could say it's all flare, no substance, like Chad has suggested. That is true. Whereas Team Rocket, they're just criminals. Their motivation is they want to steal things for profit. And you encounter them a few times in the game. That is true. But their motivation is more grounded. What do they want? They want to steal stuff. Why? Because they're a criminal organization. And the idea that the final gym leader that you've been building up to is the boss of this group, that's interesting. And Team Rocket in Gen 2, it's interesting because they're a broken fragmented organization. It's like a last stand. There's a sadness to them, a tragedy. And don't get me started with Team Plasma. I think Team Plasma is fantastic and interesting and dynamic and clever. The problem is ultimately that Lily does not have any interest in the complex or interesting. What Lily wants is a simple, basic bad guy to fight. The less complications, the better for Lily. And that is the problem with all of Lily's takes on Pokemon so far. Gen 7, I'm sure, is going to be a mess because that's a lot of different stuff going on. But, like... And again, Lily's not gonna play the Ultra game, so all the cool stuff that Ultra introduces is right out the window. But X and Y's story is very basic. It's very plain. I like X and Y, but it's compared to Black and White, there's no comparison. It's a very light story, and even when playing it, when I first played it, I felt disappointed when it ended. Not because it wasn't fun to play, but because when you look back on your adventure, you're like, wow, we went on a bit of a trip. Anyway, and Team Skull's great. My boy Guzma is the best, and I will fight Lily outside of a Waffle House if she at any point says that Guzma, my boy, isn't amazing, because he's great. He's my dumb son, and I love him. Let's keep going.
Well, that was the next town on the map, so lucky me. When I get there, he apologizes to me about Lysander and the trouble he caused and thanks me for saving the world. Oh, it was no big deal, Professor. I eat maniacs like Lysander for breakfast. Then he talks about how perhaps one day the population will increase to the point of resources becoming scarce, but talks about how if people keep acting with greed, then things will inevitably become catastrophic. Why, there won't even be anything left to steal, will there? This conversation is weirdly philosophical, but in an actually interesting way. It's almost a critique of capitalism, but more so the underlying greed with which capitalism operates. I kind of like it. It's not some megalomaniac giving a big speech before the end of the world. It's just the professor thinking a few things over. He doesn't really have an answer. He's just been left to think about a few things. Like, if Pokemon wants to do philosophy, which it clearly does, it should do it like this. No big, grand anime villain speeches. Let's just sit down and think about things for a bit. Imagine how much better Black and White would be if instead of the king of Team Plasma, and was just some guy who you spend one scene with on a bench and he asks you about what Team Plasma is saying regarding the ethics of Pokemon battling, and you get to pick a response, and both responses are variations of I don't know. I feel the grand high stakes are what really ruins the times Pokemon gets weirdly profound, and I think this might actually be my favorite moment of Pokemon game. Then he wants to battle me, and during this battle, I just found out if you tap the
Lily, you're allowed your opinion, and that's great. I value your opinion. I think it's great. It's fucking wrong, but you're allowed your opinion. Okay. So, I think that Lily is trying... What Lily is saying is, bad. In fact... I think it is wrong. I think that N is a fantastic character with a great dialogue and a really philosophical, interesting dynamic. If every single character in Pokemon spoke the same and was identical, it would be a very boring, repetitive game. You need different perspectives in different games. I may think that X and Y's story is weak, but I respect it for existing because it makes the other games more distinct by comparison. Ultimately, her idea of having a choice where both are variants of the same thing, it's like saying you have no answer. You have no option. And granted, Pokemon doesn't really give an answer. It's a very linear game, but like at the same time, her reasons to not like N, I think, are completely absurd and don't make any sense and are based purely on her own biases towards thinking that N is some debate bro incel, which is just not rooted in the reality of the game she's playing.
Finally, we come to the champion, Diantha. My favorite champion, tied with Iris. Part of why I like her, aside from the shared taste in cheap bullshit, is that she's not as omnipresent in the story. Champions have started hogging screen time lately, and they end up wearing out their welcome before I even get to the fight. This was most egregious with Generation 4, where Cynthia will not leave me alone and keep sending me on fetch quests and yammering on and on about philosophy, and by the time I reach her boss fight, I'm already sick of her, so she's an irritating...
How dare you say that about Cynthia? I'm just saying.
character who represents everything I hate about modern Pokemon, and she's a pushover who falls over very easily. Granted, Diantha ends up being a pushover as well, but that's largely due to multiple affection crits as opposed to just being able to straight sweep like the last 2 generations. These are not bad games. I'd say they're pretty damn good. It's not a very deep game, but it never needed to be. Sometimes it's fun to splash in a puddle. I'd say this is the perfect place to start with Pokemon if you don't want to start with a Game Boy game from 1996. It's just damn fun. It's the one Pokemon game since Gen 4 to remember that brevity is the soul of wit, and for that it deserves a fucking prize.
Lily. No. just no, Lily. You're not correct. Okay, actually, let me rephrase that. Let me not be dramatic about this. Let me take a step back here. Her X and Y criticism, obviously she likes the game, and you're entitled to your own opinion on anything. That's fine. You like the game? Cool. That's okay. Here's my problem with that, though. The problem is, though, that the game itself is so simple. It is so basic. And yes, they do a lot of cool things. They add new features. Pokemon to me, Super Training was incredible because I liked playing the game like with the gameplay. But the gym leaders are meh. The post-game is underwhelming. The world, honestly, outside of the one city, isn't that interesting to explore. It's just underwhelming. Also, why are there so few Generation 7 Pokemon in this Generation 7 picture? It's funny, too. Lily doesn't want a complex game. She wants something basic and easy. And the fact that one of the easiest games in the series is her favorite is not at all surprising to me. The fact that the games that had wordier plots bore her is exhausting because, quite frankly, you don't want a complex plot. You want it to be spoon-fed to you. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Just a reminder to anyone in chat, we are raising money if you've arrived late to RAIN. It will help survivors of abuse and incest and sexual assault. If you want to donate to RAIN, now is your chance to donate once again before we get started again. Yeah, I hate this, and this is pain. The fact that she was praising X and Y so much, but saying how bad it was compared to Black and White. Again, you're allowed your opinion. If you like X and Y more, that's fine. I think Lily praising Gen 6 over other generations put it in perspective for me. I don't think Lily actually likes playing Pokemon. She constantly complains about the difficulty, how long it takes to go from place to place. It feels like all she wants to do is walk around with her Pokemon and play with them. No obstacles, just explore the landscape. Which, I mean, there's a game for that. It's called Pokemon Snap. Anyway, Gen 7. We dove in and... yeah, this is where I think I completely broke as a human being. I disassociated from existence for a while here.
Pokémon Sun and Moon. Oh boy. So if you've noticed a running problem with these games, it's that a lot of good game design decisions are completely undercut by a story that imposes on the player every chance it gets with overly verbose dialogue. And Sun and Moon...
how dare a story have a plot?
Were not a step in the right direction. Just to make a fine point, in Black and White, Bianca had dialogue stretching to 3,200 words. Shauna's dialogue in X and Y stretches out to 2,700 words. In Sun and Moon, Lily has 8,300 words of dialogue. Oh, this is gonna hurt. So...
that's not much. Lily, that's like... Lily, my scripts are sometimes longer than that. And my videos rarely go over an hour. Like, the story for Sun and Moon is really solid. Just because you spend more time with a character doesn't mean it's bad writing. And Bianca's barely in the game, and anyway,
Lily wants to ask a favor of me. She wants me to help Nebby get home, and I tell her, I don't know. We head to the marina and find Kakui's piece of junk ship waiting for us. Then we get on the ship and have this pseudo cutscene that is kind of animated and shot like a real cutscene, but still has the text boxes of the regular conversations, so you can't mash through them like an arsehole. We make it to dry land. Hao continues to act like a clown, and Lily continues to be a buzzkill. Help me out here, Lily. It was funny, right? He was not amused by that. If all the dialogue in this game was like this, I wouldn't complain. Between the rather fun character work, the dialogue choices, and the use of facial expressions, Game Freak has the recipe for something cool here for comparatively little work. It's just a damn shame they never actually use it. Then we're introduced to Olivia.
I'm sorry, Lily. You're saying that the characters are fun, well animated, charming, and you say it's bad? Lily. 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 What are you doing?
Trying to continue forward, the path is blocked by some dick in his stout land. This kind of roadblock is just fucking lazy. Arriving in the next town, which is just rocking the Texas look today, I am immediately intercepted by Hao, who wants a battle. After the battle, he runs off to the ranch. Oh, okay, just wham bam, thank you, Panjam. Damn, Hao, I thought we were friends. Up the road, I found Hao being beaten up by a member of the anime Hitler Youth, the game's court-mandated edgy white boy. He asked me if I'm Lily, to which I go, who? Turns out that his name is Gladian, who spends his time doing odd jobs for Team Skull, and then he...
You're calling Gladian the Hitler Youth? Imagine Lily playing Persona, just genuinely, all right? You want to talk about dialogue, Final Fantasy has nothing on Persona in terms of sheer amount of dialogue. I would argue the Persona games, because of the repetitious nature of like the day in, day out cycle, because it's meant to show, oh, you're going to school, and that you're going with your friends, that overwhelms the player already. Like, the fact that he's a blonde-haired, green-eyed, not blue-eyed character, that is just inappropriate. Like, that's just weird. And it's not a good joke. So the thing with Lily's jokes is they're just referencing things that Lily is familiar with that she thinks are edgy. And yeah, you're referencing the Nazis. That's a little edgy. But, like, it's also not funny. What's funny about it? Where's the joke? Imagine if... Okay, so now that Lily is making fun of Zygon and making fun of Gladian, imagine if Lily actually ever acknowledged the edge... This is like the edgy rival character people wanted to see come back. Like, how... He's a good boy. He's a charming, funny little kid. Gladian is like the reincarnated version of Silver. Like... a real edgy, really intense, really mean, well, not really mean, but like antagonistic rival. And he's a cool dude. He's a fun antagonist in the game. Not the antagonist, but a antagonist. Again, he worked with Team Skull, which continues to cement Team Skull as top-tier Pokemon villainy. I would say Team Skull is a, and this might be a hot take. Hot take time, guys. Team Skull, better than Team Plasma. Yeah, I know. I've said it. I said it. Team Plasma, not as good as Team Skull and your boy Guzma, but that's just that's the name of the game we're playing here. All right? Just saying.
Wants to battle. Dude, what the hell are you doing? After I win, Gladian starts ranting about strength and seriousness and all that boring edgy shit before being cursed out by Team Skull Grunts and walking off. Then I continue on to Brooklet Hill, where Lana asks me to help them with some angry Pokemon in the water, and so gives me a Lapras to surf with. After beating 2 fish, then the trial starts. Okay. Luckily, the only real part of the trial is the immediate fight with the Totem Pokemon. Unfortunately, I lost the first fight with the Totem Pokemon because, and say it now with me, kids, damage values are unreasonably high. And when it's not high...
Lily, you just play bad Pokemon.
Damage values, it's ally Pokemon that heal. You know what? This is going to be a running theme for the rest of this segment, so if this is going to bother you, skip now. This isn't fun. I've generally had an issue with the way the game arbitrarily inflates damage values to just one-shot you so they don't have to think up interesting move pools, but this 2 versus 1 enemy is already naturally powered up and gets a support on top of that is just fucking boring. This can be unreasonably hard at times, especially where the rest of the game is so brain-dead easy, but it's hard in the way that the deck is so aggressively stacked against you for no reason. Pokemon's battle system is designed in such a way that you can make interesting tactical decisions, but they'd rather just nuke you because if players had to think for 5 seconds, YouTubers would cry about it. It's possible to work around all of this, but it's such an ordeal that it isn't worth it. This is why people just over-level shit, because these fights aren't entertaining enough to want to figure out how they work. I would normally chalk it up to nostalgia, but but I was playing the early generations just a few hours ago, and I remember them being more interesting than this. Well, actually, this isn't just an assumption, it's true. As I mentioned a few times now, when asked why the Battle Frontier wasn't included in the Generation 3 remakes, Junichi Masuda claimed it was because modern kids don't have the patience for difficult games. Now, you could, if you wanted to, chalk that up to him being old and stupid and terminally untalented, but I think that's only mostly the reason. The way the Generation 3 remakes had their story rewritten to have Archie and Maxie be less bumbling fools and more philosophical windbags, and the way the Delta episode after is largely having lore spewed in your face as you jump from place to place, makes it clear exactly what Masuda wants Pokemon to be, a typical JRPG with a waffling anime plot. And he has generally shown to have nothing but contempt for the game part of the game. A problem a lot of Japanese RPGs have, if we're being honest. Anyway, after getting past this mind-numbing waste of time, I get the water badge. After getting lost trying to find the next town, I ran into a
No, Lily, listen, Lily. Have you considered just getting good at the game? Seriously, Lily, all your problems are because you're not playing the game well. You have to prepare, you have to prep, you have to understand what the requirements of the game are. You have to go into a fight knowing what's going to come and accordingly preparing your type advantage for that match. Having your favorite Pokemon be the skeleton key of your party is not gonna solve jack shit. Hey, someone had to tell you this. But Pokemon is a game about figuring out what the best strategy is before you even put a single move in the game. If you go to a situation and you prepare your strategy before you even get there, because every single person playing this game has a strategy guide on their lap or on their computer or whatever it is at any given moment, and you know for a fact that every single person playing this game, every kid, is going to their friend saying, hey, this was a tough fight. What do I have to do? And the friend goes, well, did you try using an electric Pokemon to fight the water Pokemon? This is basic, Lily. You're playing the squishiest characters, and you're like, oh my god, Gardevoir is so overpowered, I can beat anything, the games are so easy. Well, did you consider getting better Pokemon before starting your fight, Lily? Did you consider that? Did you consider going outside your comfort zone to get something designed intrinsically to give you an advantage against every single trial? Rather than specialize in 4 Pokemon that you will only use in those every single situations, you chose instead to avoid developing, to ignore the type advantages presented to you ahead of time and in your world, to not backtrack, to not develop a team that is designed to best suit the conflict at your current moment, and instead you act as though it's the game's fault for providing you a specific situation, a specific scenario even, where you have to think for 5 seconds before engaging with it? Did you use your brain at any moment in this? If a 7-year-old kid can play this game and figure, oh, I'll use an electric type against the water type, especially if it's a strong one. Oh, they're strong and powerful? Then I'll use a fast, speedy electric type to get the hits in first and do intense damage to them, maybe even paralyze them so they won't do damage. Hey, maybe you lose your electric type. Well, they're paralyzed now, so their speed's slower, so you can still hit them. These are strategies, Lily. But you have calm mind, so what do I know? You're the expert strategist, Lily. I mean, you play all the games up until the Elite Four ends, never played any of the later games in the game. I'm just saying. Seems to me like you might have a skill issue here, Lily. Or grass type, too. You start with one. Maybe that's why I never had an issue with this, because I didn't hack the starters to put my favorite Pokemon in there as a starter. I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the issue. Maybe I, like also wanting photographs in Pokemon games, encourage Game Freak to make that particular fight just a little bit challenging for you. Or maybe you have to assess a situation before getting into it, so you're not using the same ridiculous strategy for every single occurrence.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, Pokemon Me is back in this game, but now it's Pokemon Refresh, with an all-new feature. At the end of some battles, you can choose to care for your Pokemon if they got hit with certain moves or got status effects to tend to them. It's very cute. You can give your Pokemon a bath if they got all dirty in a fight. I don't know why, but that just makes me happy. Maybe it's because I can just imagine G being very cross, sitting in a kiddie pool while I'm hosing her down. Heading back to Mally City Gardens, I see the professor being held up.
Lily, why is it when you say that, it sounds so weird? Anyway.
By Team Skull, but unfortunately Kukui is just like, bring it on, bitch, I'll wipe you in 4 turns. But then Team Skull's leader shows up and is like, I accept that. Turns out Guzma really doesn't like the old traditions and power structures between the captains and the kahunas. Oh god damn it, I thought we were done with the ham-fisted philosophy. Then Kukui talks about what the strongest Pokemon moves are and how it's a dance between trainer and the Pokemon and how—
No, Lily, it's not ham-fisted, it's basic punk, alright? Punk is the idea that the authority structures in society have to be deconstructed to advance in society. Why are you acting like it's so unusual? It's basic punk. Lily, all of the philosophies you base your life on are based on punk. Punk is the foundational component of everything you do. Because by existing as a queer person in society, you are by nature defying the expectations of society and therefore existing in its direct opposition. All LGBTQA people in the world are punk. Whether or not you admit it, whether or not you accept it, you are all punk. And punk, it's not gone. It's not dead. It just changes, because punk is the opposition to whatever the mainstream conservative society expects and demands of us. And that is pretty cool. And that is why your boy Guzma is the best, because he defies the expectations of life, and he has found his group of beloved friends who just love him. He's a dopey, goofy guy. And he is just living his best life. His motivation is to exist outside of the mainstream. And for that I say, Guzma is one of the greatest characters Pokemon has ever conceived of. And I salute you, Guzma. I salute you and your punk aesthetic and your goofy ass club, because you're all a bunch of dumbasses. And I respect the hell out of you. Keep being the dumbass, wonderful gang that you are. You are all the greatest, and to that I say thank you. Thank you. Just one moment of silence here for Guzma and his wonderful, stupid brain. I adore it. Great character. Peak Pokemon character. Just 10 out of 10. No notes. Alright, let's keep going.
How he wanted to create a Pokemon League to give every trainer the chance to find the perfect move. Right, Lily? Don't you agree? Say what now? Lily and her Gardevoir can unleash some real powerful moves. What are we talking about? Kukui then decides that Guzma should fight me. Oh, you fucking coward. And then Guzma asks what the point of the island challenge is and why even bother with it. I don't know, that's what I want to find out.
You don't even know why you're doing it?
Honestly, I just moved here and everyone was like, you should do the island challenge, and I've been dragged around by a whole posse the entire game and they won't let me out of their sight for a minute. I think I'm on suicide watch. Then I have to fight the professor's battles for him. Guzma was nothing special, just another damaged dope. Then he runs off overcompensating for his losses. Thank fuck, I was almost afraid we'd get another monologue. Lily comes back with the Hex Maniac, who tells me where to find the next trial. If you get lost on your way, ask a police officer for directions. They're here to serve, right?
I haven't got the heart to tell her.
Later down the route,
Lily, you make fun of your boy Guzma, but you also make fun of the police, and you talk about how you're following in the instructions of the linear plot. Guzma, your boy, will be very upset by this.
make it to the abandoned Walmart, and I'm told I have to play Ghost Hunter and catch a photo of the totem Pokemon. Well, alright, sounds easy enough. As I go through the bulk barn, things start moving on their own, so I take photos of them to fight the ghosts possessing them, and then follow a Pikachu into the back room where there's a lot of posters of Pikachu hung up, like some kind of obsessive shrine, but the totem Pokemon's nowhere to be seen. Where'd it go? I know I followed it. Oh fuck, bastard was right behind me. See me? Did you just speak? And the fight with the totem Pokemon was exactly the same as all the others, where he one-shots most of my team. I was fortunate enough, however, that because Serena was an
Yeah, because your team sucks, Lily. That's why. Also, Mimikyu is one of my favorite Pokemon. I love Mimikyu. I always feel really sad for Mimikyu because he just wants to fit in, right? He has the look about him. He's trying to get his aesthetic all built up. all Mimikyu wants is to just look like the thing that people love. And the fact that Lily doesn't understand that Mimikyu, those Pikachu posters are there because Mimikyu wants to just fit in to what people adore, that to me is really sad, because Lily doesn't get that Mimikyu probably put up those posters themselves, or herself in this case, because she just wanted to be accepted and loved. You know, Mimikyu, they say in the Pokedex that Mimikyu, by looking at her, terrifies the person into a state of madness, much like a Lovecraftian tentacle monster. And so, in pain from that, genuinely in pain, not because they want to spring a trap on anyone, but they want to look appealing and be loved. They just they look at it, they model themselves after that, under the hope that someday someone might love them and show them affection in a way where they can accept them for who they are and not so much what they look like, because what they look like is terrifying. And that to me is such a sad, sweet thing. I just love that. I love Mimikyu as a Pokemon. That concept has always emotionally resonated with me, the sense of hope that they can be loved, even though their intrinsic value is so great. They scare you, and that's just heartbreaking to me personally. I find that very sad. Going off on a tangent about Pokemon, but here we go.
Inside the mansion, I have to grab 3 passwords before I can get in to see Guzma, because this game is padded like a menstruating fire hose. Once I have them, that's apparently not enough, because I have to know how Team Skull works and learn about the organization. This game isn't just padded, it's fractally padded. It turns out the solution is to answer no to the last question, because one of the notes says a Team Skull member always answers no. Okay, I'll admit, yeah, it was clever, Game Freak, you got me. You win this one.
The hated boss who beats you down and never lets up. I don't really get you, kid, but at least this is a change of pace.
You know, Guzma, after talking to your grunts, I have come to the conclusion you are a sad little bitch. You're not even worth beating up, I just want the rat.
You're one messed up kid.
How dare you? Listen. I got upset with N, because N's a legitimately great character, like a Shakespearean rise and fall. Okay, the Pokemon equivalent of Shakespeare rise and fall. Guzma's just my boy. He's my guy. Yeah, I'm with him on this one. How dare you make fun of Guzma? He's a good guy. He has the best interest of his team at every given moment. Again, she's making Guzma. He is not Beavis. He is not a surfer bro. He is not Rex Raptor in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged adaptation. Lily, you are making Guzma not Guzma, because you don't get Guzma, do you, Lily? Listen, Lily. She has her perspectives on society and all that, but she doesn't understand what being punk is. Lily does not get punk. Lily gets opposition to society, sure. She gets socialism, maybe, but she doesn't get punk. Punk isn't just... Now listen, I'm not good enough to be a punk in many ways. I'm too complacent with society, but I respect it all the same. The opposition to the mainstream society that places us into positions, it's sickening. I am with any punk in chat. I salute you for your efforts. You are doing the best work possible. You are breaking down humanity's structures in order to push for a tomorrow that is good, that is right. I respect that. And yeah, well, listen. We'll be talking about Guzma's implied abuse as a child, but Lily doesn't understand story metrics at all. She didn't get that N was abused as a child, so she is not necessarily the best arbiter in terms of understanding plot. No. So, chat, I see you saying there. Lily does not confuse punk with emo or goth. She confuses it with surfer bros, which is worse, because she doesn't get any of the individual philosophies. Emo and goth at least are on the punk spectrum, right? Emo maybe less so, goth more so, but punk is its own thing. And the fact that they're that Lily doesn't get punk proves a lot about her. She doesn't get it. She doesn't get it.
Says the guy who flunked out of Little League Soccer and hasn't let go of it his entire life. You're less of a gang leader and more of a Reddit mod. You're the kind of person who's mad that Disney isn't doing classic villains anymore. After beating him, he is very angry and demands the rat be returned to me. After searching through the lab for information on Cosmog, we talk to Gladian again, who runs off being vague. Gladian never explains anything, does he? Probably thinks it makes him look good. Stop. Don't. Don't you fucking do that. Don't hang a lampshade on your own padded writing, Game Freak. This is the epitome of hack behavior. I know you're a hack when it comes to writing, but don't fucking condescend to me by sarcastically rolling your eyes. Okay, this is all very long and very drawn out, so we're just gonna skip all the filler and go right to the end, so...
You're skipping quick?
So I reach the mansion and find Lily with Lusamine. Lily.
Lily, how dare you skip Wick? How dare you? How dare you? That's worse than anything else you've done so far.
It's been a while. What? You came? You actually came to help me? Thank you. Thank you. Whoa, Lil, calm down. You act like nobody's ever done you a solid before. So you know one another. A gifted young trainer like Lily, and she bothers with someone like you. Oh, okay, never mind. I get it. I don't need your approval, mother. Yeah, get her ass. You do say such incomprehensible things, calling me mother. I don't have any children. Certainly not any wretched children who would run off and reject my love. Lady, your love is like Game Freak's dialogue. We're all better off without it. So do tell me how you'll save that Pokemon. What can you do, Lily? Lusamine carries on like that while I'm sitting there watching, despite the fact that I am literally the thing she can do. Oh, that came out wrong. Lusamine shows absolutely no regard for anything but beauty and doesn't even care about killing that little space cloud. Funnily enough, the moment Game Freak decided to have a woman as the villain was the exact moment that all their ham-fisted philosophy went right out the door to be replaced by vanity and empty nest syndrome. Let's not examine...
Lily, you skipped all the dialogue. That's why it sounds like it's ridiculous, because you skipped everything. Any plot would sound dumb if you jumped to the ending. Like, let's say you skip through the plot of King Lear. You know, King Lear, you start off, oh, King Lear's handing off his kingdom to 3 kids. Why are we in the middle of a war? What's going on here? Where did this come from? It's because you skipped the language of the plot, Lily. You skipped the characters moving the plot forward, and you skipped the plot itself. That's why it sounds weird.
This any further and just assume it was a random chance on the part of these 50-year-old men. Lily, I'm really glad you came after me,
Lily,
but I have to be selfish again. I have to ask you one more time. Please, help.
You're coming for like this hot take, but you ignore the plot. How can you comment on the plot when you skip the plot? It doesn't make sense, Lily. You can't skip the plot and then criticize the plot, because that implies that the plot happened without you looking. What do I know, though?
Me? Help, Nebby. Come on, Lily, people have been asking unreasonable things of me all day. So I go through the teleporter and into Lusamine's private collection, where she has Pokemon frozen in blocks of ice, and then Hau and Gladian follow along right after me. Whoa, wait. Daughter? Son? Bless you, Hau. He's not very bright, but he's doing his best. Then Lusamine uses Nebby to open a portal to the realm of darkness and lets the Heartless, the Ultra Beasts, invade the Alola region. Everyone is concerned, except for me. I took 40 Benadryls when I got here. Gladian runs forward saying he'll stop the beast and tells me to stop the president, while Lily tells me to get Nebby back. One thing at a time. So I'm challenged by Lusamine, and I win. How can you be so awful? It actually takes no effort. I once made someone go on a multi-video rant about me just by standing there. All that I want is my precious beast. Fair. I don't care about any of the rest of you. This lady gives monster fuckers a bad name. Unfortunately for her, the jellyfish is going to disappear back into the sky Gina, and Lusamine follows in after her. Then Lily approaches Nebby, wondering if it's okay. Everyone looks worried at how Nebby isn't moving. Except for me, because I took 40 Benadryls. Wick asks if we're okay. Gladian catches Wick up, and even if she is like that, Lusamine is still our mother. We can't just leave her in the beast's world. I mean, we could. We could certainly do that. I'm sure Kukui and his wife would adopt the 2 of you. Gladian would need therapy and Lily would need to hit the gym, but they would. Then Gladian suggests we should get the legendary Pokemon that probably isn't even real and definitely hasn't been in Lily's bag the entire game to help us. But first, we all take a fucking nap because we're beat. The next morning, Lily's gotten changed into a Kingdom Hearts battle outfit and changed her hair. She is ready to kick some names and take some ass. Wait, no, hang on, flip that. Sorry, I took 40 Benadryls before I got here. She claims it's her Z-powered form and tries to do a Z dance. Good job, Lily. Then we all get on the boat to Pony Island. Oh no, not the creepypasta game. I'm sure that joke hasn't been made 20,000 times. Once we get there, it is nothing but text. I avoided talking about it too much because it is the most heavily criticized aspect of Generation 7. My fucking god, the dialogue in this game is so fucking bad. It's not just that there's too much of it, though that's certainly a problem. It's that most of it is so insignificant. That stretch in Aether Paradise was the plot. That was the whole plot. That's where it starts and ends. The rest is just waffling around.
So wait, you skip the plot of the game then, Lily? Also, how do you define the plot, Lily? What is the plot? Is it you moving from point A to point B, or is it simply the main conflict of the Aether Foundation? Because you're skipping out on the Team Skull plot, which is also technically part of the plot. Isn't it possible, Lily, for the story to have multiple plots that exist along the course of the narrative that interplays in with each other? Lily, you don't understand how the plot works because you skipped most of it. You ignored the dialogue. You were just hitting pound and A, pound and A, pound and A. And you ignored the fact that the plot was going on around you. How dare you say there's no plot to this game, but there's so much dialogue? You're counting all the words, but you're not saying what any of them are actually articulating. When you skip the main plot and the motivation and the side characters and the supporting plots and the side points, oh yeah, no, I can say 5 words of the plot. Sure, why not? Because you're manipulating the information presented to you to yourself. If you ignore reading, you will not understand a writing-based plot. It's that simple. It's that simple, Lily. It is that simple. She thinks Hussein is not a she's a helicopter. Exactly. She's a helicopter mom. She's not an empty nest syndrome person. That's not even what the plot is. Oh my fucking God, Lily. Okay.
Around listening to How talk about how great it is to battle, while Lily and Gladion vaguely imply they might have some kind of sordid history. It is a big nothing burger of a game. Even when people praise Lusamine for being a nasty villain, her nastiness is just some of the most lazy, controlling mom tropes I've ever seen. It's notable for being a first in a Pokemon game, but honestly, Game Freak taking this long to tell us what they think of women in power is not something I would call a plus. You ever notice that? You ever notice that male villains can have every single motivation under the sun, but women in villainous roles, it's almost always vanity? Maybe that doesn't matter to you, but it's something I find rather trite, and this kind of shit should not be in children's games. Heading out to the main grassland, Lily walks up and tells me she'll do her best to keep up. I'll be fine. I've got Max Repels with me, and I've got you, too. Aw, I kind of like Lily, honestly. She's not a great character, but I mean, it's Pokemon. Great is not possible to achieve, but I think she's fine. I'm gonna have a thesis about Lily toward the end, but for now, I think she's an alright character whose only real flaw is having a stagnant character arc. So we're heading to the Ruins of Hope to find the cure for Nebby's condition.
Lily, what do you think a great character is? You keep saying this, right? I don't think she's a great character, but she's fine, I guess. What do you think great is? Really, what do you think it is? What do you think it entails? What do you think a great character is, Lily? Because you don't say it in any of these positions. Also, she's controlling. Empty nest and vanity. She's a dominating figure in their life. You ever see Hunchback of Notre Dame, Lily? I know you have because you watch Disney films and that's your only frame of reference for a mature plot. Like, oh my God. Okay, let's keep going here.
Lily thinks Tapu Fini can cure them, and we don't have any other leads. In the temple, Hapu picks up a rock and receives Tapu Fini's blessing, and lore, and then tells us about Lunala, the legendary Pokédead lore. At this point, things are moving very slowly. It's just go to a place and listen to a monologue. We've been on Pony Island for a half hour and achieved nothing. We're just listening to Lily talk about how great it is to have friends. It's that old JRPG problem, taking way too long to say way too little. So we head to Executor Island, Lily monologues, we get attacked, I win, Lily laughs. Looking out at the rain like this reminds me of this one time when I was little. Lily tells me about how her mother once danced with her in the rain, but then one day she became obsessed with the Ultra Beast. She feels guilty that she can't do anything, but then she feels inspired by me always showing her that even if you think you can't do anything, you always can. Like call your friend in her angry celery. Then she asked me what I'm going to do once I finish the island challenge, and honestly, I don't know. I wasn't planning on sticking around. Oh, thank goodness. It's such a relief to know that even someone like you feels unsure at times, Lily. Anyway, after we're done getting philosophical in the rain, we finally head up to grab the moon flute. That was an ordeal just to walk 20 feet. This whole thing was supposed to be an emotional journey with Lily, but it kind of reveals a big weakness with Pokemon storytelling, especially as we've gone full 3D. See, How and Gladion aren't here, so there's nobody for Lily to bounce dialogue off of. Even the chipper, upbeat nihilist that is How would be something, but instead she just gets the player character who says nothing and stares blankly into space with a drugged up smile on her face. And that's what you see in all of these dramatically shot cutscenes, just the player character tripping out on diphenhydramine. I cannot begin to describe just how limiting this is to a story. Game Freak is trying to tell a character-focused story, but the player character is still completely and utterly silent. And silent protagonists don't work for that kind of story. It's not like they're—
Lily, you're the protagonist. This isn't fucking Samus. This isn't fucking Link. It's you. You're supposed to react. That's your reaction, Lily. You're the one who's supposed to go, oh, wow, I guess this has a reaction to this in some way. Because Lily, the thing is, the whole Benetril thing, yeah, that's the character model, but you know who's supposed to react? It's you! I'm sorry, I'm not in the best of moods today, in case you can't tell, but I'm starting to realize that Lily Orchard may not have the best grasp on plot or characterization in narrative fiction. Potentially, I might be the one with a problem, but I do believe that she's the one with a lack of grasp on the English language in terms of narrative. But again, it's just a theory.
Trying to emulate The Elder Scrolls or Dark Souls. They're trying to be every other JRPG. They're trying to be Tales of Phantasia. They're trying to be Kingdom Hearts. But those games have main characters who open their mouths and fucking speak. Imagine how much worse off Kingdom Hearts would be if Sora was a silent protagonist. Look, you have to pick a lane. The more character-focused your storytelling is, the less a silent protagonist is going to fit. Silent protagonists have their place, and some Pokemon games understand this, but Sun and Moon decidedly do not. It's like trying to play Mass Effect with a silent shepherd. It just doesn't work. Silent protagonists can work if you don't ask too much of them, but in this game, every NPC demands so much dialogue out of you, and all you do is smile and wave. That's bad. The silent protagonist is bad here. When we get to the mountain, oh my god. Guess who's back? Back again. They want—
Why are you upset that Guzma, your boy, is back? He's the best character. Okay. I understand people are reacting to me being upset by this, but quite frankly, at this point in the game, at this point in time, we are 4 hours into a 6.5-hour video essay on the history of Pokemon, and Lily Orchard has yet to grasp anything about this game. The silent protagonist, Lily, isn't the silent protagonist. It's not Samus. It's not Link. You. It's your reaction. You project onto the character. It's your adventure. It's not the silent protagonist. It's you. That is why so many Nuzlocke challenge things think, okay, I will do this. I will do that. Because it's not simply about what you will do. It's about what you will do. I realize that self-contradicted itself, but at this point in the game, at least I'm not saying that the silent protagonist isn't me. I don't think anyway. It's not my intention. I've been known to misspeak before, and sometimes horribly, but we'll go with it.
To know if we can save Guzma. Yes, we can. No, why are you challenging me? I just said we could. A lot of people like Team Skull, and indeed they are funny at the start of the game, but Team Skull is very simple. They're just nuisances, okay? I mean, like, that's fine. I like them, but the problem is the joke reaches its endpoint by the second island, and then just keeps going. Even when the Aether Foundation and the Ultra Beasts are revealed to be the real villains, I've completed the island challenge, and she could never have done it without you, Gardevoir. You know what? A feature of this game I really like is that your lean Pokemon is named in the dialogue rather frequently. Given how since Gen 3 I framed all of this as being on a road trip with my angry celery friend, it's nice that the game acknowledges that. Makes up a little bit for the lack of walking Pokemon, and at least I feel like G is with me in spirit. Lily, you're getting kind of weird about G. Oh, you haven't seen weird yet? Next gen's got a fucking cat toy. After a brisk climb up a frozen mountain in a mini skirt, I run into Hao, who tells me he finished his trials and that's why he wasn't on the mountain with us. Then he challenges me again. Ugh. Gotta be honest, I don't like Hao.
How?
He's super cheerful and super nice and super boring. He doesn't really do anything, and in a Pokemon game, that's a problem because he's still here taking up space and dialogue.
Well, sure, he can talk, but is he saying anything? No.
He's a great character.
You know, at this point, I hate the dialogue in Pokemon games. I hate how long it is, how much of a focus it is, and I hate how Game Freak is so fixated on the story, yet they have not improved a lick on their writing in almost 30 years. So to have a character whose only notable contribution to the game is just taking up more of your time with even more interruptions is just such a wear on my patience. Him and Gladion are both like this. I mean, Lily may have more dialogue than an anime adaptation of Marcel Proust's À la recherche du temps perdu, but at the very least she has some degree of agency in the story. It's not good and it ends on an unsatisfying note, but at least it's there. I can talk about it. It gave me an interesting thesis for the game that I can't wait to share with you. I can't talk about Hao because there's nothing about him to talk about. At the top—
you can't talk about this charming, silly boy who just wants to enjoy his life and have fun. There's nothing to talk about there, Lily. There's no meaning you can grasp from it. Lily, you ignore the entire fucking plot. You ignore the language, you ignore the dialogue, you ignore the because what you want to do is get to the narrative, but you ignore the narrative as it's happening. You know, I'll cite a Disney film in this situation. There's a great line in the movie Soul, which not enough people have seen because it came out during COVID, but there's a great scene where, you know, the main character, he wants to be like a jazz musician his whole life. It's his big ambition. And, you know, he finally gets a chance to do that. At the end of the movie, he gets a chance. And he's talking to his idol, who's like this jazz musician. And he's like, you know, this guy talking about living, you know, looking at like water. He's always looking at ponds. He wants to get to the ocean. He keeps going, looking for new bigger ponds, gets to a point, sees this whole big vastness and goes, well, where's the ocean? I go, well, this is the ocean. I'm paraphrasing, and I barely remember that specific dialogue, but the idea sticks with you. It's the idea that you keep looking for this great big thing. Whatever this thing might be, you're looking for the bigger one, the bigger one, the bigger one, the bigger one. And you're looking because your ambitions drive you to this great, grandiose thing you know has to exist, because you know, hey, what we have right here is not good enough. There's got to be something better. It's got to be something better. And you get to that better thing, and you're like, well, there's got to be something better. There's got to be something better. And you ignore it for what it is because you keep pursuing for that greater something. You never stop to appreciate the beauty of what is around you until it is over and until you miss it. And that is life. You will never be satisfied with what you have because you will consistently be hunting for the bigger high and never stop to look around you and go, well, this is something good. And that is a big problem I have with media in general, with criticism in general, that we're always going, oh, it's all right, but we can find better. How many 80s films when they came out were just, this is all right, but we can find better? Predator has an 80-something% Rotten Tomatoes, but now it's considered a classic of the action and science fiction genre. This is the thing we highlight as a great masterpiece of cinema, and yet when it came out, it was a joke. It was a joke because people were going, oh, it's not that great. We can find better. Well, this is a great. It has stood the test of time, and it's fantastic. And likewise, in our pursuit of something better, we ignore the greatness before us. Take a step back. Enjoy the details. Enjoy the fun you feel in the moment, because it's fleeting and passing and does not last. Enjoy it. Have fun with it. Don't keep trying to say it's not good enough. Find reason to love everything that you encounter in life. Because the people of the day will say, oh, it's not that good. It's all right. You know, it's something better's out there. Hey, enjoy it. Have fun with it. What else is there but this moment you have now? Pokémon Sun and Moon was rejected in its day, but we are all saying it's cool now. We're saying Guzma's my boy. Wick, great. Olivia, Kooky. These are valuable things, and these are things we have to appreciate in its day, because if we ignore it, we will lose it. And if we lose it, what else is there in life but the small, infinitesimal moments between instances of experience? Anyway, back to Pokemon.
I think at this point you guys know that I don't like it when the story imposes on you, so I think we can all accept that's the framework I'm using when I say that the story is a fucking garbage fire. The actual main plot of Sun and Moon, the conflict between Lily and Lusamine, only happens between the end of the third island to Pony Island. It is a comparatively small piece of the game. This is the part that people will tell me with a straight face is an amazing piece of writing, and it's fine. It's nothing to write home about, it's basically the ending to Steven Universe, except the all-white abuse of Mother Figure as a corrupt conservation official and not femdom Hitler in space. So what's the rest of the game? The most inane crap you have ever heard in your fucking life. Getting stopped every 10 seconds so characters can verbally describe themselves, all while you, the player, are standing there staring off into space like you're coming off general anesthetic. Here's my hot take for the day, and it's a pretty big one. It would be a pretty big ask of Game Freak, but we should be playing as Lily. One problem with Pokemon games, especially as the story becomes more verbose, is that it largely boils down to people talking at you and spouting ham-fisted philosophy like they're Edward Sallow.
Just as my namesake campaigned in Gaul.
This has been the main central issue that makes Pokemon stories so bad, because as the games start getting more involved and the characters start trying to have arcs, the fact that you are simply standing there completely dead inside has become an increasing problem. In Black and White 2, you actually learn that the protagonists of the previous game vanished because they left Unova to look for N, which threw me for a loop because it's the first time the games have ever actually imposed a thought onto the player. The devs have so far allowed you to take the experiences of the story as you like, but for the first time they've just assumed the player had a friendship with N. This is extremely jarring given the fact that out of every character in Pokemon, N is the one I find the most insufferable. So the idea that I would go looking for him out of concern is fucking no. But the story necessitated the protagonist actually doing something of their own volition, having their own opinions and such. It's almost as if the silent protagonist is actively harmful to serious storytelling. I know some people like protagonists that are completely silent because it means they can project onto them, but I have always considered this to be an extremely weak excuse. And if you're still saying this in your late 20s to 30s, I think you need some serious help. You should always prefer to have a well-developed protagonist over a blank slate. The protagonist needs to have dialogue, otherwise these stories will always remain hollow. And this is not something Game Freak disagrees with, because this is the entire reason Lily is in the game at all. She takes the role of the real protagonist while you stand there doing all the heavy lifting. Lily has this bond with Nebby over the course of the game and an arc about growing stronger, but because she isn't the player, she doesn't get to experience the actual payoff of that. It's you who does those things. You get stronger, you catch and raise Pokemon, you get to have Lunala when Nebby fully evolves. These are all things Lily should be doing, as if the story was written with her in mind, and then all her gameplay was just split with the protagonist for the sake of tradition. The player shouldn't have been a blank slate character who just moved to Alola conveniently when all this crap was going down. She should have just been Lily. She escapes, she makes her own friends, builds a support system, learns to use the Z crystals, and helps Nebby grow and reach their full potential. That would be compelling to play. That would give the character agency in a story that is reflected in gameplay. Hell, the customization could fit into that too. You always start with a default appearance and have to change it later. Now that she's away from her controlling mother, she can assert her own identity. The player character could always be blonde until you reach a barbershop and can change it. This, of course, means the player has to speak, express agency in the story, but that dialogue's already written. Lily is already split into two characters. We're just fusing them back together. This would make the story so much more engaging because the game already has ways to assert your identity in what hair you choose, what clothes you wear, what Pokemon you train, only now all of that serves the story as well and involves the player in it. Her arc is about asserting her own identity. It would even make the patronizing niceness of other characters more bearable because you're playing as an abused child out on her own for the first time. It makes sense people are a little too nice. Hell, it's a perfectly good reason to take the island challenge at all. Wouldn't that be great? Lily escapes her controlling mother for the first time, shakes off the shackles of her control, forges a new identity for herself and actually self-determines, becomes stronger and more independent, builds a strong support system for herself, goes back and shows her abusive mother what for, and then goes on to become Alola's first champion, going on—
Lily, shut the fuck up. Genuinely, shut the fuck up. You are not actually engaging with the concept as a thing. Okay. Let's take a step back here, all right? Let's examine what she said and why I think it's wrong on every conceivable level. Oh yeah, want to have Lily be the main character because she's the one who has more... No, because here's why. The story is not about who deals with the main antagonist. In every single Pokemon game, your motivation is to be a champion. The villain plot is incidental and something you encounter along the way. It is an obstacle you encounter along your path, and your experiences help inspire growth in the other player. Now, of course, this is obvious in Blue, it's obvious in Silver, but you'd think that you'd get it when you got to Wally in Gen 3, where your experiences, your arc inspires growth in the rival as well as yourself. Silent protagonists aren't great when you're 30. You should stop. Because a silent protagonist is not an inherent metric, it is a trope and an element of storytelling that you yourself may not necessarily be the most invested in. But it is a choice by the people designing the game. It is not simply a maturity level. It's not wish fulfillment. It is the type of narrative we play. Because some games involve you playing a hero, someone you've taken the position of controlling, a Kratos, a Cloud Strife, a Sora. Other games, you are projecting yourself into the protagonist's shoes because they want to allow you the freedom to experience your own wish fulfillment, escaping into a world which you yourself are not a part of. And Lily, quite frankly, you have no clue what you're talking about the plot, about the characters, about the narrative, because you yourself have no interest in engaging in a single, solitary element of it. Oh, wouldn't Hal be the better character? Wouldn't Lily be the main character? No, because you're the main character. You encounter them along your journey. You help them grow. Your choices inspire growth in them. That is the crux of Pokémon, that you inspire growth in those around you because you leave the world a better place. Maybe the problem, Lily, isn't so much that you think that Pokemon's failing, but that you don't think you can leave the world in a better place, that you can inspire positive growth in those around you. And no, she didn't mention anything involving Type Null. She didn't mention anything involving my boy Guzma and his growth in the story, or Kikyu, or anything, because she doesn't appreciate the narrative out of a solitary lens that she takes. She doesn't understand why the game is effective to those around you, and she acts as though she knows better than you do, because she doesn't fucking get it. Quite frankly, I don't think Lily is mature enough to recognize what Pokemon is. For Lily, a game has to conform to the specific parameters that she sets for it, and she doesn't even enjoy a game that allows her to play God mode. Lily, this entire game, this entire rambling, extremely overwritten script, has argued that she wants to play the Pokemon game that she wants to play. She wants to be with Gardevoir. She wants to pet Gardevoir. Whatever. You know, whatever. I'm not even going to talk about Pokemon Madhouse right now. I'm just saying she wants to project herself into the experience of going to another world. And yet when games allow you to do just that, you act like, oh, it's immature to want to be in your world, to want to experience a fantasy unlike your own life. And Lily, quite frankly, it sounds like you want the experience of Pokemon without pretending that you want the experience of Pokemon. You want to be better than this. You want to have some narrative complication. But Pokemon's not about that. It's about going on an adventure with your friends. And your friends being better as a result of your actions. Helping them grow. Helping them find themselves through your choices, through your actions. And then you act like the narrative that gets in the way of your goal, which is to be a champion. It's not the beat team, the Foundation Society or whatever, or beat Team Skull or Team Flare or Team Plasma or Team Galactic or Magma or Aqua or Rocket. It's about being the best version of yourself you can. And that's why the post-game continues past that point, Lily. The credits don't mark the end of your journey. Your sense of accomplishment does. And the fact that you have no sense of accomplishment for your tasks and goals, A, is a metric that you cheated half the time and you just put cheat codes in to get to the next stage of the game, but it's also because you yourself do not have a single interest in a metric of quality for your game. You just want to get your favorite little world together. And you know what? That's fine. But at least accept the fact that you're projecting yourself into the characters that you're playing rather than act as though you're above it, because you're subject to it like the rest of us wish to be subject to it. This is not a matter of simply you being better than the game. It is a matter of you choosing to enjoy the narrative as it is written. How dare you, quite frankly? How dare you act as though you're better than the narrative that you yourself wish to be a part of? Because it's a lie. Maybe not to us, but to yourself. I don't believe most people lie to other people. I think we lie mostly to ourselves. We trick ourselves. We deceive ourselves into thinking that what we really want is something different, but the reality is this. You don't want to live in a world. You want to live with a character who does a thing for you, makes active change, because you've convinced yourself that active change in a single narrative is the only way to tell a narrative. But the reality is this, Lily. You want to live in a world where you can enjoy your wish fulfillment. And you know what? Good! You should! That's what Pokemon is designed to satisfy. Your own fun. It's not about narrative or beating a plot. It's about having fun. And for all of your rambling and all of your talking, you have never experienced the fun of just growing. You can't beat a boss in one fight. Get better. That's not a criticism. That's encouragement. You should want to get better because getting better is the point of the game. You want to get better because getting better for getting better's sake is the point of Pokemon. That's it. That is the single, solitary choice. And it's depressing that you don't appreciate that. Genuinely depressing. I feel bad for you. I really do. More than anything else, I feel sympathetic for you. Because you won't enjoy any of this. You're not enjoying Pokemon. Pokemon is the most fun game in the world because you project yourself into it. And even when the game sucks, you still like it because it's Pokemon. It's fun. You get to be in this world with your favorite monsters. She doesn't have any fun with this. She's miserable playing this. Which begs the question, why the fuck did you play Pokemon? I don't know. I don't fucking know.
On that path from whimpering, flinching wallflower to the greatest trainer in the region? That's not how you write a Pokemon story. That's how you write the best Pokemon story. And it creates this way for everyone to have their own interpretation of Lily, because while Lily would be highly customizable, she would not be, as is usually the case, a blank slate. She'd have a personality, part of which is brought across by the appearance and friends, which we control, and her dialogue and actions and cutscenes, which we don't. This is interactive storytelling. As Yahtzee Croshaw once said, the best results come when it feels like a collaboration between the player and the author. So when Lily does something really cool, like bond with a legendary or curse out her controlling, suffocating mother, our brain goes, we helped make that happen. That's our creation. This would be so much better, and Game Freak knows it. They know the commitment to completely silent blank slate protagonists is holding their precious story back, because they have to make these superfluous, redundant characters purely so the story can work, all the while accommodating this burden. This is something many people would disagree with, but the reality is that tropes are tools, and different levels of protagonist personality necessitates different kinds of stories. A completely silent protagonist is fine, but the story has to be built specifically for it, i.e. very little. Gen 1 and 2 fit a silent protagonist, Gen 3 a little less so, but Gen 4, 5, 7, they don't. They just fucking don't. They are so verbose and so pretentious and keep trying to be about things and are still carrying this dead-eyed child around for characters to rant to. Pokemon Story is increasingly demanding a Saints boss / Commander Shepard approach to a main character, and they don't have it because 30-year-old men would get pissy about it. It would be any amount of effort whatsoever. And I know there's gonna be people contesting this point in the comments, but this approach isn't working. Lily is the main character. I'm just her shadow. Literally, I dressed myself like it to make an ironic point. You think I wear skirts in real life? I do not actually skirt go spinny, sir.
Okay. Take a second right now. I hate this video. I genuinely do. I hate it on every conceivable level. This is one of the worst videos I've ever seen in my life. Not because it's necessarily bad. It's not badly edited. It's competently made. But I hate it on a soul-sucking level. Because it defies everything that you should enjoy about this stuff. All right. We have that down. We're past Gen 7. I was already drained as we got into Gen 8. I had barely nothing in the tank. Nothing but the end goal in sight. And I continued.
Oh, fuck me, here we go. Generation 8. Finally getting away from dual-screen hell for the first time in 13 years. Pokemon Sword and Shield were a turbulent time for Game Freak. Say what you will about Sun and Moon, and I did for over an hour! Out of every game in the franchise, they were the most ambitious. They really tried to make Pokemon be the JRPG they always wanted it to be. And it almost feels like after that, they just kind of gave up. I mean, for all my bitching about the story, I have enjoyed the stories in some Pokemon games, because they're usually the ones that know when to shut their fucking mouths. But in Generation 8, we went back to the excuse plot. And I do mean excuse plot. No, you stay away! Oh god, no, why is he glowing? Oh god, there's two of them? Once I worked my way out of that, I found Team Yell further down the road harassing a poor medical worker.
Oi, just hand over that bike already. We needed to cross this long bridge. You talk.
Soccer hooligans are bad. Simp soccer hooligans are worse. Simp soccer hooligans too lazy to walk. This, sir, is where I stand up. After driving Team Yell off, the man...
Milo is not a twunk. A twunk is still a twink with muscle. Milo is like a beefy, strong boy. He has biceps wider than my waist, okay? Quite frankly. No, actually, she has not mentioned music once, chat. Thank you for mentioning that. No, she has not mentioned music at any point in this entire 4 hours and 40 minutes of content.
And gave me his bike anyway.
Yeah, Gen 8 has a lot of great designs for their gym leaders. It's just not a lot to the game. Milo's a hunk. Milo is a great, wonderful boy. And I will shut up before I sound gayer than I already do. Listen, chat, you understand. I don't like saying things about things, but like I think... He could break me over his shoulder very easily, and I'd be okay with it.
Excellent! I just mugged you!
And on your left, you'll see a haphazardly slapped together facsimile of the wild area. And if you look to the front, it's a kid who can't take a hint. Any closer than that, and we're gonna have to have a battle, you and me. I mean, Pokemon has had its fair share of thirst-trapped gym leaders in the past, but Nessa's just the most. Actually, shit, now that I think about it, in Generation 3, there was an Aqua admin named Shelly, who just kind of looked like a pirate first mate. But in the remakes, they redesigned her, and her entire aesthetic is very similar to Nessa. Same color scheme, same water motif, same blue streak in the hair. The clothes and posing on this one are a lot hornier than the original. And then there's Marlin, who also has a lot of the same design aspects that these two have. So someone at Game Freak definitely has a type.
All right, so chat, let me ask a question right here. This is a genuine question. At any point, should I go through all of the adult characters of Pokemon and go, okay, here's where they rank, here's where they are allowed, here's where they go, in terms of hierarchy of how much I'm personally attracted to them? Would anyone be interested in that? If not, I'll drop it. But just saying. I'm just saying. You'll learn a lot about my preferences as a result of that. Oh my god. I'll do it at one point. I'll do the hottest Pokemon characters at one point. Oh my goodness. The problem is, you know, you go through the list and you're like, listen, Pokemon characters, the adults are... A lot of them are made by thirsty people who just love certain things, and I, unfortunately, am one of those people who love that kind of things. I'll have more drinks for that, though. I'll have a team. I'll have a group. I'll assemble a team, so it's not just me saying, oh, they're hot, they're hot, they're hot. As a bisexual, unfortunately, I'm very biased because I love everyone. I think everyone is beautiful. You know, I genuinely think so many people are beautiful. And, I don't know. I think people who don't think they're beautiful are just underestimating their own worth. it always disturbs me when someone says, I'm not that great, I don't look that great. And like, no, you look amazing. Like, everyone does. And I think it's unfortunate so many people are like undercutting their own sense of value. And that bothers me, because people are amazing. And I really wish that people could just like realize the value of themselves in so many ways. And I think that people in general just undercut their own sense of self-worth. Because they're so fantastic and wonderful, and they don't appreciate it. And I feel it's a mistake.
And with Dexit, half the roster was cut. Just Pokemon snapped out of existence. That meant people's favorites were going to get cut. And no doubt this also fueled the anger towards which Pokemon were spared execution. Because the champion's ace is a fucking Charizard, who is uncatchable in the game but gets his own Gigantamax form. Why does Charizard get special treatment? Now, it's not like there haven't been champions with out-of-region aces before, and it's not like Charizard is the only fan-favorite Pokemon to get a disproportionate amount of exposure. I've already said that Charizard, Lucario, and Gardevoir are the worst offenders here, but to see Charizard get center billing immediately after losing half of people's favorites sure bred way more resentment. I imagine if Dexit had happened in X and Y, the same resentment would be bubbling over Diantha's Gardevoir. Furthermore, this is only compounded by the fact that Game Freak said the reason for Dexit was to both focus on game balance and touch up the models and animations of every Pokemon. And the problem there is they fucking lied. Generation 8 was not balanced. This is a generation that brought in Mega Evolution, but you can only use Hyper Beam to turn the game into a one-shot's bonanza. A tool so broken and so brain-dead that it was banned in almost every tier by the most popular competitive Pokemon battling community. As for the models, some Pokemon got...
Lily, how can you Lily, how can you genuinely misinterpret why people were upset with this game? The models were repetitive, Lily. The models kept repeating. That is why people were upset, Lily. It was not simply, oh, hey, they just chose to elevate the favorite Pokemon, whatever, who gives a crap. No, it's because the models kept duplicating stuff from the 3DS era. That's why people were upset by the lack of Pokemon in the game. It was because they made it so limited. I think I will finish this and then puke out my brains to you, chat, in a second.
One or two new animations, but the models were the same from Generation 6. Because why wouldn't they be? Pokemon's art style is flat colors and big anime Bambi eyes. The models didn't need an update. Hell, this tree became a meme precisely because Game Freak promised better graphics and then just didn't bother. That is hilariously bad. I'm pretty sure you can get free bark textures online. This normally wouldn't matter, but when you show your ass the way Masuda and Omori did, people are going to point and laugh. No, the real reason for Dexit was simple. In order to import every single Pokemon and make sure they cooperate with the engine, another year of development time would have had to have been added. Indeed, Pokemon games do operate on very short development times for the kind of games they are. They're all relatively open world games with plenty of features and interlocking systems, and as they go full 3D, they require exponentially more work. Indeed, that work was there. Just look at the player character. In Sun and Moon, she was dead-eyed and coming off general anesthetic, but in Sword and Shield, she's a lot more expressive, reacting to things, emoting, having way more animations this time around. The work's certainly been done, but it needed more time. People have been saying this for years, and I was going to say this for Generation 9, but the reason Pokemon games don't take the extra time they need is because they don't have to. Dexit pissed off so many people, but the end result was one of the fastest-selling Pokemon games of all time. For all their corners cut, that didn't stop people buying it, and therein lies the problem. Game Freak knew that if they just weathered this storm, they'd come out just fine. It's a meme at this point that whatever complaint you have about the new Pokemon games, you're still going to buy them. And I'm almost positive that the only reason Masuda didn't respond to criticism of Dexit with, you'll buy it anyway, is because it would have been uncouth to do so. Furthermore, the controversy was kneecapped from the start by a person I like to call the I'm having fun guy. There is always a backlash to a backlash, where fanboys and fangirls start shouting down critical voices and filling social media with, I'm having fun, no matter how serious the issue is. Not because they're actually having fun, but that they think it makes them a better person if they just eat what is served without complaining. They just want to feel above the whiners. I've said for a long time, Game Freak could release a game with no executable file, meaning the game flat out will not boot, and some of you will still go on Twitter saying, well, I'm still having fun. When it came out that Sword and Shield broke sales records despite the huge controversy about Dexit, those guys were gloating and laughing at the failure of the boycott. Gloating at a game that barely has any actual content, and for whom most of their new features were just scaling up models. They ripped out half the Pokedex, sold it back to you for money, and you're gloating about that. The truth of the matter is that that so long as Game Freak continues to make money hand over fist, they have no reason to change. They don't have to add development time because they have an army of coping simps who will just harass and threaten all critical voices, and they'll make millions anyway. At that point, adding development time would just slow down profits, and Game Freak wants their money now, and they know they don't have to do any work to get it.
I don't know if I can handle this one right now. I'm stopping. I can't. I just fucking can't. We're done. We're done right now. I can't. No. There is no fucking way I can continue another second of that. Oh my God. Okay. And then, as for Gen 9, I gave up. I couldn't take another second of it. I couldn't finish it. With an hour, yes, a whole hour of the review left, I closed it off. I don't think I could return to it even if I wanted to at this point. This mission took too much out of me. Lily Orchard complains the games are too hard, but then loses the easy fights. She complains about the game not being balanced, but then hacks the game, and still complains about the balance. She complains about plot holes for a plot she's not even reading. It was at this point in time that two possibilities occurred to me. Either Lily had made this video just for rage bait, or Lily is so frustrated she can't enjoy a thing everyone else loves that she has to make it everyone else's problem. So I stopped, and I'm not coming back. Now, I will leave you with one final thought, and this is for you, Lily. If you're watching this, and I know you know I exist because you did talk to me about it once on Tumblr, here's my honest, genuine, tough love recommendation. Play Pokemon Snap. It's way more what you're looking for.